1. Even before his X-Wing's sensors had time to scan and identify the new ship, Corran Horn knew it was trouble. That knowledge was not based on the ship's unscheduled, unannounced reversion to real space in the Pyria system. In the month since the Rebel Alliance took the planet Borleus from the Empire, more ships than Corran cared to remember had popped in for a quick survey of the place. Some were on diplomatic missions from worlds that had already joined the New Republic, coming to inspect the latest conquest of their forces. Other ships had been sent by the rulers of planets who wanted to separate fact from propaganda before they decided if they wanted to shift allegiances in the galactic civil war. Still others had been Imperial vessels on reconnaissance missions, and a goodly portion of the rest were Alliance ships with legitimate business in the system. All of them had to be checked out, and the hostiles discouraged, but the patrols had produced no serious incidents or fatalities. This spawned a complacency among the pilots that was not conducive to long life. But even Corran had found it hard to keep his edge when no serious threats presented themselves. The new ship's arrival slashed away his peace of mind like a vibroblade. The sensors reported a modified freight cruiser that had started life as a Rendili Star Drive ship, not in the Neutron Star class of bulk cruiser, but something roughly a quarter of that size. That in no way made it remarkable or unusual. Dozens of ships built on the same design had been through the system since its conquest. The name, Vengeance Dara 4, followed the naming convention common among New Republic ships of recalling some event in the course of the Civil War. It had even entered the system on the course and at the speed the rebels had dictated for freighter traffic. Still, something is not right here. During his brief career with the Corellian security force, hunting down smugglers and other criminals, he'd learned to trust his gut feelings about things. His father, Hal, and even his grandfather, both Corsec officers themselves, had encouraged him to follow his instincts in dangerous situations. The sensation frustrated him with its elusiveness, as if it were no more tangible than the faint scent of a flower teasing his nose and defying identification. It's enough that I know something is odd. Exactly what isn't important at this point. Corran keyed his comm unit. Rogue 9 to Champion 5. You handle the challenge. Wait here with 6. I'm going to go out and do a flyby. I copy, 9, but we are supposed to expedite all shipping in this area. They aren't in the challenge zone yet. Humor me, 5. As ordered, 9. The system patrols have been broken up to cover 4 zones around the planet of Borleus. The plane of the ecliptic split the system up and down, with sunside and out splitting it core and rim. Corran and 2 Y-Wing pilots from General Salm's Defender Wing had up and out, which was by far the busiest sector because the planet's moon had moved out of it and sunward 2 days previously. Whistler, see what you can do about boosting our sensors to pick up any anomalous readings from that freighter. The green and white R2 astromech blatted harshly at him. Yes, fine. There's likely to be lots of things wrong with that freighter. Corran frowned as he nudged his throttle forward, and the X-Wing started off toward the freighter. I was thinking about inappropriate weapons or other odd things. As Corran's fighter came in closer, he began to get a visual feed on the ship. All of 150 meters long, it had the gentle curves of smaller ships, or the larger Mon Calamari warships. The bridge was a bulge on the top of the bow that tapered back and down into a slender midship. 2/3 of the way back toward the stern, The ship's body flared out again to accommodate the star drives. A communications array sat right behind the bridge, and quad laser turrets bristled off the bow and in a ring around the middle of the ship. Whistler splashed a report on the ship onto Corrin's primary monitor. It was a Rendili Star Drives design from the Dwarf Star class of freighter. It shipped roughly 1,500 metric tons of equipment, ran with a crew of 400, and had 9 quad lasers, as well as 1 tractor beam that could be used to pull salvage into the belly storage area. The guns and carrying capacity made it a favorite for short-haul traders who were willing to work in areas of the galaxy where authority had broken down, or imperial entanglements could be a problem. Champion 5 here, Rogue 9. Go ahead, 5. I challenged the Vengeance, and it answered with a code that is good. That surprised Corrin, because he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong with the ship. Did they get it on the first try? 5's comm unit didn't filter the surprise out of his voice. No, second pass. Why? I'll tell you later. Stay where you are, but get someone to lift from Borleus in an assault shuttle. You and 6 be ready for trouble. As ordered, 9. Whistler chirped an inquiry at Corrin. Yes, I think it's exactly like the double-taker case. Back on Corellia, he and his partner, Ayala Wasiri, had investigated a series of burglaries where things had been stolen from houses. But there were no signs of forced entry. All of the security systems were manufactured by different companies and installed and monitored by different agencies. The key to cracking the case was that the ROMs used in the security systems all came from the same manufacturer. An employee had sliced the code that got burned into the chips, so when a particular password was used on the locks, the system would spit out the correct password. On the second try, the thief would enter the correct code, get in, and rob the place. The Y-Wing fighters the Alliance used were old, but still vital, and most of them were a patchwork of new and old systems. Spare parts were not easy to come by, and whatever were available were used quickly to keep the fighters in service. It was conceivable that a sensor comm unit integrator had been fitted with odd chips that gave away codes when checking them. Arranging for such things would not be beyond the Empire's Director of Intelligence, Isan Isard, especially if it would help prevent the Rebel Alliance from taking Coruscant away from her. Corrin punched his comm unit over to the frequency the freighter was using. Vengeance Dara 4, this is Lieutenant Corrin Horn of Rogue Squadron. Stop now. Stand by for boarding. The freighter did not even slow, much less stop. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? Corrin shifted the targeting crosshairs of his heads-up display over to lead the freighter, then sent a quad burst of red laser fire across the ship's bow. Vengeance, stand by for boarding. There will only be a problem if you make one. Standing by. The freighter began to roll to port, exposing its top toward Corrin's ship. Not good. 5 and 6, prepare proton torpedoes. Link fire and lock on the freighter. 9, they've done nothing. Yet, 5, yet. Swinging up and around from the belly of Vengeance, 4 TIE starfighters raced in toward Corrin's X-Wing. Without waiting for them to start shooting, he slapped the stick to the right and brought the fighter up onto its starboard S-foil. The TIEs started their own turns to port and began to dive, anticipating his escape maneuver. Corrin punched his left foot on the etheric rudder pedal, skidding the stern of his ship to starboard, then shot off straight in the opposite direction from his pursuit. 9, we have 2 TIE bombers deployed. 5, fire on the Vengeance, then take the dupes. I've got the eyeballs. Let Borleus Base know we have trouble. He knew the Y-wings would have little trouble outflying the dupes, pilot slang for the double-hulled bombers. If he could keep the TIEs occupied, they wouldn't be in any position to harass the Y-wings. If the missiles the Y-wings launched at Vengeance were enough to take down the forward shields, the freighter's captain would have to think about running, which would distract the TIE pilots, since, without him, they were stuck in the Pyria system. Lots of ifs there. Time to make some of them certainties. He used a snap roll to bring the fighter up on the starboard stabilizer again, then dove into a long loop that took him down to where Vengeance's bulk hid him from the TIEs. Rolling his ship and applying some rudder, he arrowed straight in at the freighter. This put him in position to watch as the quartet of proton torpedoes launched by the Y-wings nailed the ship's bow. Each missile exploded against the shields like a star-going nova. The astromech droid whistled up a requiem for Vengeance's bow shield. Corrin tightened on the trigger and sent a quad burst of fire toward the ship's bridge. Without waiting to see if it hit or did damage, he barrel-rolled to port, moving toward the middle of the freighter, and pulled back on the stick to bring the fighter's nose up. His targeting crosshairs hung just above the horizon of the freighter's hull. A TIE starfighter, shying from the series of explosions against the forward shield, streaked over the freighter's edge and right into his sights. Corrin triggered a quad shot that caught the eyeball on the port side quadanium steel-armored solar panel, slicing the hexagon into a dozen or more pieces. A secondary explosion suggested a failure in one of the ion engines that the fighter's subsequent careening off through space confirmed. Corrin rolled up on the left stabilizer foil and drifted to port for a heartbeat before snapping over onto the starboard S-foil and hauling back on the stick. The maneuver allowed him to evade the fire coming in from Vengeance's lasers. It also put him on the vector the TIE had used coming in over the freighter's hull. Adding a bit more to the starboard roll and pulling back on stick again took him out past the ship's damaged bow and let him swoop in on the tail of another TIE. The eyeball broke back left, but Corrin rolled his ship through a corkscrew that kept him on target. He fired twice. The first quad shot missed, but the second tagged the ball cockpit full on. The lasers blew through the engine, then an explosion ripped the fighter apart. Corrin dove into and flew through the expanding ball of incandescent gas, then rolled and dove again. 5, report. 1 dupe dead, 1 sleeping. Corrin laughed aloud. Nice shooting, 5. Good thinking. The Y-wing pilots had shown the presence of mind to engage one of the bombers while using their ion cannons. The weapons were inferior in power to lasers, but they had the advantage of knocking out a ship's electronics by overloading the electrical system. The ion cannons could render a ship inoperable, allowing the pilot to be picked up later. Chances are, though, this imp pilot will kill himself to avoid capture. Still, the ship might teach us something. 9, the freighter is turning to run. Do you want help with the eyeballs? Negative, 5. Whistler scolded him with a harsh blatty sound. It's not that I think I'm that good, Whistler. It's that I know they aren't. Refusing assistance to deal with enemies that outnumber you was usually ascribed to unending egotism or terminal stupidity. But Corrin had a third reason in mind. The Y-wing pilots, while enthusiastic and decently trained, were insufficiently experienced in dogfighting to be much help to him. If they entered the fight, he'd have to worry about hitting them. Without their intervention, his only possible targets were Imperial ships, and that fact gave him some freedom. 9, we'll take Vengeance. Negative, 5, definitely negative. If they go in on the freighter, it will pick them apart. Hang off there and try for torp locks on the ties." Glancing at his sensor displays, he marked the positions of the Y-wings, then rolled his ship and dove. Angry green laser bolts slashed through the blackness in front of him, but neither of the tie's shots hit. The sensors reported the last two eyeballs had just pulled through a crisscross maneuver and were looping up and around to make another pass on him. That told him the last two pilots were good enough to have survived more than one fight in their ships. They rolled through their double helix maneuver, and Corrin shot through the center of their spiral. Rolling out to the right, he cut in front of one, inviting a hastily snapped shot. The TIE pilot took it, splashing lasers against the X-Wing's aft shield. Ignoring Whistler's shrill shriek, Corrin reinforced the rear shield, then rolled and began a dive. The eyeball rolled and started after him. Corrin chopped his throttle back, then rolled and dove sharply. He remained in the dive for a couple of seconds, then rolled again and climbed. Rolling back out onto his original course, he popped in behind the TIE that had previously been on his tail and took a shot of his own. The eyeball juked at the last second, so the 4 laser bolts only clipped the top of one of the solar panels. The TIE starfighter began to whirl away, but it never exploded. Damaged as the ship was, it would be an easy target to follow and finish, but the last TIE sprayed laser fire against the X-Wing's shields, giving Corrin a more immediate threat to deal with. Because it was coming in from the left, Corrin rolled right, then cruised down through a diving turn that aimed him back along its inbound course. The TIE looped up, then rolled and came down through an inverse loop to cut across Corrin's tail. Corrin let the X-Wing side-slip right, but not before the eyeball had taken a shot at him. Whistler screamed, then a bank of lights started flashing on the fighter's command console. "Sys-spawn! My shields are down." Corrin stomped on the right rudder pedal, swinging the X-Wing's nose in that direction, then rolled up on the port stabilizer and pulled back on the stick. As the ship started to climb, another snap roll to the left broke it off at right angles to the climb and away from pursuit. "Whistler, get the shields back up, fast." A counter appeared on his main screen and began counting down from 1.5 minutes. Not good, not good at all. The major advantage an X-Wing had over a TIE starfighter was shields. The two fighters matched each other in speed, and the TIE actually had the edge in maneuverability. Shields allowed the X-Wings to survive more hits during a fight. And in dogfighting, the goal was surviving to the end and beyond. Corrin felt he could outfly the TIE pilot, but engaging in combat while naked was not something that made him feel at all confident. He punched the throttle to full and pushed the fighter through a series of twists and loops that carried it away from the TIE, but no closer to the Y-wings. Time seemed to be passing very slowly to Corrin, with each second on the counter seeming to take a minute to click off. The TIE pilot seemed content to circle around, trying to close with Corrin. Then he broke off and streaked in toward the Y-wings, coming up from beneath them. "Heads up, 5. Invert. You have incoming." The Y-wings executed the flip in good order as Corrin allocated power that would normally have gone to shields over to propulsion. That provided him a bit more speed, which let him close the gap with the eyeball. 9, I have missile lock. Shoot, 6, shoot! The Y-wing let a proton torpedo go at point-blank range, but it shot past the eyeball and would have hit the X-wing had Corrin not rolled fast. "Break outside, champions." The Y-wing pilots complied with Corrin's order, but did so slowly. The TIE spun in on Champion 5, pouring verdant laser bolts into its shields. The Y-wing pilot continued to roll and dive, and the TIE corrected to follow him, allowing himself to fly a level arc as he pursued his quarry. "You're mine now." Corrin eased back on his stick, millimeter by millimeter, centering the Imperial fighter on his targeting crosshairs. Whistler shrilled a warning. "Behind me? Who?" He glanced at his sensors and saw the other TIE closing in on him, and he wanted to break away. "Can't. 5 is history if I do." Corrin hit his trigger, tracking ruby energy darts along the TIE's flight path. Even as he saw the lasers hit the eyeballs, wings, and cockpit, he braced for the other TIE's lasers burning through his ship. He saw his target explode and knew, as green laser bolts scythed down toward his ship, he was a dead man. He prepared himself for nothingness. He was not wholly disappointed. Nothing happened. Corrin rolled left and climbed. "Find him, Whistler." The droid gave back a negative report. "What about vengeance?" Whistler reported it had gone to light speed. "At least we're clear there." Corrin felt a shiver run down his spine. His left hand rose up and, through the fabric of his flight suit, touched a gold medallion he wore. "It appears all my luck has not run out." 5, 6. What happened to the other eyeball?" "I got him, 9. "With what, 6? "The missile I launched." It took Corrin a second to make sense of the reply. Then he remembered the missile that had almost hit him as he had come in on the TIE starfighter. 6. You were aiming at the second TIE?" "Yes, sir, Lieutenant." "Did I do something wrong?" Corrin wanted to yell at him about choosing targets that have a higher threat factor, by virtue of being closer and, therefore, more likely to hit their target. But he stopped before he gave in to temptation. "Not wrong, 6. But it could have been more right." "Yes, sir," came a sheepish reply that remained full of nervous energy. "Next time, sir." "Yeah, at least we can all be thankful there will be a next time." Whistler tootled triumphantly as the X-Wing's shields came back up. Corrin smiled. "Yes, I do appreciate your shaving 7 seconds off the estimate, Whistler." He keyed his comm unit. 5, 6. Mark the coordinates of your sleeping dupe. Then we head in. We'll have reports to fill out, but the fact that we can fill them out means this has been a very good day. 2. Wedge Antilles shook hands with both of the pilots standing in his office. "Sorry to keep you waiting, but we apparently have had another probe at the system by Imperial forces. The imps didn't make much of a fight of it, but we almost scrambled the rest of the squadron." He walked around to his side of the transparasteel-topped desk, then waved the 2 of them to chairs. "Welcome to Rogue Squadron." Both pilots smiled and thanked him. Wedge looked first at the Solistan female. "Captain Nunb, I hope you do not think the fact that you were not selected to join Rogue Squadron 6 months ago reflects in any way a lack of respect for your skills as a pilot." Errol Nunb shook her head, the slender plait of brown hair lashing one shoulder and another. "I harbored no such thought, Commander." "But you were aware that I chose Captain Tycho Selchu to be my executive officer, not you?" A red-purple light flashed in her big garnet eyes. "Rumors to that effect were easily heard, but more easily ignored, sir." Wedge smiled, frank and practical. This I like. "Those rumors were true, Captain. My reasons were—" "Excuse me, sir, but you have no need to explain yourself to me. I think you will find, both of you, that Rogue Squadron is full of very good pilots. Our discipline is a bit more lax than in other units, and I tend to explain orders when I can, because we rely on each other very heavily. No one shirks duty here, no matter how dangerous. I think it is important that every member of the squadron knows where he or she stands." The mouse-eared Sulistan nodded her head. "Yes, sir. I'd heard stories about you and your brother, especially concerning your exploits on behalf of the Alliance in stealing supplies from Sorosub Corporation and turning them over to us. I saw firsthand how well your brother flies when he piloted the Millennium Falcon into the second Death Star and enabled Lando and me to blow the reactor and control structures. I saw then, and later in reviewing your performance tests, that both of you have a native ability in a fighter that wasn't learned and can't be taught. Since the rebuilding of Rogue Squadron involved training pilots to higher and higher levels of efficiency, I didn't think you were well suited to a role with us in such a training period." "I understand, sir." What she left unsaid told Wedge that she understood a lot more about the situation in the galaxy than she cared to mention. Rogue Squadron had lost 4 pilots, a full third of its strength, in the last 6 months. Under normal circumstances, new pilots would be brought in and trained up to the squadron's level of efficiency, but such training required time. Events in the galaxy did not give the New Republic's forces much in the way of time, so the replacement pilots were being drawn from the best available candidates who expressed an interest in joining the unit. Wedge turned to the red-headed man seated next to the Sulistan. "I was surprised, Captain Kraken, to see your name appear on a list of candidates willing to replace pilots in Rogue Squadron. You've got your own flight group out on the rim, and you're used to flying an A-wing, not an X-wing. Won't you find us a bit slow for your tastes?" "I hope not, sir." Pash Kraken frowned slightly. Wedge thought for a moment that the question had irritated the young pilot, but the reply had come in a voice that maintained its emotional neutrality. Kraken was the son of General Aaron Kraken, one of the Alliance's legendary leaders and the New Republic's answer to Isan Isard. Aaron Kraken had fabricated an identity for his son that allowed Pash to enter the Imperial Naval Academy. On his first assignment after graduation, Pash led his entire TIE wing in defecting to the Alliance. They became known as Kraken's Flight Group, and their killing of a Victory-class Star Destroyer had made them and their leader legendary as well. If you don't mind my asking, why do you want to leave your people behind and join us?" Kraken's frown deepened, and he shifted uneasily in his chair. "It's a kind of hard to explain, sir. But your reasons must be strong, because you'll have to take a reduction in rank to lieutenant to join us." "I know that, sir." Wedge opened his hands. "You may share as little as you want with the others in the squadron, Mr. Kraken, but I really do need to know why you want to be a rogue." Errol Numb leaned forward in her chair. "Perhaps if I were to leave, sir?" Pash shook his head. "No, that's not necessary." Breath hissed in through clenched teeth. "This is going to sound odd." "Perhaps, but we won't know until you get it out." "Yes, sir." Pash sighed. "Pretty early on, because of time I spent fooling around with old Z-95 headhunter simulators, my father realized I had a bit of a talent for flying. He encouraged my interest in flying and made all sorts of opportunities available for me to use simulators and then real starfighters. I soloed before I hit puberty, and simulator battles had me beating some fairly good pilots. I knew I was good, but I didn't know how good, because I thought people praised my skill to get in good with my father. When I went to the academy, I got a handle on how good I was. I was better than most of my instructors when I started, and by the time I graduated, none of them could touch me. We were flying TIE starfighters, and my squadrons weren't losing a single pilot. I graduated right up at near the top of the class, and the guys who finished ahead of me were the guys in my squadron that I'd forced to leave the simulators and work on their academic studies. Kraken's hands curled into fists as strain entered his voice. When we defected, when we killed the ex-sanguinator, all my people followed my lead, and most of us survived. Attrition has worn the unit down, and that's why we're now part of Commander Varth's wing. But the people that have been with me all the way along think I lead some sort of a charmed life. They think I won't fail them, that I can't be beaten. Those who have died along the way are accused of having done the wrong thing at the wrong time, and in some cases they're right. But I have sent people to their deaths. The new kids coming into the squadron are inculcated into this myth of my invincibility. My pilots are getting careless, and that's going to get people killed. I know that happens, but because of the legend they've built me up into, I can't get my people to listen to me or do the things I need them to do. If I stay there and some imp outguesses me, everyone will follow me down in flames. Wedge sat back and nodded slowly. Rogue Squadron's unit roster had a lot of names on it, and save for a Jedi Knight, a couple of pilots assigned to training squadrons, and a few pilots who had left for other pursuits, anyone who wasn't active duty was dead. Biggs Darklighter, Jack Porkins, Dak Ralter, and Bror Jace were all among the most talented and famous pilots the Empire had killed. But Wedge could attach faces to all the names on the roster, and knew the details of how each of them had died. That they had perished under his command did overwhelm him at times, so he found it very easy to understand Pash Kraken's dilemma. I would say, Lieutenant, that a change is due for you. Your unit will have to reassess how it operates in your absence, and that will certainly be a good turn of events. Wedge tried to read Kraken's expression, but he could not. It strikes me, however, that there are plenty of other fighter units in the Alliance that would welcome a pilot of your skill, and most of them are A-Wing units. Yes, sir, true, but they're not Rogue Squadron. Why is it that important that you join the Rogue Squadron? Kraken's shoulders slackened slightly. Not so much that Wedge would have said he slumped in his chair, but Kraken had clearly decided he would withhold nothing from his answer. Any other unit would put me in command, and that would solve nothing. You see, because of my previous situation, I no longer have a perspective on how well I fly. I'm beginning to question myself and my performance, and that means I'm a hair's breadth from doubting myself. If I've lost something, I need to know I'm not flying as well as I can. But if I lose my confidence, I lose everything. Here in Rogue Squadron, I'll be measuring myself against the best our side has to offer. Wedge pressed his hands together, fingertip to fingertip. What does your father think of this change? Kraken's face slackened for a moment, then fire flared in his green eyes. My father had nothing to do with this decision. But you have spoken to him about it? Yes. And he approved? Kraken's head came up. He has nothing but the utmost of respect for you, Captain Antilles. That's good to know. Wedge frowned, drawing brown brows together to hood brown eyes. The conquest of the Pyria system had required 2 operations, because Alliance intelligence had failed to uncover some information about the Imperial installations on Borlaeus. The idea of Imperial operatives, or traitors, having set the rebels up for their first defeat could not be ignored, and any investigation of such allegations would fall to General Kraken and his people. While Wedge had absolutely no reservations about any of his people, his trust was not shared by others in the Alliance. General Salm, the leader of Defender Wing, had long been suspicious of Captain Tycho Selchu. While Salm had admitted to Wedge that he knew Tycho had not leaked information concerning the first Pyria assault to the Empire, he believed Tycho was an Imperial agent who would betray the Alliance at the worst possible moment. The conquest of the Pyria system had opened the way for the rebel alliance to strike at Coruscant, the Imperial homeworld. Taking Coruscant would confer upon the New Republic a legitimacy it had not yet earned in the eyes of much of the Empire's citizenry. Those who were aware of the state of the Empire could find little to differentiate the rebels from the Imperial warlords who were carving their own little realm out of the Empire. Though they might not believe assurances from Coruscant that the threat presented by the Alliance or people like Warlord Zinj was minor, they did not yet see the Empire as a cadaver waiting for scavengers to carve it up. Coruscant was the key to establishing the New Republic as the new ruling force in the galaxy. Taking it was a bold step, a serious gamble that required thousands of factors to fall into place to win. Since Admiral Akbar had ordered Wedge to attend the Provisional Council's deliberations on the project, he knew Rogue Squadron would be heavily involved in the campaign. Aaron Kraken had to be aware of that eventuality, too. In his place, I'd consider planting an agent in Rogue Squadron to watch for any suspicious activity. But would I use my own son? Wedge looked at the younger Kraken for a moment and read disappointment on his face, not outrage or wounded pride. I'd be angry and indignant, fighting the implication of being a spy with an appeal to honor. Pash is not. Is he innocent? Or just very much his father's son? The Corellian leader of Rogue Squadron sat forward and rested his forearms on the desktop. Trust is the key to this unit, but that doesn't mean you have to tell your fellow pilots your deepest, darkest secrets. The people here are the best, and I'm sure you'll both fit in. Again, welcome to the unit. Thank you, sir. Wedge handed each of them a small strip of plastic. The facilities here are a bit more comfortable than we've been used to. Ever Deracote ran this operation until we took it away from the Empire. He was devoted to a certain level of creature comfort. Captain Nunb, you'll have your own quarters. Lieutenant Kraken, you will share a room with Nawara Ven, a Twi'lek pilot. I think you'll like him. Pash took the strips and handed one to Errol. Wedge glanced at his datapad, then frowned sharply. I've only got an hour until I have to fly out to rendezvous with Home 1. I will be taking our Lambda-class shuttle since I'll be bringing General Salm with me. Lieutenant Kraken, you may use my X-Wing for the time being. We should have one of the others up and repaired inside a week for you. Captain Nunb, I'll introduce you to Captain Selchu. Because of his status, you'll actually be in command of the unit in my absence. Tycho will help you with anything you need. He stood up. Is there anything else we need to discuss? The Sullustan shook her head. No, sir. Wedge looked at Pash. Anything? No, sir. And if I see your father at the meetings? Pash smiled. Just tell him he was right about the grilling he said you'd give me, and let him know I passed. It will be my pleasure, Lieutenant. Wedge kept a smile on his face as he led them to the door. I think you will both find the trials of being a rogue a bit more difficult than any interrogation I'll give you. But I have no doubt, being as how you are rogues, you'll survive, and then some. 3. Corin welcomed his visitors to the small suite of rooms that he and his wingmate, the Gand named Oral Krigg, had been given on Borleus. Since the rebel assault had severely damaged most of the surface buildings in the Imperial installation, the new Republic occupation force housed itself in the underground warrens that formed the foundation for the base. Aside from the occasional blaster scars and a couple of blown-out walls, the facility was in fairly good repair. Corin's suite had 2 bedrooms that had been built onto either narrow end of a rectangular room. The walls had been painted an imperial gray. That color, combined with the deep blue of the carpet, made the room fairly dark. Corin had countered the color scheme by bringing in as many lights as he could find and rigging a small holoprojector to flash up images of other worlds and cover a huge chunk of the longest wall. He'd begged, borrowed, and bartered for the furnishings installed in the room. Most of the functional surfaces were the tops of spare parts crates. He'd managed to keep one of the couches that had originally been in the room and swapped the one with the blaster burn hole for 2 Y-wing ejector seats. A small refrigeration unit doubled as a holoprojector stand and, though filling the room with an occasional rattle or wheeze, managed to keep beverages cold and food from spoiling. A slender, brown-haired man entered the suite first and smiled as an image of Alderaan appeared on the wall. It has been a long while since I saw Weatho Trifalls. He pointed at the promontory from which a river fell in 3 spectacular waterfalls. I visited there with my family the week before I went off to the Imperial Academy. Novacom maintained a repulsor lift cabin in the area, so that's where we stayed. It was as beautiful as that picture, but without the roar of the water, it seems dead. Corin didn't need to see the sorrow and pain on Tycho Selchu's face to know what word had gone unspoken. Save for the coldest-hearted imperialist among the survivors of Alderaan, the Alderaanians had suffered a deep emotional wound when their homeworld had been destroyed. It crushed some, but others, like Tycho and Princess Leia Organa, seemed to be driven by that loss to forever put to rest the Empire and its evil. I apologize for that, sir. The projector chooses images at random. Tycho's face brightened. Don't apologize. I may miss my home, but that does not mean I like seeing holograms of it any less. The planet may be dead, but its beauty lives on in images like that. The second visitor shuffled through the doorways, then took a hop forward as it shut behind him. The black droid had the body of a 3PO unit, but the crested clamshell head of a spaceport control droid. Good evening, Lieutenant Horn. May I say I was pleased to receive your invitation to visit this evening, because I am finding Captain Nunb a bit brusque for my tastes. Corin flicked a green-eyed glance at Tycho. Do you want to do it, or should I? Do what? May I help? Tycho smiled. We couldn't do it without you, Emtray. Shut up. Sir, I must protest. Shut up. But shut up. With Tycho's third repetition of the command, the droid's arms snapped to its sides, and its head canted forward sharply, until its chin almost touched its chest plate. At the base of its skull, back at the top of its neck post, a glowing red button became visible. Emtray shook once as if hit by a blaster bolt, then stood still and, most remarkably, silent. Every time I see that little routine, I'm amazed. Corin shook his head and waved Tycho to the couch. I think I've gotten to the bottom of what's going on with him, though. Great. Tycho sat down and turned to face away from the picture wall. Tell me what you've got, or at least as much as you can. Sure. A shiver worked its way down Corin's spine. A month previously, Tycho had reported that M-Tray, Rogue Squadron's M3PO unit, had exhibited odd behavior when told to shut up repeatedly. The droid had been acting strangely for a time before that, but no one had complained because he was talking less and had managed to cobble together some excellent exchanges on the black market, and within the Alliance's Quartermaster Corps to get the squadron needed supplies. That behavior Corrin had been able to trace to his suggestion that the droid scrounge some parts to fix his X-Wing. I managed to track records back to right before the evacuation of Hoth. M-Tray was there working for a lieutenant in the Quartermaster Corps. Her name was Laska, or something like that. Anyway, she was having to work hard to try to build up stores after the losses at Dara 4, and she wasn't having much luck. At that point in time, the defeat made things look bad for the rebellion, so sources began to dry up. Tycho nodded. I remember. We had a difficult time getting our equipment to function in the cold because we didn't have the proper conversion kits. It appears this Lieutenant Laska was getting killed on negotiations and wasn't getting the job done to her or Alliance Command's satisfaction. She wanted to create a database that would allow her to function like a commodities trader, but computer resources were limited and tied up coordinating things like defenses. Apparently, the Alliance leadership wasn't too high on the idea of becoming a commodities exchange, so they forbade her from doing anything that ambitious and urged her to keep doing what she was doing. The Hoth base was supposed to be top secret, Tycho frowned. Setting it up as some sort of marketplace would have led to its discovery even earlier than Vader's tactic of using probe droids surveying worlds. That may be true, but this Lieutenant Laska appeared to think that without some sort of trade, the rebellion would run out of supplies. The base would remain hidden, but be out of everything that made it possible to rebel. In desperation, she had some techs cobble M-Tray together out of spare parts. She sliced some commodities brokering code together and burned it into some chips, which were implanted into M-Tray. The brokering chips give him a secondary personality that operates without the normal 3PO personality being aware it exists. The scrounger can be brought to the fore by asking it to scrounge something, or telling it to shut up, as you discovered. When you use that latter technique, the droid becomes a simple terminal that gives you access to all its data. The man from Alderaan leaned forward and rested his elbows on his knees. What were the security precautions Laska took with the droid? I don't know, and I can't ask because she died on Hoth during the assault. M-Tray got off the planet and has been kicking around from unit to unit until we got him. No one else learned about his secret until we ran across it. I had Whistler do a basic diagnostic scan of M-Tray, and the scrounging circuitry is the only unusual stuff in there. I don't think he's a security risk. That's good, Tycho smiled. And it was good work getting the data from Hoth. Most of those files are still classified, aren't they? All of them are. But Whistler's got slicing code that can get him through low-level security stuff. Corrin shrugged. Those files are easy to break. Unlike the routines used to seal portions of your record. Tycho barely missed a beat. Good. I doubt there's much damage that could be done by people learning details about Hoth. My adventures, on the other hand, could cause problems. Corrin made no effort to hide the surprise at Tycho's words. Aren't you angry with me for trying to crack your file? Tycho smoothed his light brown hair at the back of his neck. Anger isn't going to do me any good, is it? I might be a little disappointed, but not angry. Why disappointed? If there was something you wanted to know, you could have asked. Would I get a straight answer? Tycho blinked. Why would you think I'd lie to you? Corin jerked a thumb toward the closed door. There are 2 Alliance security officers at my door, correct? They're waiting to escort you back to your quarters, right? Yes, so? So General Salm thinks you're some sort of threat to the Alliance. Shouldn't that make me wonder about you? It could. Tycho shrugged his shoulders. Then again, you could think about what you know about me and decide for yourself if I can be trusted or not. Corin sat back and folded his arms across his chest. In his career with the Corellian security force, Corin had questioned all manner of people. Humans, aliens, and even the occasional droid. He'd always had a sense about who was telling the truth and who was lying to him. He'd gotten used to following that feeling, playing his hunches to find the chinks in the stories suspects used to build. From Tycho, he was getting no sign of deception, but what he didn't know about the man seemed to outweigh what he did know. There was no question that Tycho Selchu had been a valued and valiant member of Rogue Squadron from before Hoth until after Endor, Bakura, and dozens of other little battles. He flew an A-wing in the assault on the second Death Star and managed to draw pursuit away from Wedge and the Millennium Falcon. Well after that, he had volunteered for a classified mission, and all trace of his records up to 6 months before he joined Rogue Squadron had been encrypted. The gap only amounted to 3/4 of a year, but it marked the end of trust in him by a host of Alliance figures. It seems Wedge Antilles was the only person who still had faith in him. Corin had only known Tycho for 6 months, but in that time, Tycho had repeatedly flown an unarmed shuttle into dangerous situations to recover pilots who had been shot out of their ships. On one of those occasions, he had saved Corin's life by providing him a data feed that let him target incoming TIE interceptors. It had been a brave thing to do, and one that could have gotten Tycho killed, but he took the chance to keep Corin alive. Despite owing Tycho his life not once, but twice, Corin still had reservations about him. Tycho had been secretive about the gap in his record. Corin could have easily ignored that, but the ease with which Tycho had overpowered his security detail and slipped away from supervision on the second occasion when he saved Corin's life made Corin wary. He knew his suspicion was the residue of having been a Corsac officer whose father and grandfather had also served Corsac, and he'd hoped learning the truth about Tycho would ease his mind. The problem was that the only place he could learn the story would be from Tycho, who, for better or worse, had to be considered somewhat unreliable as a narrator. Still, it's better than unfocused suspicion. Sir, I have trusted you in the past, and I'll go on trusting you in the future because I've not seen you do anything wrong, and I apologize for trying to slice out your file. I guess having worked with Corsac has just honed my sense of paranoia. Not knowing why Psalm has you under guard has that sense working overtime. But you'd still like to know what happened to me 2 years ago? Yes, sir. Fine. Tycho shrugged with resignation, but his voice carried with it some relief. It'll be good to share this with someone else. But it goes no further, right? Corin held his hand up. On my honor. Tycho fixed him with a crystal blue stare for a second, then nodded. I volunteered to fly a TIE starfighter into Coruscant. The Alliance impounded it at Bakura and modified it heavily to fill it with sensor packages. In coming in, I made several orbits of the planet and picked up all sorts of interesting data on the Golan space fortresses, the defense shields, the orbital solar collection mirrors, the skyhooks, the dry docks and ship factories, and everything else orbiting the planet. I then took the ship in, landed on Coruscant, and the data was downloaded. It was shipped out by various routes, and within 2 weeks, I was asked to fly the eyeball back out, taking readings as I went, then hook up with the freighter and return to the Alliance. I knew getting out would be tough, but we had all the proper codes to get out, so I chanced it. And the imps got you. They did. 2 ion cannon blasts shorted every system I had in the ship, including the self-destruct. A Star Destroyer pulled me on board, and I was captured. They hit me with a Stokely stun spray, and I was out. When I finally awakened again, I was on a transport coming out of hyperspace. We grounded, and I found out I'd been taken to Lusankia. Lusankia? You know it? Only by the most vague and nasty of rumors. It's supposed to be Iceheart's own private prison. Weird things happen to people there. Tycho nodded. The guards, when they deign to speak to a prisoner, take great delight in noting that no one leaves unless Isan Isard is through with them. Corrin shook his head. It was easier for him to believe that the Katana fleet existed than it was to accept the existence of Lusankia. Corrin had first heard the word mentioned after a rival of Corellia's Dictat had been murdered by a trusted aide. The aide had been taken away by Imperial authorities about a year before the murder, but had been returned 3 months later. After he killed his boss, he was reported to have repeated the word Lusankia over and over again. After that incident, Corrin had heard of a dozen other similar situations where a seemingly normal person had turned on friends and family, betraying them or performing some hideous act of terrorism against them. Each of these incidents had a link to Lusankia in some way or other, but that link only became apparent after the crime had been committed. Corrin frowned at Tycho. People who come out of there are human remote bombs. They do horrible things when the Empire activates them. Tycho's hands convulsed into fists. I know. What's worse, no one has ever mentioned Lusankia before they have acted. The clues are always found later. But with me, after 3 months of interrogation and detention, I guess they decided I was useless. I was in bad shape, catatonic for most of my time at Lusankia, so I remember almost nothing. Then I was let go. They shipped me to Akratar. After 3 months, I managed to escape from the penal colony there and made my way back to the Alliance. I was debriefed for 2 months, but they couldn't find anything wrong with me. And they hadn't found anything wrong with the other people who had been to Lusankia either, right? No. The only difference between me and them was that I remembered having been there. It is the opinion of General Salm and some others that I was allowed to retain my memory, and that my escape was engineered, just so I could return to the Alliance and betray it. Without any evidence to prove he was a sleeper agent, the Alliance couldn't imprison Tycho without seeming as much of a heartless entity as the Empire itself. Even so, Corrin reminded himself, lack of evidence was not evidence of lack. Salm's suspicions about Tycho could be 100% correct, and the utter lack of evidence pointed to the skill of Isan Isard and her people. Corrin's eyes narrowed. So, you don't even know, really, if you are an Imperial agent waiting to happen or not. I know I'm not. The Alderaanian's shoulders slumped. Being able to prove it is something else again. But being constantly under suspicion, that's got to wear on you. Why put up with it? How can you put up with it? Tycho's expression drained of emotion. I put up with it because I must. Enduring it is the only way I can be allowed to fight back against the Empire. If I were to walk away from the rebellion, if I were to sit the war out, I would have surrendered to the fear of what Isan Isard might have done to me. Without firing a shot, she would have made me as dead as Alderaan, and I won't allow that. There's nothing in what I have to live with on a daily basis that isn't 1,000 times easier than what I survived at the hands of the Empire. Until the Empire is dead, I can never truly be free because I'll always be under suspicion. Living with minor restrictions now means someday no one has to fear me. Tycho slowly opened his hands and scrubbed them over his face. I don't know if any of that sets your mind at ease, but that's all there is. Corran shook his head. It helps. A great deal. Whether you are or are not an Imperial agent in a rebel uniform, the fact is that you've saved my life twice. That definitely counts for something. A great big something, in fact. Good. Tycho pointed at the droid. What do we do about him? I don't think he's much of a security risk, provided he doesn't trade in futures for commodities that are present on whatever targets we're heading out to hit. Whistler's already modified his purchase parameter programming to cover that situation. Corran smiled. I don't think General Somm will think Emtray any less of a threat than he considers you, if we report on his scrounging personality. As long as we don't activate it, except in very specific cases, we should be safe. So you think we can reactivate him? Yeah, I suppose so. Corran stood and walked over to the droid. Brace yourself. He hit the button on the back of the droid's neck. Emtray's head snapped back and locked in its proper position. The droid looked around for a moment or two, during which his elbows crept out away from his body. I don't know what got into me. Please, forgive my rudeness. The droid's head tilted to the right, and his eyes brightened. Did I miss anything? Corran slapped him on the shoulder. Nothing you'd find useful, Emtray. We were just swapping gossip and repeating rumors that had no substance to them at all. 4. At first, the giddiness bubbling up inside him surprised Wedge, then gratified him as he slipped into his chair behind Admiral Akbar. They're actually here, the Provisional Council. I never thought I'd see the day. He felt the same excitement inside him that he'd known as a child when some alien or famous Corellian had come to his parents' refueling station. Had he been asked, he would have assumed that being in the same room with the leaders of the new republic would not seem that special. But it was, and made him think that the war hadn't burned all of his innocence out of him yet. Mon Mothma, still looking strong and serene despite the traces of gray creeping into her hair, stood at her place at the circular table. I call this meeting of the Provisional Council to order. Councillor Bethog of Elam sends regrets at being unable to attend, but we have a quorum, so we will be able to proceed. Councillor Organa, if you would be so kind as to update us on your attempts to open a dialogue with Warlord Zinj. The woman at Mon Mothma's right hand stood. Though she wore a pale green gown gathered loosely at the waist with a silver belt, Wedge couldn't help but see Princess Leia ready for battle, the way he had seen her so many times before. It struck him as odd that a martial image could so easily replace the elegant vision before him. But he was reading the fight in her eyes and the fire in her spirit. Those qualities had made her one of the rebellion's most respected leaders, and clearly sustained her in her governmental activities. I have attempted through numerous channels to make contact with Warlord Zinj, but have been rebuffed every time. It appears he believes his possession of the superstar destroyer Iron Fist has made him into a force to be reckoned with in the galaxy. What little of his Imperial career we know about indicates he is a man who embraces the idea that the ends do justify the means. He is a survivor and shows cunning at playing his enemies off against each other. The leadership vacuum in the Imperial Navy post-Endor allowed him to rise further than was previously reasonable, then declare himself a warlord and begin his drive to take control of the Empire. Borsk Phalia's cream-colored fur rippled as he stood. "Counselor Organa, it would seem that this Zinj, if he is as cunning as you suggest, would be open to negotiations. How have you approached him?" A trace of weariness tightened the flesh at Leia's eyes. "We have tried contacts at various levels within his organization. Messages sent via the Imperial Holonet have gone unanswered, though your people have assured me they have been collected by Zinj. More light escapes from a black hole than information that comes back out from him and his fleet. I suspect he wants to see how truly strong we are before he begins any negotiations with us." The Bothan's violet eyes narrowed. "If there is no information coming out of his organization, how do you know he is seeking data on us?" Admiral Akbar nodded to Leia. "If I might answer that, Counselor." The hint of a smile on her lips banished the fatigue from her face. "Please, Admiral." Akbar remained seated and waited until the Bothan sat back down before he spoke. Borsk's fur rippled again, this time quickly, which Wedge took as a mark of irritation. "A little less than a standard week ago, a freighter appeared in the Pyria system. It was challenged and responded with the proper passage codes, but a member of Rogue Squadron chose to do a closer check. The freighter launched 6 TIEs, 4 starfighters and 2 bombers. The freighter fled, and all but one of the smaller ships was destroyed. The one that survived was a bomber that had been disabled by 2 Y-wings. Examination of it and interrogation of the pilot indicates the ship was sent by Warlord Zinj to confirm our conquest of Pyria and, if the opportunity presented itself, to strike at the base." Borsk's face hardened. "And your people let the freighter escape?" Akbar's lids drifted down for a moment. "Counselor Phalia, the freighter was fully armed and deployed 6 fighter craft. On post, we had 2 Y-wings and 1 X-wing. Despite being outnumbered, our forces eliminated the 6 fighters and damaged the freighter, driving it off. The freighter fled before the fighter screen was eliminated, but even if it had not, engaging it would have been suicidal." "I thought such missions were Rogue Squadron's specialty." Wedge felt color rising to his face. The last time that was suggested, it was another Bothan who did the suggesting. Admiral Akbar opened his hands. "I would point out that to so easily dismiss Rogue Squadron's sacrifices is to denigrate the sacrifices made by all peoples who have died in service to the rebellion." The Bothan counselor sat back, and Wedge's admiration for Akbar grew. The Admiral's veiled reference to sacrifices echoed the oft-heard Bothan lament about the number of Bothan agents who had died to secure the information about the second Death Star. Because the Bothans did not possess a strong military, as opposed to the Mon Calamari fleet forming the backbone of the New Republic's armed forces, they used the sacrifices of their people as their justification for sharing power in the New Republic. If Phalia devalued Rogue Squadron's contribution to the rebellion, he likewise eroded his own basis of power. Doman Barris, a flaxen-haired woman who represented the Corellian exiles on the council, stood. "I believe we are heading toward the focus of this meeting, but I would prefer to cut directly to it instead of watching my colleagues scratch and claw their way there. Zinj knows, as do we, that whichever force is able to wrest Coruscant from the grip of the Imperial government will be seen as the legitimate, or at least strongest, claimant to governance. The Pyria system was taken to be a stepping stone to Coruscant, and Zinj now knows we do have it. The Wookiee and Sulistan representatives nodded in agreement with Doman. Mon Mothma looked up. "Admiral Akbar, if you are prepared to give your presentation." "I am." Akbar stood, and General Salm, a small, balding, thickly built man, slipped into the chair the Mon Calamari had vacated. Salm linked his datapad into a jack on the edge of the table. Above the mirrored plate centered on the table, the holographic image of a world appeared. "This is Coruscant. It was the administrative center of the Old Republic and retained that function when the Emperor seized power. Palpatine made an attempt to rename it Imperial Center, but it is known as such only in Imperial decrees. Coruscant is still seen as the heart of the galaxy, and may look to it as the center of order and authority, no matter who controls it. After the Emperor's death, a government was formed under the leadership of Sate Pestage. His suzerainty lasted 6 months, until a coup by a coterie of other imperial advisors forced him into exile. It appears that his ouster was organized by Isan Isard. She was definitely behind Pestage's hounding and death. She deftly undercut the bureaucrats she had used to vanquish Pestage and took control of the empire for herself. While she maintains her title of Director of Intelligence and has suggested she is holding the planet in stewardship, there is no doubt that she is in full control." As Akbar spoke, the planet dissolved into an image of Isard. A tall, slender human woman, she still seemed possessed of the vitality that the rebellion had begun to sap from Mon Mothma. Isard wore her hair long. Except for white side locks, her hair was as black as night and served to accentuate her severe beauty. Her most striking features became apparent as the image shifted to a close-up of her face. Her eyes were mismatched. The right one was an icy blue that had contributed as much as her demeanor to her nickname of Iceheart. By contrast, the left eye was a molten red. Wedge felt a shiver run down his spine just looking at her hologram, and he had no desire to make a closer acquaintance with her. Akbar continued. Despite her not being from a military background, she has, in no way, allowed the defenses of the Imperial homeworld to slacken. Outermost, we have Golan space defense stations. They are comparable in power to a Star Destroyer. They are not mobile, so eliminating them from a section of the sky over Coruscant will give us an area in which to operate, but eventually all of them will have to be neutralized. In addition to these defense stations, there are approximately 7 Victory-class Star Destroyers on station at Coruscant. There are ground-based fighter groups as well as the fighter wings stationed in and around the ships, shipyards, and orbital factories. The orbital mirror stations and low-orbit skyhooks may also have been armed. Akbar clasped his hands behind his back. As formidable as all that is, the primary problem in taking Coruscant is the overlapping defense shields. The image of the world had long since returned. As the Mon Calamari had described aspects of the defense, representations of them appeared in orbit around the planet. With his mention of the defense shields, 2 spheres constructed of hexagons appeared to encase the world. One moved in the direction of its orbit, the other moved in the opposite direction. The neon blue latticework shrouded Coruscant and occluded any good view of it. To take Coruscant, we must eliminate the shields. There are a number of ways to do this, but none of them is simple. A direct assault would cost us more dearly than both Death Star battles combined. I think the only reasonable approach to taking Coruscant is to blockade the world. It is hardly self-sufficient. Even the defense stations only carry 3 standard months' worth of provisions. Faced with dwindling supplies, a negotiated surrender would be possible. Mon Mothma frowned. The problem with a blockade is twofold. The first is that it would keep our fleet at one place for an extended period of time. This would allow Isard to recall the Imperial fleet to drive us off. Akbar nodded. Or it could encourage naval officers in far-flung regions to sever their ties with the Empire, breaking it up further, giving us many warlords like Zinj to worry about. Borsk's words came so softly, they seemed almost purred. Pinning our fleet in one place would also allow Zinj to prey upon New Republic worlds. Akbar opened his hands. Yes, what you suggest might happen. Mon Mothma raised a hand and cut him off. The second problem with a blockade is that the people of Coruscant will suffer. My friend, you visited Coruscant when you were with Grand Moff Tarkin. You know there are vast populations of outcasts who dwell deep in the shadowed canyons of that metro world. They barely survive as it is. If supplies are cut off to Coruscant, they will suffer the most, and we cannot afford to be responsible for their suffering. This I know very well, Chief Counselor Mothma, but you face me with an impossible task. Akbar pointed a hand at the floating hologram of Coruscant. You want the world taken, but the means that will deliver it to us with the minimum of bloodshed is one that is unacceptable. It is possible to batter our way in there. I cannot say there will not be a significant amount of collateral damage that may harm people as much as any blockade. Yet even if that sort of damage is more acceptable from a diplomatic and political point of view, it leaves us with a reality that is militarily unacceptable. The world we take will be a world we cannot hold. Wedge nodded. To bring the shields down on a planet, standard doctrine dictated that the shields were to be probed for weaknesses, such as places where an atmospheric anomaly was causing a disruption. That weakened sector would be targeted, and a hole would be punched through it. The gap would then be used as a hole through which shield projectors would be destroyed by bombardment or laser fire. While that would bring the shields down and allow for a planetary assault, it would leave the planet defenseless until the shield generators could be repaired or, most likely, replaced. What you ask of me and my troops is not possible. Akbar shook his head. Coruscant, if taken in haste, will fall to another just as quickly, and all we have fought for in this rebellion will be for naught. 5. Wedge opened his arms wide and stretched. Standing on the patio of the Noquiv-Zor facility's only above-ground building, he looked out over rolling hills carpeted with golden grasses. The breezes that stirred eddies and currents into them warmed him and began to take the chill out of his clothes. He pulled off his jacket and slung it over his shoulder. I need an hour or two of sun and warmth before I head back in there. After the morning council session had adjourned, Wedge and Psalm had returned to Admiral Akbar's quarters and discussed the problems with conquering Coruscant. Because of Noquiv-Zor's arid climate, Akbar's quarters had been fitted with a humidification system that made the environment more comfortable for the Mon Calamari. For Wedge and General Psalm, the humidity thickened the air to the point where it seemed to drag on them and tire them out. Wedge smiled as he watched a herd of wildernurfs spread out and over a far hill like an inky black stain on the golden carpet. He recalled a promise he had previously made to himself to return to Noquiv-Zor and take some time to relax. He had wanted to remember what he was fighting for, and this world had seemed the sort of place where he could find some peace. Now I'm back, but there's no peace to be had. Would that some of this tranquility would sneak into our deliberations. Wedge spun around. Highness. Leia smiled at him. Wedge, please, not so formal. We've known each other for too long to stand on ceremony. He nodded sheepishly. I know that, but things have changed. Look at you. I can still see the Leia Organa who waited anxiously for Luke's return from the Death Star at Yavin. But the others? They all see you as Alderaan's representative to the Provisional Council. I have no intention of seeming familiar or disrespectful. Things may have changed, Wedge, but not us. I don't think I can agree with that idea entirely. Wedge hung his jacket over the back of a metal chair and leaned heavily upon it. Yavin was over 7 years ago. I've gone from a pilot who thought he was very good to someone who leads a squadron of hotshots and aids an admiral in planning assaults on the Imperial capital. Leia nodded and drew a chair up beside the one upon which Wedge leaned. Back at Yavin, we didn't have any admirals. We barely had any ships at Yavin. We had General Dodonna, but he's gone. Wedge seated himself beside her. You've gone from being the youngest person ever to be elected to the Imperial Senate to the fusion reactor for the whole rebellion. Mon Mothma may lead us, and Admiral Akbar may fight for us. But you're the one who keeps all the disparate parts of the new republic working together. How you do that, I can't even begin to guess. She laughed lightly, and Wedge smiled in response to the sound. Keeping Han and Luke out of trouble has often been far more easy, to be certain. There are times it feels as if this rebellion could be measured in decades, not years. I was thinking centuries, but your point is well taken. Wedge shook his head. Are all the council meetings this difficult? Some are. This one in particular is prickly. Borsk Failure has some issues he wants dealt with, and he has taken steps to see to it that he gets his way. I think Admiral Akbar is holding his own. That's because Failure is playing for a longer game. He has things well thought out, and he is a stickler for details. What do you mean? Leia looked at him, with a mixture of surprise and pity in her eyes. Oh, Wedge, you wouldn't believe how well Failure has orchestrated things to work against Admiral Akbar. Try me. You're on. Leia swept a hand out to take in the nearly treeless landscape. Failure arranged for this meeting to be held here, on Noquivzor. He is right at home here. These savannas closely resemble his home range on Bothawui. Mon Mothma, you, me, and the other humans find the climate and setting pleasant enough that we are at ease. Karathrar, the Wookiee counselor, does not like a world with wide blue skies and a lack of trees. Asking him to live underground is to come within millimeters of violating his personal honor, and you know how touchy Wookiees are about that. Yeah, now that you mention it, Noquivzor and Kashyyyk have very little in common. Admiral Akbar and the other Mon Calamari don't like the dry air here. Sienteb and his Sulistans find it a bit hot here. Leia shrugged. As a result, most of those who oppose Borsk Failure are ill at ease here. It will be easy for tempers to flare and people to decide someone, Admiral Akbar. Right. Someone is being stubborn. This could influence votes and could go against Akbar and his plans. The princess sat back and smoothed her gown against her thighs. Of course, Akbar knows all this, which is why he advanced the blockade plan. He knew it would not work. So now if he retreats from that position, he shows himself to be reasonable and willing to compromise. This means the other side must compromise too. Wedge frowned because until after the meeting, when Admiral Akbar had explained these things to him, he'd completely missed the significance of what Leia had just indicated was blatantly obvious. I think finding enemy ships and shooting them up is easier than this politics stuff. Possibly, but it's a matter of scale. You lead your people against several dozen Imperials at a time. Each of us represents millions and billions of individuals, and our goal is the overthrow of billions. We cannot afford to be so direct or free. Once upon a time we could. True, but then we were all self-elected members of an outlaw movement. Now we speak and act for whole worlds. Leia reached over, took Wedge's hand, and gave it a squeeze. Back in those days, I scarcely dared dream we'd have these problems to deal with in the future. Wedge patted the top of her hand. Yeah, in those days it seemed as if our children and grandchildren would still be fighting the Empire. Indeed, she laughed again. So, Wedge Antilles, any prospects on the horizon for you contributing to the rebellion's next generation? Me? I have all the children I need in my squadron. He saw sadness wash across her face. It's not that bad. I have friends, I just don't have the time to go courting. You found someone, and you weren't even looking. It seems to happen that way, so I'm not terribly worried. Now, what about you and Han? We're happy, when we get to see each other. It's kind of rough on a woman to finally admit you love someone and then have him frozen in carbonite for the better part of a year. Then again, during that time, he didn't find little ways to irritate me. That's his nature, though. He's chaos incarnate. Wedge smiled. Han Solo. You have to love him. Or freeze him in carbonite, I know. Leia stared wistfully off into the distance. He's a good man, even with his quirks and rough edges. I don't think I can find better in this galaxy. And I'm not really interested in looking either. But there are times when I wonder, why him? If you ever have doubts, serious doubts, come see me. I can give you a dozen reasons to answer that question. Not the least of which is that it takes a guy as fast and sharp as Han Solo to keep up with you, Leia. Wedge let go of her hand and stretched again. What about Luke? How is he doing? He's doing well. He's continuing his Jedi training. He's also been traveling around the galaxy trying to recover any artifacts or documents that will fill in the background of the Jedi Knights. The Emperor's attempt to exterminate the Order was very effective. Only the histories written at his order remain, and they're long on fabrication. Luke says they have nothing serious to offer by way of instruction for a Jedi, though a couple of the texts suggest exercises that are designed to lure a potential Jedi over to the dark side. That's nasty, and rather typical of the Emperor. He was evil and just as bad, quite thorough in his methodology. Leia sighed. Luke has designed a regimen of exercises and has convinced me to start training. I do them when I can, but a Jedi is supposed to be tranquil and at peace when she acts, and the frustration inherent in my position often keeps me away from the proper frame of mind. I can imagine. The next time you see him, or speak with him, tell him he's welcome to fly with Rogue Squadron whenever he wants. I've got a good bunch of people, a solid core group, to which I'll be adding new people as they become available. Wedge sat forward. We've rebuilt the squadron by filling it with good pilots who also have other skills. Akbar wanted, and we've now got, an elite group that can handle everything from pitched battles to covert entry and scouting operations. Adding a Jedi Knight into the mix wouldn't hurt a bit. I suspect Luke would like flying with you again, but the responsibility of being the last, or rather, the first, new Jedi Knight weighs very heavily on him right now. He's busy discovering as much as he can about the tradition to which he has become heir. I will give him your message, though. Thanks. A comlink bleeped, and Leia produced it from within the sleeve of her gown. Counselor Organa here. Leia, it's Mon Mothma. If you have a moment, I have some things to discuss with you. On my way. Leia snapped the comm link off, then leaned over and gave Wedge a kiss on the cheek. You may be right. We have changed, but I'm thankful that it's not so much that I can't sit with an old friend and relax for a minute or two. I'll see you later, Wedge. Goodbye, Leia. Wedge stood as she departed. Change we have, Leia, but change for the better, I think. 7 years is a long time, but I think we can handle 7 more. He smiled, and maybe another 7 after that. A man came out onto the patio and turned in Wedge's direction. Though white hair dominated the red on his head, his green eyes and sharp cheekbones made the resemblance to his son unmistakable. Wedge snapped to attention and saluted. The man stopped and returned the salute, then offered Wedge his hand. Pleased to make your acquaintance, Commander Antilles. Likewise, General Kraken. Is there something I can do for you? The general pointed Wedge back to his chair. If you have a moment. Wedge resumed his place. Go ahead. I wanted to thank you for taking my son in as a member of your rogue squadron. Thank me? Wedge chuckled. There are very few parents that would consider their children joining Rogue Squadron a good thing. I think you will find I am rather unlike most parents, Commander. The elder Kraken had the same general build as his son, though he had thickened a bit in the middle and jowls were just beginning to form on him. Many other commanders would have rejected him just because of his connection to me. They would assume I was using him as an agent to audit their activity. Are you? Should I be? Wedge shrugged. I don't think so, but General Salm has concerns over the security of my unit. I'm aware of the Selchu situation, but I am not overly concerned by it. I trust you will report any problems in that regard. Of course. I expected nothing less. Kraken rubbed his hands together. Pash is a very talented man. I say this as his father and as a New Republic officer. His early success put him in a position where it was difficult for him to do anything else of apparent consequence, which meant he would have to push himself above and beyond his abilities to succeed. While I have no doubt he has not yet found the upper range of his talents, clearly his people could not keep up with him. His desire to do more was tempered by his knowledge that he could easily get them killed. It was a situation that would end up with him hating himself, either for having done nothing or having gotten his people killed. By joining you, he will be challenged. You're a good man, Antilles. You don't take chances when you don't need to, but you don't shrink from doing the jobs that need to be done. You found the balance my son needs to find for himself. I don't expect you'll get him killed, but if he does die as a rogue, I know he'll have been doing the best he could to do the best for the rebellion. I'd hate to lose him, but if he has to go, doing so in that way isn't bad. I hope Rogue Squadron will live up to your expectations. I'm sure it will. The confidence in Aaron Kraken's voice made Wedge's stomach tighten. Should it concern me, sir, that the head of Alliance Intelligence has just told me that his son will find his time in my unit challenging? Concern you, Commander? Yes, sir. Oh, I should think so, Commander Antilles. Kraken nodded solemnly. Very much so indeed. 6. Whistler's warble made Corn look up at the timer on his green and white X-Wing's main display. 5 minutes until we come out of hyperspace, thanks. The countdown marked the end of a 2-leg run from Borleas to Mrist that took a total of 5 hours to complete. Taking the precaution of hitting a transit system before arriving at Mrist struck Corn as unnecessary. If the intelligence they were reacting to was correct, our target already knows where we live. Mirax Tarek had arrived at Borleas aboard her ship, the Pulsar Skate, after a trade run that had included a visit to Marist. Being a smuggler of no small amount of skill, she had pulled a copy of the local system traffic reports from Marist Control to see who was operating in her area and might prove to be competition. One of the ships on the list was a freighter by the name of Vengeance Dara 4. When she arrived on Borleas, she asked Emtre for any information he had on the ship, and that resulted in their recon flight. Corin fought to clear his mind and focus on the mission. That was not an easy task because 2 bits of information the squadron had received a couple of hours prior to the mission being planned and launched. The first was confirmation by Thyferan officials of Bror Jace's death. He had been the hottest rogue pilot in the squadron's first 5 missions, amassing 22 kills to eclipse Corin's mark by 1. Upon his return from his last mission, he was called back to Thyfera because of a relative's impending death, but he had never arrived at his destination. Everyone had feared the worst, but until Thyferan officials backtracking his intended route had found debris from a destroyed X-Wing, everyone had hoped for the best. Though Corin and Bror had been rivals, they had also understood each other. Without that understanding, Corin probably would have accepted news of his death as easily as the others did. The Thyferans reported that an Imperial interdictor cruiser had been working in that general area. So the scenario appeared to be that Jace had been pulled out of hyperspace a bit prematurely and jumped by ties and destroyed. It seemed plausible to Corin, except that no one reported finding any TIE fighter debris. If I got jumped, I would have taken some of them with me. Corin did admit to himself that Bror could have been surprised and killed with a lucky shot or 2, but that struck him as unlikely. If his ship had malfunctioned or something else had gone wrong, then Bror would have been helpless. The problem with that theory was that the unit's chief tech, a Verpine named Zrai, kept the X-Wings in prime condition. Unless someone had tampered with the ship, the chances of a malfunction were slim and none. The interdictor cruiser had been reported to be the Black Asp. It might have been coincidence, but the rogues had fought against that ship in their first engagement. Corin had come as close to dying in that fight, one where they had been dragged out of hyperspace by accident, as he ever wanted to get again. If not for Tycho Selchu's intervention, he would have been dead, or, worse yet, a guest at some Imperial penal colony. He would have been inclined to let the Black Asp's appearance pass for coincidence, except for the second bit of information that came through to him. Emtre had been trying to locate information on Gil Bastra, the man who had been Corin's superior at Corsac. Gil had been the one to fabricate the identities under which Corin, his human partner and her husband, had fled from Corellia. Corin had asked the droid to look for information because of a spurious report indicating that Gil had been caught and killed by Imperial authorities. Emtre had found a report that confirmed the original death notice, but this one elaborated on the cause of death. Gil had been killed during a botched interrogation by intelligence agent Curtin Lure. Lure had been the Imperial liaison to Corin's Corsac division, and no love had been lost between them. I never liked him even before he let my father's murderer walk free. A lump rose in Corin's throat. He rubbed at it with his right hand, the heel of which pressed his medallion against his breastbone. His father had kept the medal as a lucky charm. It was the only memento of his father he had left since he fled from Corellia, and Mirax had identified it as a commemorative medal struck to mark a Corellian Jedi Knight's elevation to the rank of Master. The feel of the gold medallion helped him remember the good times with his father, and that eased the tension in his throat. Corrin knew it was a fallacy to think that two facts linked by time had a causal relationship, but he could not shake the gut feeling that Curtin Lure had been involved somehow with Bror Jace's ambush and death. The report about Gil's death had indicated Lure had been summoned to Coruscant and assigned new duties. Corrin had no doubt that no matter what Lure was supposed to be doing, he would continue to look for a way to get back at Corrin for eluding capture at Corellia. If Lure found out I was with Rogue Squadron, he'd do anything he could to strike at me, even if he could only kill my friends. Corrin bounced his helmet back against the ejection seat's headrest. Think about Lure later. Now you have a mission to run. He glanced at the cockpit chronometer. 10 seconds to reversion to real space. Hang on, Whistler. We're going in hot. The wall of light outside the cockpit exploded into a million pinpoints of light as Rogue Squadron burst into the Gautier system. Their jump had been plotted with spectacular precision, exceeding even that for which Sulistans were renowned, so they appeared below the planetary plane, heading in toward Mrist via the South Pole. Pash Kraken had suggested that approach, since the austral polar continent was known to be too geologically unstable for the Mrist Trade and Science Academy to have set up any astronomical observation posts. Rogue Squadron had not expected to arrive unnoticed, but they wanted as little data about them collected for as long as possible. If Vengeance was monitoring the same sort of traffic control reports that Mirax had pulled, the arrival of 8 X-Wings would attract attention. The arrival of 8 mongrel snub fighters, for that was what Rogue Squadron's navigational beacons proclaimed them to be, would barely be noticed. Data collection from stations on the planet would eventually be collated with the traffic data and point out that the Uglies, to use the Corellian nickname for such rebuilt craft, were performing like X-Wings in good repair. With sufficient luck, this anomaly wouldn't be noticed until after the mission was over. Corrin was willing to settle for it being overlooked until they'd found Vengeance. The X-Wings swept up and around the fringes of Mrist's atmosphere and caught their first glimpse of Vengeance glinting in sunlight. Whistler, what's the ship next to Vengeance? The droid chittered for a moment, then displayed the answer on Corrin's secondary monitor. The ship was a medium-sized transport calling itself Contrum's Pride. Whistler appended to his identification a criminal behavior code that Corrin recognized as meaning the ships were moving in tandem, remaining steady to facilitate the transfer of cargo. This is just like spotting smugglers back with Corsac. Before Corrin could key his comm unit and let the others know Pride was in league with Vengeance, Pash Kraken's voice filled the comm channel. 12, Pride is bad. How do you know that, 4? Captain Nunba asked. Contrum's my homeworld. Naming conventions for ships restrict virtues to capital ships. Transports are named for beasts of burden and rivers. Corrin keyed his comm unit. 4 is correct. 12. Pride is transferring cargo to or taking it from Vengeance. We have 2 for the taking, then. S-foils in attack position. Corrin reached up and hit the appropriate switch. The fighter stabilizers split and locked into the position that gave the X-Wing its name. Off to the starboard side of his ship, he saw the 4 fighters in 2 flight move out under Kraken's command. Corrin served as Captain Nunba's wingman, with Risati Inir and Delaret in Rogues 7 and 8, completing one flight. Captain Nunba's voice filled the comm channel. Starships Vengeance Terra 4 and Contruum's Pride, this is Errol Nunba of Rogue Squadron. You have violated New Republic space. Stand down. Drop your shields. Prepare to surrender your vessels. Corrin's green eyes narrowed as the ships began to move apart. Be alert, rogues. They're moving, and the one thing we know Vengeance needs more of is ties. As if summoned by his words, a dozen TIE starfighters and interceptors boiled out of the gap between the two ships. They needed pilots, too, 9, which they apparently got for cut the chatter. 2 flight, take Vengeance. 1 flight, we have cover. As ordered, 12. Corrin flexed his right hand, then took firm hold on the flight stick. He thumbed his lasers over to dual offset mode that fired them in pairs. Doing that meant each shot packed less power, but he got a faster rate of fire. In the sort of wheeling, twisting dogfight the eyeballs and squints promised, rapid fire was devoutly to be desired. I have your wing, 12. No sooner had he said that than Nunba's ship side-slipped to port, then dove toward the planet. Corrin had no idea why she'd done that, but he followed her as best he could, remaining off her starboard stabilizer and back a bit. As he started to follow her as she pulled up and out of the dive, he saw her lasers flash and the lead eyeball exploded. Nice shooting, 12. Her only reply came in a snap roll up onto her port stabilizer that she quickly reversed. The stern of her ship slid to starboard as she applied rudder, swinging the nose of her craft to port. It tracked along the course of the TIE that had taken her snap roll feint. Nunba's quad shot clipped the port wing on the eyeball and sent it spinning off into space. You have lead, 9. As ordered, 12. Corrin glanced at his scanner and found a pair of interceptors angling in from above. He pulled back on his stick, rolled, and acquired his first target. He set up for a head-to-head pass, then cut his throttle back. Bringing the port stabilizer up, he let the fighter side-slip to the right. Then he applied port rudder and repeated Nunba's tracking shot on the lead squint. It took him 4 shots to do what she had done in 1, but the effect was no less spectacular. The scarlet laser bolts burned a line of holes in the interceptor's canted port wing. It began to tear away from the front and smashed into the ball cockpit. When the top half of the stabilizer finally ripped free, the port wing twisted. The interceptor began to gyrate and spin, then shook itself apart. Finally, the twin ion engines exploded, one after the other, sowing ship shards on the Mrist atmosphere. The second squint kept coming, and Corrin's maneuver had left him presenting his profile to it. Whistler whooped a warning, but Corrin felt no panic at all. He rolled the ship over onto its top, then hit more left rudder. This reversed the effects of his previous move and left him going nose to nose with the squint. Corrin centered the imp in his targeting cross, and when it went green, he tightened up on the trigger. The laser bolts perforated the cockpit and filled it with fire. A secondary explosion shredded the squint. The wings sailed away from the fiery red and blue ball. Then the ion engines blew, engulfing the remains of the ship in a silvery cloud. It imploded, and tiny bits of debris struck sparks from Corrin's shields, but did no damage. On ahead, Corrin spotted Vengeance because of the sheer volume of laser fire coming from its bow and waist lasers. The green darts formed striated cones of fire that spiraled around as the gunners attempted to hit their targets. While the freighter's guns had not been intended as anti-fighter weapons, The tight spirals meant the gunners were having a very difficult time tracking their targets. Apparently, Lieutenant Kraken can fly very well. Corin saw 4 pairs of proton torpedoes head in at the waspy freighter from widely disparate angles. Even if the gunners had been good enough to actually shoot the torpedoes out of the void, covering all the shots would have been difficult. Some shots were going to get through. The only question remaining was how many. All the torpedoes hit, bringing down Vengeance's forward and aft shields amid a storm of brilliant explosions. Vengeance began to rotate in space, exposing a gaping hole in the port side. Escape pods shot out in all directions. The freighter continued to move away from Rist, but it was clearly drifting and would eventually succumb to the planet's gravitational pull. 9. Break starboard. Corin rolled his ship to the right hard, but still caught a couple of green laser bolts on his aft shield. He shunted power from his lasers to the shields, then evened their strength out. Back where he had been, a TIE starfighter swooped through a dive, and one of the squadron's X-wings flashed past, hot on its tail. I can't shake this squint on me. 12 is on the way, 8. Arissi has one on her, and Captain Nunn is on her way to help. Corin saw 2 TIE starfighters streak down and past him, coming in on an oddly angled vector. He wondered what they were doing until Whistler put a track up on his screen that showed them to be on an intercept for Rogue 7, the ship that had called for him to break. Her target is pulling through a tight loop, and she's following, while the 2 girls try to cut across the circle and nail Risati. Not if I can help it. 7, watch your aft. I'm coming, but be prepared to break up and right if I call. I copy, 9. Almost have him. Corin rolled the ship to port, then hit enough rudder to stand the X-wing on its nose. He punched the throttle full forward and angled in at the 2 fighters following Risati's ship. He switched his targeting system over to proton torpedoes, but didn't target the TIEs immediately. Some models have a target lock warning system. If I give them a chance to dodge, they will. He took a quick breath, blew it out, then let his range on the lead TIE drop to 1 kilometer. Nudging his stick forward, he impaled the eyeball on his targeting crosshairs. The HUD went red. Whistler sounded a solid tone, and Corin hit his trigger. The proton torpedo lanced out and hit the lead eyeball dead on. It pierced the starfighter's port wing, then exploded right in front of the cockpit. The central ball crumpled as the wing disintegrated. The bulk of the craft went tumbling off down toward Mrist's gravity well. Corin switched back to lasers and side-slipped right. He snapped a quick shot off that dinged the other TIE's starboard wing, but failed to get enough of it to do significant damage. The TIE broke hard to port, so Corin rolled the X-wing to the port, applied some rudder, and cut his speed back to remain on the TIE's tail. The eyeball rolled right, then climbed sharply. Corin started to climb. Then the TIE came over to complete a loop. Corin snapped the X-wing over on its right S-foil, presented his port side to the TIE. The starfighter's first shots passed wide on either side of the snub fighter, but the eyeball started to roll to correct his aim. Corin hit hard left rudder, then rolled 90 degrees to starboard to face the eyeball head-on and give him the worst targeting profile possible. With a flick of his thumb, he brought the torpedo targeting program up and immediately got a tone from Whistler. Ignoring the hail of green laser bolts hammering his forward shield, Corin squeezed the trigger. The proton torpedo tore the TIE's starboard wing off, sending the starfighter into a flat spin. Whistler reported the ship's thrust had cut in half. Corin would have put that down to damage done to the starboard engine, but the spin began to slow. The pilot had clearly shut down the port engine so he could counter the spin. Restarting the port engine would give the pilot maneuvering power, but an explosion on the port side of the fighter showed the restart had not worked as intended. Blue lightning played over the fighter, then it burst into a fireball that streaked in toward the system's sun. Whistler, targets. The droid displayed an image of Contruum's Pride on the scope, but it wasn't going anywhere. Corrin hit a few buttons on his console, shifting around to see if there were any more fighters available, but he found none. Whistler's negative bleat chastened him for doubting the droid. Just checking. Whistler rebleated his comment. Yes, perhaps I should know better. Corrin keyed his comm unit. 9 is clear, 12. I copy 9. Come to a heading of 173 and orbit Vengeance at 3 clicks. 4 has convinced Pride that it wants to help stabilize Vengeance so it doesn't do an atmosphere dive. Mrist disaster control is scrambling for recovery operations. As ordered, 12. Corrin smiled. And, Captain? Yes, 9. Impressive flying out there. Welcome to Rogue Squadron. You're definitely one of us. Thanks, 9. It's nice to be home. 7. At the sound of her voice, a jolt ran through Curtin Lure. He whirled away from his workstation and dropped to one knee before the towering holographic projection of Isan Isard. Madam Director, I am at your service. That was my impression. The chilly tone in her voice warned him that her mood was not one in which she would tolerate mistakes. He couldn't think of any he had made, but he killed the stirrings of anger that, being unjustly accused, started in him. You have been accused of nothing. Her mood may not have anything to do with you or your service. What would you have of me, Madam Director? Some of the venom in her varicolored stare survived transmission from her office kilometers up and away from his workspace in the bowels of the Imperial Palace. I would have of you the best effort you can produce. Always, my lady. Your report on the incompetence of the Black Asp's flight coordinator in the Bror Jace matter was quite thorough. I wanted Jace alive so I could utilize him at Lusankia. Your report makes it quite clear that Major Wharton knew this, but took no steps to guard against a kill. And you were correct in pointing out that his insistence that the ship blew up by accident was nothing more than a sham. Thank you. I did not need your editorializing in the conclusion you drew. It is true that in the past Major Wharton would have been executed, but we cannot afford to squander our personnel with such abandon anymore. I have approved your suggestion that he be transferred to the inexorable. Under Thrawn, he will learn lessons he should already know, or he will die. Yes, Madam Director. I have received another request from General Dericote for subjects. This time he wants Corrin. Lure brushed a hand back over his black widow's peak, then looked up at her. He had often been told he looked like a young Grand Moff Tarkin, but he was fairly certain Tarkin would never have let Isard intimidate him. Tarkin had real power, almost as much as Iceheart wields here on Imperial Center. I have only the little bits I have assembled. I must wait and accumulate more. Yes, Madam Director, that is his request. General Dericote's cadre of scientists have made the initial breakthrough in their research on Gamorreans. The virus has an incubation period of a month and is fatal in 75% of the cases. The incubation period is too long. It must be faster. Yes, they know that. How long are the subjects contagious? Lure reached back and pulled his datapad from the desk. 4 days, during the final throes of the disease. Transmission occurs through bodily fluid and can survive in contaminated water supplies for almost a day. It can be frozen and survive indefinitely. Isard's expression hardened. It cannot be made airborne? The current theory is that the same genetics that would make it transmissible by air would greatly facilitate a spontaneous mutation, allowing it to affect humans. Unacceptable. As I have told them, Madam Director. Lure glanced at his datapad again. Deracote believes part of the incubation period problem is tied to the sluggishness of the Gamorrean metabolism. Quarren are not as good a platform to guarantee cross-species susceptibility, but their metabolic rate is higher than that of Gamorreans. Very well. Give him what he wants. Organize sweeps in the Undercity for Quarren. There should be enough of them in the Warrens to suit his needs. Isard rubbed at her eyes with slender fingers. Collect extras. Deracote's estimates of what he will need are always conservative. Yes, Madam Director. And tell Deracote I want the incubation period cut to a week, and I expect that breakthrough in a month, no more. I saw the reports of Zinj's forces showing up near the core. Do you think he is coming here? Isan Isard laughed aloud, and Lure decided he'd heard more pleasant sounds during difficult interrogations. Zinj? Never while I am here. He knows I would pluck out his heart and fling it into the streets from the highest tower in the palace. The only way he will come here is after someone has taken the world away from me, and he can slink in like the coward he is and take it away from them. No, his probes are to evaluate my defenses and the rebellion's strength. He will compare them, then put himself into a position to become the victor after the rebels and I exhaust ourselves in the fight for Imperial Center. Despite having only read it once, Curtin Lure recalled very clearly the details contained in Zinj's Imperial data file. Everything there correlated well with the conclusion that the man was an opportunist, though Lure hesitated at deciding such a label defined the man completely. I would have done that before my association with Iceheart, but I have been made painfully aware that relying on conclusions I had drawn was the source of the difficulties in my life. If it would please you, Madam Director, I can arrange for efforts to discourage Warlord Zinj's scouting missions. No, absolutely not. The man may not be terribly brave, but he compensates for this by being venial and vengeful. Strike at him, and he will feel compelled to strike back. Isard's expression grew distant as her voice trailed off. No, we must concentrate on the rebellion. All must be ready for them when they decide to strike at Imperial Center. As you wish, Madam Director. You had better hope so, Agent Lure. If Deracote does not have his distraction for them available then, I shall have to take drastic steps to assure that anyone connected with his project does not fall into rebel hands. She smiled coldly, and if I were you, the implications thereof would frighten me to death. 8. Wedge dried the palms of his hands on his thighs as he watched Admiral Akbar rise in response to Mon Mothma's invitation. Thank you, Chief Counselor. My staff and I have spent a considerable amount of time since yesterday's session reviewing and analyzing all pertinent files concerning Coruscant. While we are still of the opinion that a blockade of the world is the preferable course of action from the military point of view, we are willing to concede that other factors may make this option unavailable to us. Mon Mothma smiled with genuine pleasure. I appreciate your efforts in this regard, my friend. Have you discovered another way to approach this problem? We have identified a number of them, Chief Counselor. Borsk Phalia tapped a button on the data pad in front of him. A more logical course would have been to identify the greatest problem preventing our conquest, would it not? The Mon Calamari nodded solemnly in the Bothan's direction. We have done this as well. Clearly, the overlapping planetary shields are the primary impediment to achieving our goal. The large black Wookiee seated to Princess Leia's right growled a question that Leia's gold 3PO unit translated. "Oh my, Counselor Karathrar wishes to know if you have found a way to bring the shields down." The Wookiee snarled, and the gold droid's arms flapped for a second. "I conveyed the meaning of your message, Counselor, without using the colorful analogy you suggested. For clarity, sir." "I understand the question." Akbar held a hand up to forestall further elaboration from the Wookiee. "In reply, perhaps an analogy is appropriate, in that Coruscant can be likened to the first Death Star." Borsk Phalia barked a quick laugh. "You suggest we let Skywalker and Rogue Squadron fly in and destroy the planet with a well-placed proton torpedo? I am terribly sorry to disappoint my esteemed colleague from Bothawui, but I was thinking to the prior visit to the Death Star, when Obi-Wan Kenobi succeeded in sabotaging the facility to allow the Millennium Falcon to escape." Akbar pressed both of his hands against the tabletop. "The overriding problem we have in deciding how to approach Coruscant is determining exactly what is where. Huge construction droids are constantly grinding up old buildings and creating new ones. While we do have agents on the ground who are trying to supply us with as much data as possible, most of it comes from assets placed within the Imperial administration. While this has allowed us to react to things the Empire is doing off-planet, these resources are poorly positioned and trained to provide us with the sort of military data needed to enable us to effectively plan for conquest." Doman Barris looked over at Akbar. "You want to send a team of military specialists to Coruscant as a prelude to moving on the world? It is a stormy sea, but this venture is the first stroke in calming it." Doman looked over toward Mon Mothma and beyond to one of the chief counselor's advisors. "General Kraken, this sort of intelligence operation falls into your area of expertise. Are you prepared to handle it?" "Counselor Barris, I have reviewed the general guidelines for the operation, and I approve of them. I am prepared to use the assets I have developed on Coruscant to aid Admiral Akbar's effort. However, the general division of labor within the Alliance, a division caused by our limited resources, means most of my people lack a prime requisite for being able to carry out this operation." The Bothan craned his neck around to look at Kraken. "That requisite being?" "None of my available people are fighter pilots." Kraken gestured in Wedge's direction. "Admiral Akbar has suggested, and I agree, that Rogue Squadron is a natural choice for the operation." "Rogue Squadron?" Borsk Phalia made no attempt to cover his surprise, and Wedge thought he might have been exaggerating it a bit for dramatic effect. "Here your analogy to the Death Star comes back to haunt you, Akbar. Rogue Squadron may have worked miracles before, but they could not possibly succeed in rendering Coruscant defenseless." "Rendering the planet defenseless is not the purpose of the mission, Counselor Phalia." Akbar turned and pointed at Wedge. "In rebuilding the squadron, care was taken to choose the best individuals possible, both in the area of their flying skills and for a host of other skills. Rogue Squadron is uniquely qualified for this mission." "Do you think this as well, General Kraken?" "I do, Counselor Phalia." "You would risk your son's life in this?" "That is a question that has been answered many times over." The Bothan's creamy fur rippled along his shoulders. He fixed Wedge with a violet stare. "You accept this mission, Commander Antilles?" Wedge waited to answer until after he got a nod from Admiral Akbar. "In principle, yes. The details are still being worked out." "Do you think you could be effective on the ground there?" Wedge thought for a moment before answering. Given the parameters of the operation, yes. Leia casually raised a hand. Perhaps you could explain what you mean by that, Commander Antilles? Of course, Counselor Organa. Wedge gave her a smile in thanks for breaking up Phalia's interrogation. Because of the virtually total urbanization of the planet, Coruscant presents some unique problems for an incoming force. As we saw at Hoth, the Imperials correctly took our shield generators down first, then worked on other targets of military importance. On Coruscant, we need to be able to pinpoint power plants, communications centers, and other sites that we can hit to disrupt Imperial command and control functions. We need to pull the shields down, then make them deaf and blind. If we give them no power to operate their defensive weapons, we further guarantee our success. Leia nodded thoughtfully. You said you needed to pinpoint targets. In what way does your piloting skill enhance your ability to do this? Easy questions with important answers. Hitting Coruscant should be this simple. Counselor, it is one thing to identify the locations we need to hit, but hitting them is another thing entirely. As a pilot, I can identify and evaluate the possible approaches to a target. I can also help determine how much in the way of firepower will be necessary to eliminate it. I should also point out that we really do need to be running a precision operation because we have to take into account the possibility of Warlord Zinj or some other Imperial leader trying to take Coruscant from us while we are trying to bring its defenses back up. For example, hitting a power conduit is preferable to hitting the reactor creating the power it carries, because the conduit is much easier to replace. The Bothan smoothed the fur on his chin with his left hand. Bribing a custodian to shut the power down would be much easier, wouldn't it? Yes, sir. But handling that sort of thing is outside my area of expertise. I see. Borsk Thalia sat forward and clasped his hands together. Despite my reservations about this mission, I do agree with my Mon Calamari compatriot that the gathering of information is necessary if the conquest of Coruscant is to happen. I would also vouchsafe that any interim disruption of normal Imperial functions on Coruscant by Rogue Squadron or General Kraken's people would not be seen as a negative. Akbar blinked once, slowly, then clasped his hands behind his back. Disruption is not necessary, but it could be effective and even helpful. I would think it could be very helpful, especially if it served as a distraction for Imperial authorities who might be working against Rogue Squadron. Thalia opened his hand. That seems reasonable, does it not? Akbar nodded. Perhaps. Wedge sensed in the slow delivery of Akbar's reply an extreme reluctance to grant the Bothan his point. Leia suggested Admiral Akbar would have to compromise, and he has retreated from the blockade. It would seem Borsk Thalia wants him to concede more. Good, for I have a little operation that I think will function very well as an adjunct to what you want to do. And that is? Thalia hit a button on his datapad, and the holoplate in the middle of the table displayed a small, dirty, red ovoid planet whose atmosphere escaped into space like smoke drifting from dying embers. A single large moon orbited it, plunging in and out of the wispy tendrils of atmosphere trailing from the planet. Wedge didn't recognize the world until the Bothan sigils running down the edge of the image area resolved themselves into basic letters and strung themselves together at the planet's southern pole. Kessel. Wedge shook his head. He knew that the Empire had maintained a penal colony there, and used the prisoners as slave labor to harvest spice. One of the rogue squadron's recruits, the first of the new members to be slain, had come from Kessel and still had family there who worked as educators. After the Emperor's death, the inmates had overthrown their masters and had taken control of the planet. They administered the mines and the vast atmosphere factories that freed enough oxygen and other gases from the rocks to let people exist on the surface using nothing more elaborate than a rebreather. It was a brutal existence with very little in resources being available to the residents. That the world was considered viable was more a testament to the tenacity of the residents than any measure of scientific analysis. Borsk Phalia stood. Kessel was one of the detention centers the Empire used to house dissidents as well as hardened felons. When the inmates took control of the center, they chose a Rybit by the name of Moruth Duel to administrate. He was a minor official at the prison and appears to have been connected to the spice trade, hence his easy alliance with the prisoners. The Imperials and the political prisoners were sent to work in the spice mines. A few of each have been released, but only after off-world friends and family have paid a substantial ransom. 3PO again translated for the Wookiee counselor. Karathrar wishes to know what criminals and Kessel have to do with Coruscant. Coming to that point directly. The Bothan smiled, but Wedge read a hint of threat in the toothy grin. On Coruscant, there are substantial remnants of the Black Sun organization. As did many of you, I thought Prince Shizor's grab for power was doomed from the start, but it was the Black Sun organization that allowed him to contemplate opposing the Dark Lord of the Sith. I propose selecting and freeing certain Black Sun officers from Kessel and bringing them into Coruscant. There they would bring the disparate parts of Black Sun together and work to sabotage the Empire. Akbar sat down slowly and gave Phalia a wall-eyed stare. You want to revive the scourge of the Black Sun? Not revive, just focus. The enemy of our enemy is our friend. Isn't that the principle behind Counselor Organa's approaches to the Hapans? That certainly was the principle that guided our alliance with Imperial forces at Bakura to fight the Sea-Rook. Phalia stared incredulously at Akbar. By granting selected felons their leave of Kessel, in effect taking Duel's obvious rivals for power off his hands, we can also ransom some of our people who are trapped there. And to guarantee Black Sun's compliance with our wishes, we can trade them more of their people when they perform as we want them to. I don't like this. Akbar shook his head adamantly. You are talking about unleashing thieves and murderers on Coruscant. To let them steal Imperial goods and kill Imperial officials? Or do you want to reserve the killing for your people? And the dying, too? Shall that be a privilege reserved for the military? Or will you take help where you can find it? Phalia crossed his arms. You have already admitted that added distractions could be a help to Rogue Squadron's mission. Certainly, having an army of irregular troops at your disposal to disrupt Imperial operations when the invasion begins would reduce bloodshed. Doman nodded. It seems Counselor Phalia is merely suggesting you fight fire with fire. The Mon Calamari half closed his eyes. I do not like fire analogies. As we say on Mon Calamari, frolic in the surf and get drowned by the undertow. Leia stood. I would agree, as one Corellian has put it, if you anger a Wookiee, you shouldn't be surprised at having an arm torn off. And it may well be that in the future we regret any sort of alliance with the remnants of Black Sun. On the other hand, I think none of us can truly comprehend the difficulty of neutralizing the Imperial forces on Coruscant. Indeed, as you have said, Admiral Akbar, until you have Rogue Squadron on the ground to assess the situation, we cannot be 100% certain what taking Coruscant will entail. The fact is, however, that winning the goodwill of at least part of Coruscant's underworld cannot hurt us. Mon Mothma nodded. I would also point out that some of our greatest leaders were thought to be nothing but ruffians, confidence men, and spice smugglers. In being given the opportunity to join us, they have managed to redeem themselves. But if they are the exceptions that prove the rule, Akbar slapped his hands impatiently against the table surface. I do not like this operation at all, but I believe many of you see merit in it where I do not. If this Kessel run is to be authorized, I want to go over every detail to make certain what we want to happen is what actually happens. No one, not even an idiot like Zinj, has been foolish enough to free the dregs of the galaxy from Kessel. I do not want a situation to arise where my people are taken hostage and our equipment is converted to the use of the criminals. This will be a strictly military operation, and I will not have it turn into the sort of disaster we faced on Borlaeus. Councillor Phalia's fur rose on his neck and formed a crest between his ears before he smoothed it back down. The first assault on Borlaeus had been planned and led by General Laren Crefe, a Bothan who, according to Scuttlebutt, was distantly related to Borsk Phalia. The mission had gone from bad to worse, costing General Crefe his life and putting almost half of Rogue Squadron out of commission. Had General Salm not violated a direct order, all of Rogue Squadron would have been destroyed, and the Rebel Alliance would be in no position to even consider a mission to Coruscant. Phalia's voice began soft and low, causing Wedge to strain to hear him. Far be it from me to wish a repetition of Borlaeus on anyone. You are the military leader here, Akbar. I have no wish to supplant you. You should handle the military details, but I have prepared a list of people I think should be our targets. I have appended full files to my list so you may determine what efforts and precautions need to be taken. Your understanding in this matter is most appreciated, Councillor Phalia. Good. We really are on the same side here, Admiral. I want the conquest of Coruscant to proceed as swiftly and efficiently as you do. Phalia smiled, but Wedge found no warmth in the expression. I would hope you will use your best people to see that this mission comes off perfectly. Perhaps, if you were to employ Rogue Squadron as part of the operation, their efforts will establish a rapport with those they free, and that will work in their favor. I will take that suggestion under advisement, Counselor. Wedge leaned forward in his chair and dropped his voice to a whisper. Sir, freeing criminals from Kessel's not a mission Rogue Squadron wants to perform. The Mon Calamari turned his head enough to watch Wedge with one eye. And Isan Isar does not want to surrender Coruscant to us. We all have to do things we don't want to do, Commander. Let us hope we can just make the best of them. 9. Wedge hit a button on the datapad, causing the holoprojector in the center of the pilot's briefing room to recreate the long-distance view of Kessel he'd first seen at the Provisional Council meeting. All right, people, let's get this briefing underway. The various members of Rogue Squadron took their places. Wedge noticed that Corran Horn and Nawara Ven, a Twi'lek, who had been a lawyer before he joined the rebellion, were sitting together in the back. When going over the initial planning stages of the operation with Captains Nunb and Selchu, he'd anticipated the greatest resistance to the operation coming from those two. One sent people to Kessel. The other tried to keep them from being sent there. They've both got connections to the population there, and that could mean some complications for me. Wedge shifted his shoulders around to loosen them, then began. This operation is going to be accomplished in 3 distinct parts. Each one has to go according to plan, or we abort the whole thing. Admiral Akbar is leaving the decision to proceed or stop to me. I may not like what we're being asked to do, and I don't. But the Provisional Council wants this done, so we're doing it. But we're doing it our way. He pointed to the moon orbiting Kessel. The imps used to keep a base on that moon. It is supposed to be abandoned, but we don't know what the imps may have left behind in the way of automated defenses or booby traps. Our first step is to run a flyby on the base, neutralize automated defenses, and knock down anything launched at us from there. Lieutenant Page and his commandos will then come in and secure the base. Alliance security will follow up and relieve his troops. That's Phase 1. Everyone got it? The pilots before him all nodded, with degrees of enthusiasm going from great to none. Phase 2 is a repeat of Phase 1, but it takes place on Kessel. We do a flyover and clear a landing zone for Page's people. The commandos will secure the LZ. When they do, Horn, Venn, and I will land. Captain Nunb will be in charge of the rest of you, and you'll fly cover for the LZ and for Tycho. He'll be using the shuttle Forbidden to ferry our people from Kessel to the moon. On the moon, the people will be processed, then shipped out on a number of different ships for insertion into Coruscant, or for repatriation to their own worlds or exile communities. The processing and outshipping is Phase 3. It will run concurrently with Phase 2. Trouble with outbound people will cause the termination of the operation. Wedge crossed his arms. 2 key points here. The first is that this is an extremely sensitive and dangerous mission. The people we are dealing with will be very dangerous. Our rules of engagement will be simple. We offer a general warning when we come in. Then we use whatever force we need to preempt problems. The second point is this. We're getting some of the good along with the bad. We have our want list of scum, but they won't know who it is that we want. Our job is to ransom as many people from political lists as we can, for those on the criminal list we'll be taking away. Duel is the key to this strategy working. We'll be taking his enemies away and lowering the general population. This will ease his resource strain and increase his control over the spice operation. He'll see this plan as better for him than it is for us. In the back, Corrin raised a hand. Commander, what will we do in the very real situation of some of these people threatening to kill innocents if we don't take them? Lou Jane Forge has family on Kessel. The people sentenced to Kessel are likely to do anything to get off that rock. For all we know, Duel wants to leave too. That's all possible, but there are contingency plans to prevent that from happening. You'll note in the supplemental material in your briefing bites, I have a list of strategic sites on Kessel. They include the atmosphere plants and, most importantly, a list of spice storage facilities. Moruth Doyle has supplies hidden away so he can meet demand well into the future. I will make it very apparent to him that if he cannot exert control over his people, I will be forced to destroy his storehouses. Since greed seems to drive the local economy there, I think he'll see his way clear to working with us. Corrin nodded. When persuasion fails, Coercion works. I hope so, Lieutenant Horn. Nawara then sat forward, letting his brain tails dangle over his shoulders. Commander, I've reviewed the list of ransom candidates. Am I mistaken, or do I notice a significant portion of them are Bothans? Is there a problem with that, Lieutenant Venn? On the surface of it, no, sir. On the other hand, I noticed that a number of people, many of whom were my clients, in fact, people who truly are political prisoners, have been left off the list. I don't mean that there was any campaign to keep my clients from being pulled off the planet, just that the list of good people has some people on it who could easily be on the other list, and some very deserving, innocent people have been left off the list. Wedge smiled, a response that seemed to surprise his pilots. I'm glad you pointed that out. In presenting this plan to the Provisional Council, Admiral Akbar made very clear that we'd have to be dealing from a position of strength. Councillor Failure provided some deal packages indicating who should be asked for in exchange for this or that person on the bad list. With your help and experience in negotiations, Lieutenant Venn, I intend to win more people for each of our prisoners than the Council suggested we might. I do have clearance to supplement my lists to account for marriages and children. I intend us to exploit that latitude as much as possible. He looked around. Any other questions before I deal with Lieutenant Horn's next objection to the plan? No one said anything, so Wedge nodded to Corin. Be my guest, Lieutenant Horn. Not really an objection, sir, but a question. Can we exclude any of the people on our bad list? Corin winced. There are a few on here who really shouldn't be allowed off Kessel, unless we're going to dump them in the maw on our way out of there. The image of spacing any number of the criminals into the black hole near Kessel brought a smile to Wedge's face, but he killed it quickly enough. These are the people that have been determined to be useful to us. Who did you have in mind? Zekathine. He's also known as Patches, but not to his face. He's on Kessel because my father and I got him on a smuggling pinch, but he's been tied to the murders of nearly a dozen people, all of them rivals of Black Sun. Patches was being groomed as Prince Shizor's man on Corellia. Shizor tried to slice some files to get Thine shifted back off Kessel, but he couldn't because Corsek's Imperial liaison, Curtin Lure, had accidentally altered the structure of the files with Thine's information. But for that bit of incompetence, Thine would have been long gone from Kessel. It was the only good thing Lore ever did. If we're lucky, Lieutenant Horn, Thine will be dead. Corin smiled. We could see to it that he is. Murder, Lieutenant Horn? Wedge frowned. Even if he is as bad as you say. Wait! Corin held up his hands as everyone turned to stare at him. I'd be the first person who would be glad to dance on his grave, and if he steps out of line at all, I'd be happy to vape him, but I'm not suggesting murder. It does strike me, though, that we could slice some files and report some deaths that prevent us from taking certain people. Corin's suggestion sorely tempted Wedge. The list of criminals Borsk Failure had supplied did scan like a directory of organized crime. Wedge had no love for the Empire, but it had been fairly ruthless at dismantling the upper levels of Black Sun. Black Sun was a cancer. The Empire hadn't been able to cut it all out, but they had forced it into a pretty serious remission. Reviving it to distract the Empire had some merit, and Corin's suggestion offered a possible way to excise some of the more malignant elements from the group. The spark of hope burning in Wedge's mind died very quickly as reality set in. The purpose of our mission is to take from Kessel and insert into Coruscant the people who will complicate the lives of Isan Isard and her people. The guys who are the most vile are also the ones who can cause the most trouble. We're going to be making the most out of the confusion they create. Pash glanced back at Corin. If we make Black Sun too weak, the Empire squashes it. Sure, but if we make it too strong, we lose the trust of the folks Black Sun hurts, and we might find ourselves having to compete with them for the ownership of Coruscant. Corin shook his head. Shizor would have deposed the Emperor if he could have, and Zekathine will make a run at Isard if he has the chance. Wedge shrugged. Sounds like he is just the man Councillor Phalia wants to have on Coruscant. And the last person most of us should want there. Corin's eyes narrowed. Can we put him on the list of strategic targets to take out? I'll trust your judgment in that matter, Lieutenant Horn. That's why you'll be with me down on the planet. If Zekathine is a problem there, we'll deal with him there. Wedge looked around. Anything else? No overall objections? Lieutenant Horn? Corin shrugged, but not fluidly enough to convince Wedge he was without objections. It's a mission, sir. But I would have thought freeing criminals would have caused you to have reservations. Corin smiled. I'm not saying I like it, sir, but in Coruscant we made deals with criminals on a daily basis. The goal then, just as it is now, is to trade a lesser evil for a greater one. I'd just as soon use Zekathine and some of this other scum as rancor bait. But if they'll help bring Iceheart down, I guess my reservations don't really mean that much. I'm good to go with this, Wedge. I think I'll be fine. Wedge nodded slowly. He has a point, though I don't think he likes this any more than I do. But it's a mission, and we're Rogue Squadron, so we'll get it done. Last-minute questions, anyone? No one had anything to ask, so Wedge killed the projection of Kessel. We're missioned to go in 12 standard hours. You'll want to get some sleep, but before you do, give Emtray a list of your belongings. While we're on the Kessel run, our headquarters will be relocating back to Noquivzor. We'll be operating from there for the immediate future. Pash looked surprised. Afraid of reprisals by Warlord Zinj? Wedge just smiled. Those are the orders, straight from the Provisional Council, the wisdom of which, I am certain, will make itself clear once we finish the mission to Kessel. 10. Kessel's weak atmosphere slowly smothered the fires burning amid the ruins of the 2 concussion missile launchers on the ridge overlooking the landing zone. A little smoke and even more dust rolled in a lazy mist down the escarpment, pouring like a vapor stream across the unpaved roadway carved from its face. The mist dissolved before it hit the flat of the plain, leaving a clear field of fire for Page and his people as they set up a perimeter around the hillock at the center of the plain. Whistler hooted in a low tone. Looks pretty clear to me, too. Corin began a long turn to starboard that took him out over the main mine complex. The only surface features visible were the administration buildings and some storage sheds for surface vehicles. One track led off to the north on a nearly direct line for the nearest atmosphere plant. The other major track led south to the hills and the plain where he would be landing. 9 is clear, Rogue Leader. I copy, 9. Come in and land. Don't forget your breathing mask. Thanks, Lead. Corin brought the X-Wing about and flew back to the plane. He eased his throttle back and cut in the repulsor lift generators. The X-Wing glided down gently and hovered 5 meters above the ground. Using the rudder pedals, Corin swung the nose around and positioned his fighter so it formed the third point of a triangle with Wedge's and Nawara's fighters. His covered the southern defensive arc of the Rogue's position and left enough space for Tycho to easily bring the Lambda-class shuttle down in their midst. Corrin extended the landing gear and brought the ship to rest, then killed the repulsor lift generators and engine. Whistler, remember, shoot first if you have to, then go for an engine start to give you more laser energy. If you have to, hover out of reach until the rest of the squadron comes and covers you. The droid keened mournfully. No, nothing will happen, I promise, but I want you to be careful. He missed a chunk of Whistler's reply, but took it that the annoying tone carried the meaning of the missing content. He doffed his helmet, drew the blaster from his shoulder holster, checked it, took it off safe, and reholstered it. Finally, he pulled on a breathing mask and a pair of goggles, then popped the release on his cockpit canopy. It slid up, and he crawled out. Corrin jumped down and found Kessel to be just a bit lighter in gravity than Borlaeus or Noquithzor. He ran over to where Wedge and Nawara stood beside an orange, mushroom-like tent that the commandos had assembled. How did your conversation with Moruth Duel go? Wedge frowned slightly. I think I got my points across, but he's right on the edge of paranoia, and it doesn't take much to push him over. Duel's probably a glit biter. The Twi'lek twitched a head tail in Corrin's direction. I don't believe I've heard that term before. Corsac slang, sorry. Glitter stim is the most potent form of spice. The stuff most people get is cut and diluted so heavily that the most they get from using is a little euphoria. Glitbiters are taking the real thing, and it seems in some folks to punch up their latent mental abilities. They can read minds, or so they think, and they assume any mind they can't read is closed because the person is plotting against them. Duel probably forgot he was seeing a hologram of you, Commander. You were hostile. He couldn't read you, hence he figured you really had it in for him. Lieutenant Page, a dark-haired man of medium height and build, came over and pointed toward the horizon. Land speeder coming down the road. Wedge hit his comlink. Lead to 12. How does it look? One vehicle lead. Thanks, 12. Wedge turned to Page. It's coming alone. If you clear it, let it come in. As ordered, sir. Page went running off in the direction of the big, boxy land speeder, and a squad of folks fell in behind him. The land speeder slowed, then stopped, and a door opened. Page spoke through the open door with someone while his people checked in and around the vehicle. Apparently satisfied with the inspection, Page closed the door and jumped back off the vehicle's running boards. He waved it forward, and it headed in. Other commandos stopped the land speeder about 100 meters beyond the perimeter at a point where it remained under the guns of Wedge's X-Wing. 2 people got out, and a trooper escorted them forward toward Wedge. The man stood very tall and seemed to Corrin to be painfully thin. What little hair he had left on his head was white and wispy enough that Kessel's weak atmosphere could make it float. The woman came up to the man's shoulder and had deep brown hair. Corrin guessed from the way she moved she was younger than the man, but her face was deeply enough scored with wrinkles that he would have matched them in age were he looking at still holograms. The commando moved the 2 visitors into and through the tent's simple airlock. Then Corrin and Nawara followed Wedge through. Once inside, they were able to remove their breathing masks, though the acrid stink of hot plastic almost made Corrin put his back on. Resolving to breathe as little as possible, Corrin joined Nawara in front of some folding camp chairs. Squeezing past the table with the holoprojector on it, Wedge extended his hand to the man. I'm Commander Wedge Antilles, New Republic Armed Forces. I lead Rogue Squadron. I knew your daughter. The man shook Wedge's hand firmly and kept a brave expression on his face, but the slight tremor in his lower lip betrayed his true emotions. I am Kassar Forge. This is my wife, Maida. I want to thank you for the hologram you sent after Lujane." He fell silent for a moment, and his wife rubbed his back with her hand. "She always said she wanted to be a hero and show something good could come from Kessel." She succeeded. Wedge turned back toward his own people. This is Nuara Ven and Lieutenant Corin Horn. Kassar shook their hands as well. Corin didn't release the man's hand, forcing himself to smile as he looked up into Kassar's dark eyes. "Your daughter really was a hero. She kept the unit together. She told me about what you do here, about teaching people so they don't have to return to crime. She spent a lot of time teaching all of us, too. Thank you." "No, thank you." Corin patted the back of the man's hand. "I owed her a big favor I never got a chance to repay. If there's anything I can do for you, please, don't hesitate to ask." Kassar nodded, then freed his hand from Corin's grip and turned back to Wedge. "I guess I have to ask what it is I can do for you, Commander. I'm sure all this wasn't just so you could say hello. Your strike on the moon base caused a lot of excitement, and Duel is not happy about losing his missile launchers. If Duel wants to be happy, today will not be his day." Wedge ran a hand along his jaw. "We're here to take some people away from Kessel. Some very bad people. We are also going to take as many of the good people from here as we can. On the top of my list is you and your family, if you want to go. And go or stay, I want you here to point out people who should be on the list, but aren't." The tall man clasped his hands together against his stomach and stared at the orange fabric floor for a moment. "I came here by choice a long time ago. Well before any of you were born. Back before the Clone Wars, even. I don't know if I have done much good here, but I think I've done very little evil. I'll stay." "Maida?" Her hand grasped the back of his neck and shook him gently. "I didn't come here willingly, but I did stay because I wanted to be with you. We will stay, and our family will too." Maida's voice took on an edge at the last of her statement, and Corin saw her exchange a sharp glance with her husband. Kassar nodded slowly. "I am willing to help you, Commander, but I don't want to make decisions about who goes and who stays. I'll offer what I know. If you are afraid of reprisals—" No. I've long since been judged harmless by everyone here. You're taking them. The decision is yours to make." "I understand. Lieutenant Ven has my list of the good folks that we want to get out. I'd like you to review it with him." Wedge twisted around and touched the holoprojector. "I've left Moruth Duel with the impression that this is very much a rogue operation. He thinks I'm setting myself up as the middleman in this hostage operation. I've told him I am willing to transport prisoners off Kessel. Prisoners he'll be well rid of, in return for getting my people off. That's an accurate description of what will happen, but not my focus in this project. Still, Duel has to think I'm willing and able to kill his prisoners, blow up his stores of spice, and toss him into the maw." Maida looked over at Wedge and Corin with a piercing stare. "Are you capable of doing that?" "Capable, yes," Wedge nodded, "and not particularly reluctant to do so." She smiled. "Good. Fear is as much a part of life on Kessel as spice or air. Control it, and you'll do fine." Wedge hit the power switch for the holoprojector. An image of Moruth Duel, the size of a pilot's helmet, glowed to life. The Batrachian Rybit hopped impatiently from one foot to the other, then stopped and clapped his webbed hands together. He twisted his whole body around to peer closely with his good mechanical eye at the holocam in his dark office. The green of his flesh melded with the similar hue of his jacket, while the tan tracery on his flesh looked as if he'd been drizzled with paint. Because of the way he leaned forward to get near to the holocam, his head swelled out of proportion with his body and nearly made Corin laugh. "Is that you, Antilles?" The Rabbit's voice jumped sharply between octaves and added more L's into the center of Wedge's name than necessary. "It's me, Duel. I've got my first exchange to offer you." Wedge looked over at Noir Aven, and the Twi'lek nodded. Wedge smiled tightly at the holoprojector. "I have a group of 10 Sulistans. For them, I'll take Arb Skinksnecks." "No." "No? I am selling them to you. I decide what I am paid. Skinksnecks is mine. He does not leave." Duel hopped up and down angrily, then searched around until the metal and glass mechanical eye again spotted the holocam. "For these Sulistans, I will give you Zekathine." The name didn't surprise Corin, but Kassar's reaction to it did. The old man shuddered, and Maida clung to his arm. They look as afraid of Thine as Duel sounds. Corin raised a hand, and Wedge hit a mute button on the holoprojector. "Commander, he's too anxious. He wants to be rid of Thine. We can get more for him." Wedge nodded, then unmuted the communications device. "Thine isn't of interest to me. I'd have to be mad to let someone like that leave this rock." "You will take him, or you get nothing else." Wedge pulled a comlink from a pocket in his flight suit and held it up where Duel could see it. "Rogue leader to 12. You're free to fire on warehouse number 1. Duel's image capered away from the holocam, then hunched itself over as if the Rybet was looking at a monitor built into an unseen desk. Duel reeled back, then ran to the holocam. "You wouldn't dare." "No." 12 here, lead. I have acquired the target. Commencing run now." "Antilles!" "You have something you want to say to me, Duel?" "The Sulistans and more." 12. Abort the run, but don't clear your targeting data." "As ordered, lead." Duel's thick purple tongue played out over the thin line of his mouth. "The Sulistans you can have. What else?" Wedge turned away from the projector as if giving the problem due thought. Noara held up fingers to indicate which of the target groups he thought should be added to Thine's ransom. Wedge nodded, then turned back. "We're sending you the data on a group of 5 Bothans, including Esserka Plocre." "Plocre." Duel's mouth snapped shut. Then he bowed his head. "Done. And Thine brings with him another." "Who?" "His cutter." Wedge looked back at the forges, but they gave no sign of even having heard Duel, much less understanding him. "Corin?" "I know I've heard the term before." He thought back, then nodded. "It's a Spicer term, used a lot of years ago when Thine was still on Corellia. A cutter is someone who prepares spice for use or sale. It came to mean someone close enough to a person that they could be trusted with cutting their spice. He probably means aid." Kassar's head came up. "He means lover." Corin shrugged. "That too." Wedge nodded. "Do you know who it is?" Kassar hung his head, and Maida answered. "We do. Her name is Iniri." Corin checked his datapad. "I've got nothing on anyone by that name." "You wouldn't. She's done nothing wrong." Something is not right here. Corn frowned. You don't get sent to Kessel for nothing. How well do you know this Iniri? I thought I knew her very well. Maida swiped at a tear rolling down her cheek. She's our daughter. 11. Is it a deal, Antilles? Send them out. Wedge hit another button that froze the transmission. On the other end, Duel would only see a holographic representation of Rogue Squadron's crest. He turned toward the forges. Say the word and we'll make sure they are separated. We'll find her a place to stay, away from Thine. Do it! Maida reached out and clutched one of Wedge's hands in her own. Please, don't leave her with him. Kassar's hands settled on his wife's shoulders and drew her back. Maida, we can't do that. She has made her decision, but it is a bad one. Iniri's father slowly shook his head. And so this means we can deny her freedom? Making bad decisions is not a crime, not even under the Empire. But I've seen plenty of people end up headed for Kessel because of making bad decisions. Corrin saw the pain in Maida's eyes, and saw no small amount of it reflected in her husband's expression. I know Thine. He is as bad as they come. Your daughter's choice will land her in trouble. Kassar straightened up. Only if she acts on it. But she's leaving with him. Kassar shrugged helplessly. She has found something to value in him. Perhaps she can save him from himself. Corrin winced. Thine's pretty much a black hole as far as saving is concerned. My whole life has been spent here training people how to live away from Kessel. That is all I can do, though. I cannot make their choices for them. I cannot live their lives for them. Kassar looked down and wiped tears from Maida's face. We gave our daughter, all of our children, all the love and support we could. We trust them. Just as we trusted Lujane to go off and join the rebellion, we must trust Iniri. Corrin shook his head. I'm not liking this at all, Commander. It doesn't thrill me either, Corrin. But it's not our fight, and not one we can win. Not right now, anyway. Wedge looked down at his fists, then opened them slowly. Perhaps she will serve as a brake on him. And when the brake burns out, I expect you to have something arranged to cover that contingency. As ordered, sir. Corrin started going through the list of criminals on his datapad. The original list had been drawn from Imperial files and annotated with rankings that determined the value of each individual to the rebellion. Out of thousands of convicts, only 17 had been identified as useful by New Republic officials. Those 17, now reduced to 16 since Duel had eliminated Arb Skinksnecks from consideration, clearly had been rising stars in the Black Sun organization. While none of them had achieved upper-level status, they had shown the sort of initiative and drive that made it clear, had their careers not been interrupted by arrest and conviction, the best of them would have been on a rough par with Jabba the Hutt in terms of power and influence. Corrin remembered his father having complained about the changing nature of organized crime. Once upon a time, Black Sun had been an honorable organization, with its own morality, of course, but with a code that its members lived by. Black Sun had always been ruthless. Dump a load of spice, and blaster packers would worry about collecting the cost, or its equivalent, from the smuggler in question. Members who informed on others would be killed in a most grisly manner. and law enforcement officers were legitimate targets for reprisals, but these things were all done on an individual basis. The new breed was willing to use a bomb in a crowded cantina just to get one individual. The idea of killing an informer and his family became standard. The spice that started to be sold was stronger than ever before, and the assassination of political figures who opposed the crime cartel became the rule, not the exception. Hal Horn had assumed the rebellion's success in defying the empire had contributed to a general easing of moral standards that carried into Black Sun and allowed savages like Zecca Thine to thrive. 3 silhouettes appeared on the other side of the airlock's translucent inner seal. The soldier inside the tent opened the airlock and tugged Thine through first. The hobbles on the man's feet made him stumble, but Thine managed to recover his balance despite having his arms bound behind him. He shook off his breathing mask, then held his head up defiantly. "I am Zecca Thine." 5 years on Kessel hadn't done anything to Thine but make him a bit leaner and, as the hateful glow in his eyes suggested, a whole lot more malevolent. It's as if the years here have distilled him down to his core essence. Only a couple of centimeters taller than Corin, Thine had a wiry build that made him seem somehow even taller. Clean-shaven and bald, he appeared to be congenitally hairless. His head and exposed flesh gleamed like polished leather. More remarkable than in its glow, Thine's flesh came in 2 shades of color. Most noticeable was the light blue, because it seemed to have been layered on over the whitish-pink color, as if he had been splashed with midnight blue dye that never quite washed out. The biggest splotch cut right down along the bridge of his nose, then back under his cheekbone to his left ear and on up to the midline of his skull again. It gave the impression that he had one massive black eye that was slowly fading. Aside from the color, his sharply pointed ears and black, equally sharp, serrated teeth, his eyes separated him from the realm of the wholly human. The orbs were red throughout, the color of arterial blood, except for where a slender diamond pupil bisected them. Flecks of gold outlined the black diamond and, in the dark, would reflect a little light. Those diamonds had betrayed him on Corellia, letting Corin and his father send him on his Kessel vacation. Wedge raised an eyebrow. "It is truly him?" Corin nodded. "It's Patches, all right." "Horn here?" Thine hissed. "Perhaps you never got the message I sent you?" "What message was that?" "Your father's dead, isn't he?" The venom in the man's voice combined with the surprise of the question to make it feel as if Corin's heart had been slammed back against his spine. He wanted to shout something back at Thine, but first his breath, then words failed him. Thine had always been full of threats and intimidation, but Corin and his father had refused to acknowledge them. Thine had not been the first criminal to threaten him, nor the last, and not the first to be blamed for my father's death. With a moment of thought, Corin realized that Thine had probably heard of his father's death and decided to claim responsibility just to get at him. Corin thought Thine more than capable of ordering a murder, and Black Sun more than capable of carrying that order out. But Hal Horn had been killed over a year and a half after Thine had arrived on Kessel. Black Sun preferred things a bit more immediate than that, as I recall. Corin's eyes became green slits. I suppose you could have been the one who had my father killed. After all, you threatened us both and left the whole job undone, which means it's in keeping with your usual sloppiness. The riposte had no visible effect on Thine. He looked away from Corin, then watched Wedge for a moment. Are you the Jedi? No, I'm just the man who decides if you leave here or not. Wedge jerked a thumb toward Corin. That wasn't a good start. Oh, forgive me. I've forgotten the rebels are all sweetness and light. That's what they tell us, you know, all the Pauls who were sent here. Thine smiled carefully. Then again, you're here taking someone like me away from this place. Expediency wins over purity, it would appear. The commando at the airlock brought Iniri Forge through, and Corin saw the resemblance between her and Lujane the second she removed her breathing mask. They both had the same brown eyes and trim bodies. Iniri wore her brown hair longer than her sister had, and had dyed a forelock the same shade of blue as Thine's patches. She appeared shocked to see her parents, but her face closed up quickly as she turned away from them and rested her hands on Thine's left shoulder. Wedge studied the woman for a moment, then looked up at Thine. The New Republic has authorized me to give you transport from Kessel to a destination you will learn later. You will be given tasks to perform. If you succeed in performing them to our satisfaction, the New Republic will grant you a conditional pardon for your crimes. Do you understand? What if I decide to accept your offer, then I just go away? Wedge smiled openly. We'll hunt you down and bring you back here. The galaxy is a big place. You might think that, but it's getting much smaller all the time. Wedge shrugged nonchalantly. The Emperor couldn't hide from us. Don't assume you could. Corin nodded. You weren't that hard to find before, Patches. You won't be again. You don't scare me, Horn. I'm not interested in scaring, just catching, Thine. Corin bent down, retrieved Thine's breathing mask, and shoved it onto the man's face. No matter where you go, I'll find those double diamonds of yours, just like last time. Count on it. Wedge nodded to the guards. Take him outside and prep him for shuttle transport. Iniri started to follow, but a guard stopped her in response to Wedge's hand signal. Ms. Forge, I'd like to speak to you alone. Iniri turned slowly and stiffly. We're hardly alone. You're not required to go with Thine. She glared at her parents, then looked at Wedge. I've made my choice to be with him. Leave it alone. It is no one's business but my own. Look, Corin began, holding a hand out toward her. We can protect you from him. Oh, like you protected my sister? Corin's hand dropped back to his side. The same horrible sensation he'd felt when Lujane had died rippled through him. He knew the pain in Iniri's voice had triggered the memory, but he felt he was also sensing the part of her that had died when she found out about Lujane's death. Asked to choose between the memory or Iniri's pain, he couldn't have decided which hurt him more, but the inability to redress either frustrated him like nothing else. We did everything we could to protect Lujane. Corin tapped a hand against his chest. We didn't know her as long as you did, nor as well. But you know what your sister was like. You know how good she was at making people feel welcomed and at ease and valuable. She did that with us, too. He pointed at the airlock. It may not be my business what you do with Zekka Thine, but I'm certain your sister wouldn't have wanted you to go with him. Lou Jane's gone, but that's no reason for the people who loved her and respected her to let you get into trouble. Thine is everything your sister was not. You don't know him. And maybe you don't either. Corin held his hand out to her again. You don't have to do this. I do. She folded her arms resolutely. I am. Wedge shook his head. You will have time to reconsider, up to and including your final drop-off. Is that all? Wedge frowned. You might want to say goodbye to your parents? Why? That didn't keep Lou Jane safe. It didn't get her killed, either. Wedge's reply seemed to soften Iniri for a moment. Her gaze flicked toward her parents, and for a heartbeat Corin thought she was going to come to her senses. Then her eyes hardened, and she fitted the breathing mask back over her face. Without a word, she turned on her heel and stepped into the airlock. Wedge turned and looked wordlessly at her parents. Kassar hugged his wife. You tried, Commander. That is all we could ask. The rest of the exchanges went fairly smoothly. Wedge resorted to threats a couple of times when Duel balked at giving him the people he wanted, but by the end of things they had managed to pull 150 political prisoners from Kessel in exchange for picking up 16 of the most hardened and despicable criminals the galaxy had ever known. And by the end of the process, Corin had found someone they could use to keep Thine in check. Wedge suggested a deal to Duel, but the pretentious Rybit dismissed it as one where he got nothing. Wedge had suggested he consider it goodwill, and after a flyover by the airborne portion of Rogue Squadron, Moruth Duel decided it was in his best interest to play along. And this is the last time I deal with your rebellion. Kessel stands alone from now on. Wedge smiled at Duel's image. Then we won't come back, unless we're returning some of your friends to you. He disconnected the transmission before Duel's howl rose to painful levels. 10 minutes later, 2 commandos escorted the last prisoner into the tent. The human was old, though not frail. The holograms Corin had seen of him had not had flesh quite so loose or sallow, but the dark eyes still sparked with life. While smaller even than Corin, the man exuded a certain power. A full shock of white hair crowned him and granted him some of the dignity his dirty jumpsuit stole. Even Wedge seemed impressed. Moff Fleary Voru. I am Commander Wedge Antilles. Voru smiled graciously. Charmed. Do I detect a trace of Corellia in your basic? You do. A loyal son come to free me from this prison? Perhaps. Corin had never met Moff Voru before, but his grandfather had told stories of the man. As the administrator in charge of the Corellian sector under the Old Republic, Voru had turned a blind eye to smuggling activities, which made Corellia a center for smuggling and gave it a reputation that had not changed over the years. When Senator Palpatine declared himself the Emperor, he found Voru to be a rival of sorts. Prince Shizor betrayed Voru to the Emperor, but the Emperor did not slay him. It was thought that Voru had ransomed his life by causing his data files about others in the Imperial Senate and throughout the Empire to be doled out to the Emperor bit by bit. Though it had been decades since Corellia operated as an open sector under Voru, many criminals thought of Voru's Corellia as a shining utopia of unparalleled prosperity. Voru had become a legend in the Imperial underworld, and at Corsac, There always were new rumors about an attempt by someone to raid Kessel and free Voru. The ex-Imperial Moff shrugged as much as his bonds would allow. "What do you want me to do for you?" "Do you know Zekathine?" Voru sighed. "I do. Aggressive and intelligent, though aggression is his default setting. Surprise him and he strikes out. Unpredictable beyond that. We're going to use him against the Empire, but we do not want him to become excessive and hurt others." The old man smiled slowly. "Using strategic weapons to gain a tactical advantage is a sign of desperation." "These are desperate times." Wedge nodded toward Corrin. "Lieutenant Horn thinks you can control Thine." "Control him? No." Voru closed his eyes for a moment. "Control those he needs to be able to go too far. Yes, I can do that for you." "Will you?" "Gladly." Voru's confident smile carried on up into his reopened eyes. "It will be dangerous, but seeing Imperial Center again will be worth the risk." Corrin blinked and looked at a stunned Wedge. How did he know he was going to Coruscant? The old man read the surprise on their faces, then laughed. "Don't be astonished I was able to figure out where I would be used. Rejoice in that fact. Were that simple a deduction beyond me, I would have no chance of fulfilling the mission you have given me." 12. Walking through one of the long, dark corridors built beneath the Imperial Palace would normally have depressed Curtin Lure, especially as he was on his way to a meeting with General Ever Derricote. When Derricote had summoned him, the general had seemed quite manic. A state Lure had seen crumble into a tantrum filled with demands on previous occasions, yet even that prospect could not dampen his mood. Corrin Horn was on Kessel freeing prisoners. Lure allowed himself a laugh that echoed sinisterly through the passage. Over the past 2 weeks, the freed criminals had been filtered back into Imperial Center. The rebels had been careful in their insertion efforts. Security was maintained at normal levels, which meant a substantial bribe could make almost any data file look like it had never been sliced. Had he not been tipped to their arrival, Lure would have missed their re-entry into Coruscant's underworld. Lure even allowed himself to admire the Alliance for its plan. Criminals had a penchant for making themselves highly visible targets. The Empire did need to maintain order on the capital world, but their resources would only extend so far. By bringing to Imperial Center the people they did, the Alliance managed to breathe life back into the corpse that was Black Sun, causing some fairly alarming reports to start filtering up from the constabulary. Somehow, though, even their dire predictions amounted to nothing against Lure's mind's eye image of Corrin Horn helping to escort criminals from Kessel. 3 of those on the list had actually been arrested on Corellia during Horn's time with Corsac. It must have killed him to let someone like Zekathine escape justice. What I wouldn't have given to be there and see it. Curtin Lure forced himself to laugh again, and willed himself to remain feeling triumphant, but could not. His basic fear of Corrin Horn undercut his sense of superiority. Corrin Horn, Gilbastra, and Ayala Wasiri had managed to deceive him long enough on Corellia that they were able to escape before he could have them arrested and jailed. He had found Gilbastra after over 1.5 years of searching, but Bastra maintained that's because he had given clues to draw Lure after him. Prior to that, he had thought he was close to Corrin once, but that had been a mistake, and Lure had no idea where Wasiri or her husband was. The fact that they had been able to fool him once meant he had to assume it was possible for them to fool him again. In the old days, before Isan Isard had summoned him to Imperial Center and pointed out his penchant for making unwarranted assumptions, he would have assumed he could not be fooled again. That would have guaranteed his being deceived, and that would have doomed me. Because he worked to no longer allow himself to assume too much, he had reassessed Corran Horn. From this reassessment, his fear had grown. Lure had always labored under the assumption that Horn had actually murdered a bunch of smugglers in cold blood. When it became apparent that those murders were a sham, Lure's face still burned as he realized he had based his assumptions about those murders only on reports created by Gilbastra. He saw Corran Horn as someone capable of using violence, but also as someone who could control his temper. Horn emerged as more cunning, and that trait became more dangerous when coupled with his relentlessness. To motivate Lure in his supervision of General Dericote's project, Isan Isard had released the fact that Lure had killed Bastra into channels that would carry that data to the Rebel Alliance. She also let it be known that Lure was on Imperial Center. She had said at the time that she hoped such information would serve to distract Horn from looking into other matters very closely. But Lure knew it would just draw Corran to Imperial Center, like vice draws huts. I will have to be very careful when he gets here. If he gets to me, it will be because I want him to, but on my terms and to my benefit. As Lure neared his destination, the door to Dericote's lab opened to an inrush of air, and the general himself stood there beaming. Though cadaverously slender, there was no way Lure could squeeze past the general's rotund form and enter the lab with the man just standing there. I thought you wanted me to see something in the lab, General. Dericote brushed a hand back over his thinning black hair, then clapped his hands. I do. The Corran were very helpful. Very helpful. Put it in a report, General. No, you must come see for yourself. Lure hesitated. The holograms appended to the first of Dericote's reports had been enough to make him queasy. The idea of looking at experimental subjects in person did not appeal to him in the least. Well, perhaps just a bit, but only out of morbid curiosity. Lead the way. Dericote stepped out of the doorway and Lure entered the lab. Unlike the majority of suites in the Imperial Palace, the laboratory had stark functional appointments. Bright lights reflected from white and silver surfaces, and the only things even approximating decoration were red and yellow signs warning of biohazards, live wires, and operating lasers. Glass walls allowed them to peer into a labyrinth of rooms where white-smocked individuals appeared to be taking creatures apart, or putting them back together, with the help of surgical droids of various configurations. The door closed behind them, with the air whistling in as the opening narrowed. Dericote glanced back. It sounds like that because we are under negative air pressure in here. That way, if something breaks out, it will not be carried by a draft out of the lab. I thought humans would be immune to this plague. No, that's not exactly correct. The general smiled, and Lure knew the man just loved exposing any weakness in Curtin's knowledge of the project. We are starting from a number of viruses for which aliens show a high susceptibility. It is possible that spontaneous mutations could change it enough that humans could be affected by it. The chances of that are very limited, primarily because the genetic sequences we're using would have to be massively altered for humans to fall sick. It is possible, of course, that this might happen, but at the average mutation rate, it would take 1,000 years before that would happen. But you could make a vaccine, couldn't you? Building up immunity to a virus is not all that simple. It could take years to perfect a vaccine for this disease. Derricote smiled casually, as if talking about an inconsequential amount of time. It could be done, but it would take a concentration of resources that would exceed these by 10 or 20 times. At least, then, the rebels won't have a chance at doing it since they don't even have this facility. Lure lowered his voice. You can cure it, yes? Derricote nodded. Bacta. Is that all? Bacta was the treatment for everything from a simple cut to severe combat trauma, from a sniffle to the virulent Bandonian ague. If Bacta will cure your disease, the disease is useless. Hardly. The more severe the case of the disease, the greater the amount of Bacta needed to cure it. Derricote's dark eyes glittered in a way Lure found rather unnerving. In the very late stages of the disease, Bacta can hold the disease at bay, but some organs and extremities may be so damaged that they will require cybernetic replacement. Come and see. Derricote led him deeper into the laboratory complex and through a doorway into a stainless steel corridor. Transparasteel windows lined the walls and gave them views of detention cells with 1 or 2 individuals in them. On the left were piggish Gamorreans, naked, as were the squid-headed Quarren on the right side, looking miserable in their clinically spare environs. Those nearest the doorway through which they entered appeared relatively normal, though they were such a sight that Lure couldn't bring himself to study them in any great detail. You will notice the transparasteel windows are triple-paned. That central sheet is reflective on their side, so they cannot see us. The walls between the cells are soundproofed. We found that necessary to maintain order. I see, Lure said, but he really saw no need for security precautions. The first few Gamorreans were placid, though they did seem to know people might be observing them through the windows, so they sat in such a way that they preserved their modesty. Farther along, they appeared to be in some sort of a stupor. Their black eyes had become quite glassy and fixed on one point. They just lay there, barely moving, in whatever position they seemed to find themselves, no matter how uncomfortable. Lure did notice a splotchiness on the Gamorrean's flesh. Angry black boils seemed to radiate out a spider's web of lines that connected them one to another. One creature had a boil on his tongue, and several others showed them on the bottoms of their feet. Lure assumed the boils were painful, since what little movement he did see seemed to be an attempt to relieve pressure on them. He also noticed these Gamorreans seemed very dry. Mucus and saliva did not decorate their faces the way it normally did. Clearly the creatures were sick, but Lure somehow took that to be the most telling sign of their disease. Then he saw the final stage patients. The boils had broken open, and the Gamorrean's flesh had cracked along the spiderweb lines. Black blood oozed from the wounds, and the Gamorrean left bloody footprints everywhere it wandered. And wander it did, darting left and right, backward and forward, dancing as if the floor were made of molten lava. The creature slammed into walls, leaving runny silhouettes of itself on the transparasteel. Then it would rebound and fall to the ground. There it thrashed around, vomiting up liters of thick, black fluid, then somehow clambered back to its feet and hurled itself around the room again. Lure reeled away as the Gamorrean he was watching splattered himself against the window. The intelligence agent fell to his hands and knees, fighting valiantly to keep from vomiting. He forced himself to breathe in and out through his nose, and the nausea passed. That's horrible. I know. Derricotte slapped him on the back. The Quarren go black all over. Then their autoimmune system goes insane and liquefies their bones. They become a sack of fluid, just teeming with Krytos. Krytos? My name for the virus. It is a combination of the world names for the viruses I've combined here. He sighed, and Lure could tell he was savoring the vision of the dying Gamorrean. A milliliter of an end patient's blood is sufficient to infect an adult. The incubation period is falling slowly, but the period from first symptoms to final stage is remaining fairly constant. I doubt we will improve on that. Why not? What you saw, the boils and the bleeding out, part of the whole process. The virus is replicating itself in the host body. Once it has filled a cell with virus, that cell explodes and those next to it are infected. The circulatory system carries the virus throughout the body. Cell by cell, the creature dies, and the process escalates until you get the end stage. By then, the pain is incredible. Did I mention the virus doesn't seem interested in destroying pain receptors? Most remarkable, really. Lure reared back onto his haunches, then stood. He focused his gaze on Derricotte and consciously ignored the movement he caught out of the corner of his eyes. How long from onset to final stage? There are 7 stages, one for each day of the disease. Derricotte pointed to the right side of the corridor, but Lure refused to look in that direction. The Quarren die more gracefully, if liquefaction can be seen as graceful. How much tinkering did you do to make the disease jump species? Not much. With the Quarren version, we should be able to attack the Mon Calamari population. I will need other subjects, of course, to test other crosses. I was thinking a raid of Kashyyyk might... Kashyyyk? Lure looked at Derricotte to see if the man had finally lost the last of his sanity. I will check with Madam Director Isard, but I think eliminating a species that proved useful as slave labor before would be unwise. I suggest you and your scientists should compare the known susceptibility of alien species and try to group them so you can tailor a virus that will do the most harm to the largest number. We could do it that way, though it would be more elegant to engineer a specific... There is nothing about your Krytos that is elegant. Derricotte took a step back and blinked. What? Not elegant? Don't take that the way it sounded, General. Take it the way I meant it. Lure forced himself to smile. Your work is most impressive, utterly unforgettable. The image of billions of aliens falling down and dissolving into fetid puddles in the canyons of Imperial Center almost made Lure sick. The rebels are coming here to take the center of the Empire. What they will get is a world of death, and they will be powerless to save it. 13. Cornhorn waited behind the transparasteel blast shield until the pulsar skate's repulsor lift drives had shut down, and the gangway started to descend. The modified Baudo-class yacht looked a lot like its namesake, primarily because of the long, gentle curving lines of the wings. He realized he thought of the ship as quite beautiful, and that surprised him because both he and his father had worked hard to put the pulsar skate and its skipper out of commission. Its old skipper, he reminded himself. Booster Tarek and his father had been each other's bane. Booster had a facility for hauling all sorts of contraband, not just spice, and enough of his cargo was made up of things that powerful people wanted that he made a number of influential friends. Booster easily could have become a broker of goods, but he loved flying too much. Eventually, Hal Horn caught him, and Booster did 5 years on Kessel. Booster's daughter, Mirax, was unbraiding her long black hair as she came down the gangway. She stopped when she saw Corin and smiled. The fierce rivalry their fathers had known gave them a link strengthened by the fact that they also were both raised on Corellia, and that link had allowed them to avoid inheriting their father's enmity. Corin returned her smile. "How was your run?" "No imperial complications." She rolled her brown eyes. On the other hand, having 24 utterly jubilant Sulistans aboard the Skate for a week is sufficient to remind me why I prefer moving inert cargo. "Eat their weight in rations?" "Yes, but that wasn't the problem. They're rather perky when they're happy, and perky can wear on you pretty fast." She jerked a thumb back toward the bridge of her ship. Liet wasn't any help. He fell instantly and madly in love with one of the refugees. She seemed thrilled, as did the others. I think there may even have been a wedding in the hold, but I'm not sure. Corin shrugged. "I don't know anything about Sulistan customs. We could ask Captain Nunb." "That's a possibility." Mirax's smile slackened just a bit as she reached out and laid a hand on his shoulder. "Any bad effects from the trip to Kessel?" "What do you mean?" She shrugged. "A lot of good people made it off Kessel, but I know some real rancor bait had to have been let free to win their release. After all, I don't think the guy running Kessel is going to take New Republic promissory chits in exchange for prisoners. Duel doesn't do anything for nothing. Unlike some smugglers." Her smile brightened again for a moment. "I'm counting on you and Wedge to finish this empire off so I can begin collecting what I'm owed." "And if we don't?" "Then just like that Jed cred you wear, the chits will become collectible, and I'll make the money back later." Her hand shifted from his shoulder, allowing her to give him a light punch in the arm. "Nice change of subject, though." "Sorry." Corin hadn't answered her question because he hadn't allowed himself to think about it very much. It was all well and good to tell Wedge before the trip that he didn't have any problem letting criminals loose. It was true that Corsac, like any other security force, made deals with a lesser evil to get rid of some greater evil. That clearly was what the whole Kessel operation was about. They'd be pitting a resurgent Black Sun against the Empire. With Fleary Voru included in the mix of people freed, the chances were Black Sun wouldn't run hopelessly wild. On the other hand, Corin would have felt a lot better if the list of criminals they freed had been a list of folks lost on a ship that flew into the maw and never came out again. The criminals were capable of doing the job the New Republic wanted them to do, but it was precisely because they were as ruthless and cruel as any Grand Moff that had ever served the Emperor. And while it was true that their activities would help break the Empire down, Corin knew plenty of innocent people could get hurt by any violent spillovers. And the people they had released could easily be described as sloppy when it came to violence. I guess I'm having some second thoughts. I know the Empire wouldn't hesitate to use any weapon against us, so they're definitely the target to shoot at." He frowned heavily. "Once we take Coruscant, I'd be happy to help hunt down and ship back to Kessel any of the slime we released. If you need someone to do the hauling, I'm in, free of charge." Corin smiled. "But we won't tell your father you're working with a Horn on such a thing." "No, I like him alive too much to shock him with that news." Mirax laughed a bit. "Has the food here on Noquivzor gotten any better than the last time I was here?" "It actually has. Lots of good things were shipped in for a meeting here last month, and Admiral Akbar left the surplus here. I think Emtray has traded some of it away, but there are still some surprises. Want to get something to eat? Please. They headed off toward the central corridor that eventually sent a branch running down to the mess hall. As they walked along, Mirax related some of the odder antics of her Celestan pilot and his bride-to-be. The stories were funny, and Corin laughed in all the appropriate places. But he was laughing because of more than the humor in the stories. He realized that with Mirax, he felt very much at ease, providing one more reason why he found her attractive. He knew he wasn't in love with her, but he knew himself well enough that he'd be poised at the top of that very slippery slope if he just let himself go. Falling in love, for him, had never been one of those one look and passion ignites things. When that happened to him, he knew it was lust, pure and simple. While Mirax was pretty enough to inspire lust, Corin knew things that burned hot burned out fast, and he'd been raised to think relationships should be stable, not supernova events that collapse into an emotional black hole. The fact was that his father's murder had cut him adrift emotionally. While he was still with Corsac, he had Gil and Ayala keeping him pointed in the right direction, but he had only made one new friend during that time, and she left after 6 months. Then, on the run, he couldn't get close to people for fear of being unmasked and turned over to Imperial authorities. Even when he joined the rebellion and applied for admittance to Rogue Squadron, the fierce competition with other pilots to get accepted created a wall. Lou Jane Forge had made the first big breach in it. Then others exploited that breach and helped him get used to being with people and trusting them again. Corin! Both he and Mirax stopped at the high-pitched squeal of his name. They turned back as a tall, blocky Gand came down the corridor from behind them. The Gand's exoskeleton appeared uniform in color, except where shadows edged the plates and on his right forearm and hand. There the exoskeleton was much more pale and even chalky. The latter half of the limb matched the left one in length, but was not quite as big around. Corin pointed at his right arm. They removed the Bacta capsule. Yes, Ural is most pleased. The Gand forced inflections into his basic, mostly at the right places, and added volume to emphasize his pleasure. 2 months before, at the first Battle of Borleus, Ural Krieg had been shot out of his X-Wing and had lost his right forearm in the process. By circulating Bacta through a capsule, rebel medics had been able to speed up the Gand's rather remarkable regenerative abilities. Abilities no one in the Alliance had known Gans possessed. Ural flexed his 3-fingered hand. Once the carapace hardens, Ural will be fit enough to be your wing Gand again. I can't wait. Trying to keep up with Captain Nunb is tough. She's good enough she could fly through a nova and her ship would stay dark. Mirax smiled. We're going to get food. Do you want to join us? Ural would be pleased, but Ural was sent by Commander Antilles. Armored lids flicked down over the Gand's multifaceted ebon eyes and back up again. He wants to see you, Corin. Why would he want to see me? Corin couldn't remember having done anything unusual. I hope Emtray doesn't have Whistler slicing some files for him. Mirax tugged on Corin's hand. Let's go and get this over with. I can say hi to Wedge, then we can get some food. Ural laid his left hand gently on Mirax's forearm. Krieg regrets to tell you that Commander Antilles said this is official business. The commander knew you would be together. Ural was sent first to your ship, and he wants Corin to go alone. Commander Antilles said he would see you later and explain everything. If it's official, it's official. She shrugged and let Corin's hand go. I'm still going to get some food. I'll eat slowly, so if you get done fast, find me. I will. Mirax looked at Ural. You are still more than welcome to join me. Ural is honored. Good. I like having company, and since you share a room with Corin, you can tell me all sorts of embarrassing things about him. She slipped a right arm through the crook of his left and winked at Corin. Take your time with Wedge. I'll be well taken care of. Corin laughed, more at Ural's discomfiture than her remark. Have fun. The fun I can bet I won't be having. Corin walked past M-Tray and into the office space Wedge had been given on the unit's return to Noquivzor. The room, which was not really that big, seemed far too large to suit Wedge. Other officers would have had the walls lined with holograms and the shelves packed with trophies from their various adventures. Aside from a few holograms of his dead parents and of him posing with squadron mates, Wedge didn't have much reflective of his time with the rebellion. Wedge pointed Corin to one of the 2 chairs in front of his desk. Be seated. This won't take long, but it means some changes that are going to require some action on your part. Both of your parts. By way of his statement, Wedge included the woman seated in the other chair. Arissi Delaret had been another of the recruits that had joined Rogue Squadron at the time Corin did. She wore her black hair cut short and tight against the back of her neck. She had blue eyes that sparkled like sapphires and an elegant beauty that definitely made her prettier than Mirax. Arissi, having been raised among the privileged humans on Thyfera, had benefited greatly from the riches her kith and kin made from the Bacta cartel. Mirax had referred to Arissi more than once as the Bacta Queen, and Corin thought the remark was uttered with an equal mix of envy and disgust in Mirax's voice, though Mirax would deny any of the envy. Corin slipped into the seat and smiled at Arissi. This should be interesting. Indeed. We finally get to fly together. Wedge cleared his throat. M-Tray will be giving you access codes for some data files. They include a self-extracting virus that will destroy the data once it has been viewed. Read carefully and memorize the points about initial contact. Corin's mind flashed back to the sort of briefings Gilbastra used to give him and Ayala before they started on an undercover assignment. You're not preparing us for some escort run, are you? No. Wedge looked down at his desk, then back up again. For a variety of reasons, the Provisional Council has decided the New Republic needs to take Coruscant. To be able to do that, we need reliable data on the defenses and the locations of tactical targets. Someone has to get that information, and you're it. Us? Arissi looked as surprised as Corin. Commander, there is no way the 2 of us can do that job alone, even if we have help from forces already there. Her blue eyes shrank to slits. We're all going in, aren't we? That's an assumption that I'm not at liberty to confirm or deny, Lieutenant Delaret. The commander shook his head. You both know how a cell system works. No one is allowed to know about more than their portion of the network. What you don't know will keep others safe. Who do we report to? All that will be in your briefing file. Even I do not know what your cover will be or what your travel arrangements will be, and I doubt sincerely I'll have a way to contact you. You'll be going, though, won't you? Arissi frowned. It only makes sense they would send all of us, not just 2. Wedge shook his head. What makes sense to General Kraken is its own subset of reality. He says the precautions are necessary. It's all to keep you safe. Corin scowled. Since when was isolated made a synonym for safe? Arissi patted his left hand. Don't worry. You'll be with me. That's something. Corin flashed her a smile. How long before we head out, Commander? You're off as soon as you leave this office. The Forbidden is waiting for you. Is Tycho flying us to wherever? No. General Kraken has one of his people in command. Corin nodded slowly. The operation is sensitive enough that they don't want to trust him with a part of it. If you can, say goodbye to him for me. And goodbye to Mirax, too. Will do. Wedge folded his arms. One last thing. And this is awkward. We need your permission to have M-Trade transfer money out of your personal accounts, slice it through some cutouts, and funnel it into the accounts you'll be using on Coruscant. Corin laughed. Get receipt bites and we'll be reimbursed? Wedge chuckled right along with the two of them. It's not enough they want our bodies, but they want us to finance the war. I understand there's a budget for this operation, but I know it's not going to be enough. If things go wrong, having the extra credits available... I've had practical experience in this area, and I'd not care to relive it. I've got 10 you can have. Arissi looked at Corin, then up at Wedge. Is 10 enough? Corin smiled at her. 10,000 is what I meant. Oh, I meant 10 million. She batted her eyes. Is that enough? Wedge coughed into his fist. I think it will do. Yeah, being able to buy a whole wing of snub fighters could be handy in a pinch. Corin shook his head. Do we have to come back after this operation? Have to? I don't know. But I certainly hope you are able to. Wedge came around from behind the desk and offered Corin his hand. May the Force be with you. And with you, sir. Corin shook Wedge's hand. As much as we need, and then some. 14. I guess now is the time we will see if this disguise really works or not. Wedge sat back in the Starliner's plush seat, barely glancing at the screen built into the rear of the seat in front of him. On it played little holographic reports about the nature of the rebellion and the war being fought against it by the Empire. The gist of the reports was to suggest that the battle with Palpatine's murderers was going well, and justice was being restored to the galaxy as victory after victory over the treasonous rebels was gained. Wedge, disguised as he was, presented an argument that belied the Empire's propaganda efforts. A metal mask covered his forehead, right eye, and cheek on down to the edge of his jaw. Part of the mask continued on past his right ear, flattening it utterly, and on back to the rear of his skull. Another piece curled down along his jaw and wrapped around his throat. A round lens set in place over his right eye enlarged it and made it very easy to see how blue the contact lens he had on was. Surface pressure kept the mask in place, making it decidedly uncomfortable to wear. It also made the rounded edge on his face dig sufficiently into his skin to appear as if the metal had replaced flesh on that side of his face. The mask also unbalanced his head enough that his neck hurt too much to hold his head straight all the time. As a result, he let his head loll to the right for the most part, and that added to his disguise. The customs official who had come aboard right after the Darkon Starliner Jewel of Churba entered the Coruscant system stopped in the aisle opposite him. I need to see your identification. Wedge slid an identification card from inside the breast of his black Imperial uniform. He used his right hand that had been encased in black leather. The glove did little to hide the blocky, angular nature of the hand, though even if it had been smooth, the fact that it consisted of two thick fingers and a thumb would have given the customs man the idea something was wrong. Gentle whirring sounds emanated from the glove as Wedge's fingers tightened on the card and his wrist rotated to hand the card over to the official. Here you are, sir. Wedge's words came in a buzzing croak, half because of the pressure on his larynx and half because of the voice modulator built into the mask. The customs official gave the ID card only a cursory glance before he swiped it through a slot on his datapad. Colonel Antar wrote, Roat. What? My name is pronounced Roat. The buzz made the words all but unintelligible, though the emphasis he placed on them appeared to get through to the customs official. Pardon, sir. Colonel Roat. You are bound for Imperial Center for Yes, of course. The man's voice trailed off. Everything seems in order here, Colonel. Wedge raised his hand to take the card back, but did not let his claw close on it yet. Are you certain? My baggage is in my sleeping berth. Yes, I am certain. The man impatiently tapped the card against Wedge's thumb. I understand the need for security, sir. I'm certain, sir. If you have trouble, I will help. Wedge let his voice fall to a whisper as if suddenly overcome with fatigue. His head dipped slightly at the same time, then he brought it back up. I will help. The customs man nodded. I will remember that, Colonel. Wedge took the card and fumbled a couple of times before he slid it home again. I live to serve. The customs man moved on, mumbling under his breath. You're dead and still serving. The MD4s should have let you die. Wedge would have missed the remark, but the hearing enhancement built into the mask and fed into his right ear allowed him to catch it. He killed the smile the comment threatened to produce because he knew Colonel Antar Roat would find little in life that was funny. And getting caught by customs as I try to land on Coruscant would not be funny at all. It had not occurred to Wedge to wonder how he would be inserted into Coruscant until he was on his way for his briefing about his cover. He'd known, of course, that he couldn't fly an X-wing in there, and he sincerely doubted much in the way of contraband or illegal immigrants made it onto Coruscant without someone knowing and approving of it. He'd assumed he would be disguised somehow, but it never crossed his mind that he would head into Coruscant in an Imperial naval officer's uniform. The briefing about his new identity had been fascinating. General Kraken's people had fashioned several identities for him. One, Colonel Roat, was designed for insertion and possible reuse later to get back out again. He had another one for the time he would be scouting around on Coruscant, and a third as his exit identity. He had been informed about the latter two identities, but all data cards and other things for them would be supplied on Coruscant after he had been met and had a chance to settle in. The Intelligence Division had chosen Colonel Antar Roat as his insertion cover for a couple of reasons. The first was that the prosthetics hid Wedge's identity almost completely. Moreover, they were a forbidden attractant. They made him unusual enough that people would pay attention to him, but they would see the parts, not the man wearing them. And people caught staring at him would look away in shame. They would remember a man with war injuries, but any details would concern his mechanical parts. Since the parts could be removed and discarded, authorities would be looking for a man who no longer existed once Wedge had shed that disguise. The second reason Roat had been created for Wedge was because Wedge was a pilot. He could accurately and intelligently converse about starfighter combat if pressed. His cover story indicated he had been shot down in the defense of Vladit, in the Ratchuk system, and Wedge could talk about that battle since he'd been there. I was on the rebel side, but I was there. A slight tremor rippled through the ship. Wedge hit a button beside the screen in front of him, and the view shifted to an external one being flashed from a holocam mounted in the aft of the Jewel of Cherba. A shuttle lifted off from the spinal docking port on the top of the ship. The ultra-class passengers had traveled in what was supposed to be unparalleled luxury on the Starliner's upper decks, and those who could afford it clearly took their own shuttles down to the planet to avoid waiting to disembark with the other travelers. It amazed Wedge that people would or could exist in such luxury in such a time of turmoil. He found their desire for pleasure and ease less disturbing than their apparent lack of foresight. From the rebellion's point of view, the end was nigh for the Empire, though whether the rebellion or someone like Warlord Zinj was going to emerge as the new force in the galaxy was open to conjecture. The fact was, though, that no matter who won, avoiding unnecessary expenditures of money in such dire times seemed just to be common sense to him. He did realize that some people would spend money to spin around themselves a cocoon within which the rebellion did not exist. Maintaining the illusion that the Empire was hale and hearty was not difficult, if price was no object. Wedge had no doubt that in some far-flung enclaves of the Empire, not only were there people who did not believe the Emperor had died, but there were people who would keep on believing he was alive and well for years, if not decades, and possibly even centuries. Ignorance I can understand, but not willful ignorance. He killed another smile before it could blossom, though this one was more difficult to kill than the first. The very same people he considered willfully ignorant would find him deluded and misguided. Half of them would deny there were any problems inherent in the imperial system, as if slavery, anti-alien sentiments, and weapons that destroyed planets could be so easily forgotten. The other half might admit there were problems, but they would shy from accepting open insurgency against the legitimate government as a solution to them. For those people, working within the system was the way to achieve change. But they failed to realize that when a system had become as corrupt as the Empire, significant change was impossible without a shattering of the power structure. The trick of it all, and what tempted him to smile, was that all sides could make reasonable and logical arguments for their points of view. Therein was the problem with politics. Since it was the art of compromise, round upon round of discussion could end in no solution being reached. The only time serious change was made was when an individual was willing to die for what he believed. Absent that basic commitment, a commitment most imperial citizens were not prepared to make, the Empire would continue to exist in one form or another, institutionalizing evil. A man appeared at the end of his row of seats. Colonel Roat? Wedge looked over slowly, then nodded. Prefect Dote. It has been, well, years. As Perrin Dote, an imperial prefect with graying brown hair and brown eyes, Pash Kraken nodded. It was last at the ceremony ending the year of mourning, as I recall, just before you were transferred away. I would not have known it was you, but the customs man told me who you were. The galaxy gets smaller as time goes by. Wedge stiffly patted the seat beside his. Join me, if you do not mind. My body has been broken, but my brain was unaffected. You are coming to Imperial Center on business? You know better than to ask such questions, Colonel. Just as I know not to ask where you were injured. Pash settled himself into the seat and loosely fastened the restraining belts on. This has been a very smooth flight. It has indeed. Wedge nodded. Pash's comment had confirmed what Wedge had decided about the journey to Coruscant. Security was not so tight as to uncover them, nor as lax as might have been expected were the Empire's core institutions breaking down. It also told him that Pash had encountered no trouble fitting in with the other passengers. While the two of them had known they were traveling on the same flight, they had not made contact previously. Had there been any difficulties, they would not have made contact prior to landing, and only did so now to facilitate pickup in the spaceport. A smiling flight facilitator's face appeared on the flat screen. "We are beginning landing operations. Please bring your seats into a full and—" Wedge killed the sound on the display. "I hope our landing is as smooth as the flight." "As do I." Pash sighed convincingly. "I hate spaceport tie-ups. If things are going to go wrong, it's generally there." The spaceport at which Jewel of Cherba sat down was a multi-story facility built atop a triad of towers approximately 50 kilometers from the Imperial Palace. The docking bay had multiple levels that allowed passengers from the various classes to disembark without having to mix with the others. The rich who had not left in their own shuttles were received in an opulent, spacious area that Wedge saw through the porthole as Jewel settled in for a landing. The keel runners, aliens and low-class humans, were offloaded in a secure cargo area. The first through third-class passengers exited the Starliner through multiple ports and into a clean but crowded waiting area. Customs officials ran spot checks on some of the passengers, but Wedge saw no one hustled away. Beyond the immigration area was luggage retrieval, but before he or Pash could worm their way into the crowd to get their things, a brown-haired woman in a prim gray med-tech uniform approached them. "Colonel Roat?" Wedge nodded. "I am Roat. This is my friend Prefect Perrin Dote." "You are?" "Irin Fossir. I am from the Rohair Biomechanical Clinic. I was sent to meet you." "You were?" "I had been told you were notified. I left word with your aide, Captain Sino." "That explains it. Sino was killed just before I began my journey." "You have my sympathies, sir." "Accepted." Wedge nodded solemnly. The woman had used the correct phrases to introduce herself, proving she was one of Kraken's agents. Wedge waited while she and Pash picked up the luggage. Then she led them out to a waiting lift car. It had labels on the side proclaiming it to be from the Rohair Biomechanical Clinic, but otherwise looked utterly ordinary. Their luggage was loaded into the external rack. Then the three of them climbed in, and the driver in the forward compartment headed them away from the spaceport. The woman sat back on the bench seat that faced the rest of the craft. "It will take us 15 minutes or so to get where we're going. We could get there faster, but—" Wedge smiled as much as the mask would allow him to. "Precautions. We understand. I was wondering, though, if I can't take this mask off." "By all means." Wedge sub-vocalized the command that let the air out of the built-in bladders, loosening the mask. He worked it off, then coughed and finally shucked his hand out of the claw glove. Luke doesn't seem to mind his replacement hand. It must be that Jedi training. Pash chuckled politely, but the woman just sat there and stared for a moment. Then she blushed and looked away. "Forgive me. I had been told you were important, but I didn't realize. I remember your face from some early Imperial warrants. You're Wedge Antilles, right?" Wedge nodded. "You saw Imperial warrants with my picture on them? They had limited circulation. The diktat might have been with the Empire, but not so all Corellians." She extended her hand to Wedge. "I'm Ayala Wasiri. It's a pleasure to meet you." Ayala Wasiri. Why is that name familiar? Wedge shook her hand and let her introduce herself to Pash Kraken, eliciting another blush while he thought about her name. Then it came to him. That's what Corrin's human partner was called. "You saw the Imperial warrants when you were with Corsac." Ayala blinked, then nodded slowly. They must have given you a thorough briefing. Not really, but I have heard of you. He shrugged. I can't say from where, of course. She shook her head. No, of course not. What I can say is this, Wedge smiled. What I have heard makes me think this mission's smooth start should extend yet further and give us a chance to accomplish everything we set out to do. 15. Corran Horn felt miserable. The cover story prepared for his entry into Coruscant called for him to be swathed in multiple layers of cloth, most of it oppressively heavy and hot, forming the purple and red robes he wore. The collar on the shirt he wore, closest to his skin, had been starched and pressed until its edge felt like a razor, especially where it pressed up against his larynx. A big, old, rounded cylinder hat crowned him, while the skirts of the outermost robe dragged on the deck of the Jewel of Churba's exclusive ultra-deck. He kept his hands hidden in the sleeves of the robe, as he had been instructed a good Quati Telban would do. The goal of the clothing was to render him all but genderless, and were he traveling on Quat with Arissi, he would be considered all but invisible by the upper crust of society. On Jewel, he had been a curiosity and the combined object of envy and pity. Arissi's appearance had been the source of envy for every male in Ultra Class. She wore tight blue leggings beneath a loose blue blouse flecked with scintillating points of light that flashed gold and silver. A belt gathered the blouse at her waist, which was just as well because it had no fasteners and lay open from throat to tails. Thus, though she was fully clothed, anyone with enough intelligence to outwit a Kowakian monkey lizard could imagine what Arissi looked like naked, and the idea of having to share a cabin with her doubtless seemed wonderful to plenty of men. Pity came when people saw how she treated him. Arissi berated him mercilessly. On those occasions, she chose to acknowledge his presence consciously. Most of the time, he trailed respectfully after her, paying for things she bought, carrying things she wanted carried, picking up after her, and apologizing graciously in her wake. While her conduct was far from graceless, she appeared to draw strength from the cruelties she inflicted upon him. Theirs appeared to be a symbiotic relationship where Corran endured abuse in return for sexual favors. In the final analysis, despite Arissi's beauty, no one thought it was an even bargain. Arissi tapped her foot impatiently as a stocky female customs official wandered along from the previous docking foyer to where they waited. Arissi folded her arms and gave the woman a withering stare. At first, the official hesitated. Then she smiled slowly. The expression on her face all but broadcast her thoughts to Corran. She's remembered she has the power here at this moment, and will make Arissi pay for her disrespect. The official glanced at her datapad. Riss Darsk? Arissi nodded coldly. I have a travel file with the appropriate visas for you, but not for him. He is Darsk Ristel. Arissi waved her left hand dismissively. He is there. I only show one passenger. Arissi reached out with one finger and punched a button on the woman's datapad. There. Baggage. A scowl settled over the official's face. State the purpose of your visit to Imperial Center. It is a private matter. An oily smile spilled over the scowl. That is insufficient for our records. Arissi glanced at Corran. Then she produced a razor-edged smile that slashed into the official's confidence. Mine is a pleasure journey here, though I anticipate very little of it. The official turned toward him. The purpose of your visit, sir? Arissi answered for him. His is a business trip. Business and pleasure? Should it not be one or the other? Arissi shook her head slowly. Not when my pleasure is his business. He is a Telban. The official's head drew back, trapping an extra chin against her throat. Telban? Exactly. My Telban bore me here on Imperial Center, so, in keeping with my family's tradition, I have come here with this Telban to conceive. To conceive? A child? You understand. Telban. I see. The official looked at Corin, and he averted his eyes. Telban. The Telban were drawn from the middle classes on Quat. They were raised and trained by their families to excel in academics, social manners, and athletics. When they reached the appropriate age, they underwent a battery of tests that produced a ranking by combining scores for intelligence, grace, health, and genetic makeup. The upper classes of the great Quat merchant houses then purchased Telban from their families for the purpose of parenting a child with a member of the merchant family, then raising that child. The child would be an heir of the merchant house, thereby getting all the benefits of its birth, while the Telban's family would be greatly enriched by the fees paid for the Telban's service. The process, which divorced reproduction from emotional commitments, struck many, including Corin, as inhuman, but the Quati aristocracy found it practical in a number of ways. It left their people free to enter into alliances and mergers without placing a child in jeopardy of being drawn into an enemy camp when whatever enterprise that brought two people together collapsed. It also prevented inbreeding between noble families and provided the children with a guardian tutor with a very serious and tight bond to his charges. The children knew their Telbans provided one half of their biological makeup, but they only acknowledged their aristocratic parent as having a blood relationship with them. The process was not easy on a Telban, but what did their feelings matter? They were property, nothing more. The official hit a few buttons on her datapad. You and the Telban are cleared. Beyond the airlock is your shuttle. Enjoy your stay. Or whatever. The woman moved off down the ship's spine toward the next docking foyer. Arissi and Corin retreated to circle in the center of the docking foyer. The circle slowly rose toward the outer hull, and the circular platform on which they rose locked into the floor of the airlock with a click. Corin felt bits and pieces of things shift below his feet. Then the cylindrical airlock slowly rotated 90 degrees until the side opened onto a shuttle's hatch. Beyond the opening stood a female pilot who waved them aboard the modified Lambda-class ship. The hatch closed behind them. If you will be seated, said the pilot, and strap yourselves in, I can take you to the Hotel Imperial. Arissi nodded. We are cleared for an entry vector? Yes, Mistress Darsk. Corin walked into the passenger compartment and took a seat in the last of 4 rows. Arissi cast a glance down a small corridor toward the cockpit, then came back and joined him. She said nothing as she strapped herself in, but she did rest her arm on his. The lights glistening on her blouse shifted color sequentially, as if a golden beach was being eroded by a silver wave. The ship shuddered and popped as it disengaged itself from Jules' airlock. Then it lifted off, and its wings snapped down into place. As they did so, holographic displays lining the walls of the passenger compartment provided images that made it appear as if the whole ship had been made of transparasteel. The shuttle pulled up and away from Jules, heading outbound from Coruscant for a moment. The screens filled with pinpoint images of distant stars. Arissi kept her voice low. Please forgive me for how rudely I have treated you. Whatever you desire, mistress. She looked at him with a horrified expression at the dullness of his response. Then that deepened as she realized that being alone in the ship's cabin did not mean they could not be overheard. Arissi leaned toward him, filling his nostrils with the sweet scent of Lorna flower perfume. She kissed him on the lips, lingering close enough to whisper, "You are Telban. You understand." Corin nodded. "I am Telban. I understand." Her comment and his reply, fairly innocent and common given the relationship of their two cover identities, had been imbued with a different meaning for the two of them. It was a touchstone, a link back into their real identities. Whenever they needed to assure themselves that the other person was just play acting, they were able to use the phrases and responses to do so. In this way, Corin knew her cruelties were forced upon him by their situation, and she knew his indifferent responses did not reflect his true feelings for her. Of course, I don't know what those feelings are, really. He liked Arissi enough as a friend, and yet still found her very attractive. The degree of proximity forced by their roles had stopped short of physical intimacy, but had included living together throughout Jules' journey and the training before that. Arissi had made no secret in the past of her attraction to him. No one would have faulted them for sleeping together, given their circumstances, but Corin had held himself back from succumbing to her charms and the security of shared intimacy. At first, he told himself, it was because he didn't want to let his guard down. If they were to make love, their guard would be down. One slip, one fatal admission, an inappropriate name whispered in an unguarded moment of passion, could have spelled their undoing. Only by being apart could they guarantee mission security. Those concerns eroded as they spent more time together. For a very short time, he allowed himself to imagine that he would be betraying Mirax in some way if he slept with Arissi. He did have feelings for Mirax, but there were no commitments or obligations between them. For all he knew, she had a lover stashed away in every starport across the galaxy. He doubted it, and was surprised at the spark of jealousy ignited at the thought. And if she did, it was no business of his. They were both adults, and if they did eventually enter into a relationship, what had gone before would have to be dealt with as something that happened before. His ultimate resistance stemmed from two things that fed back and forth into each other. The first surprised him when he discovered it, but he couldn't deny it. He thought of Arissi as being well and truly outside his social class, inescapably so. She came from a world where she was nobility, money, opportunity, material advantages, and the best of everything were what she had been born to. While her joining the rebellion spoke to true nobility in her heart, the fact was that she really enjoyed luxury and treated it as her due. He had seen that throughout the trip. She took to it like a sarlacc to sand. Despite being a Telban, the same luxury was available to Corin. He was surprised by his inability to get used to it. Whereas Arissi might think nothing of peeling a fruit and leaving the rind on the arm of a nerf-hide divan, Corin found himself worrying about spilling something or sweating on the divan, thereby ruining it. Arissi didn't care if it was ruined, whereas he did because he did not have access to the sort of money that would allow him to laugh off a demand to replace the couch. Arissi's blithe disregard for money had all but given Corin fits. Arissi had ordered him to tip servants extravagantly, but he had a hard time rewarding indifferent or poor service as well as he did good service, and the servants on the Ultra Deck were obsequious and sycophantic in the extreme. There were times he wanted to just lash out and bash them, but he knew they'd accept a beating, then thank him for administering it in such a skillful manner, doing whatever they thought would inflate the gratuities. He knew he could never fit into her world, and he suspected she knew it too. While the abuse she heaped upon him was exaggerated enough that he knew she didn't mean it, there were times the tone of her voice or the venom in her eyes seemed a bit too convincing. A small part of her realized his unsuitability as a mate, and that bit went to war with the part of her that liked him, producing enough anxiety that she dealt with him more sharply than she might otherwise have done. Her resentment about his lack of ability to cope with the common elements of her existence made him want to show her he could adapt. Deep in his heart, he knew he would fail ultimately because just as he and Arisi needed a touchstone phrase to remind them who they truly were, Corin himself needed a connection back to what he saw as real life. His family circumstances had never been affluent, but neither had they been impoverished. Like his father and grandfather, he had worked for the Corellian security force, and he was proud of his background. If he and Arisi couldn't be together, then it was her loss, not his. Arisi's hand tightened on Corin's arm. "Oh my, look." The shuttle had come about and gave them an unobstructed view of the planet. They sailed in beyond the sphere of Golan space defense platforms and the orbital solar reflection stations. The latter reflected sunlight down to the planet to warm zones near the glacial caps at either pole. While quite habitable, Coruscant's orbit took it far enough from the sun that capturing and redirecting solar energy was needed to keep the world temperate year-round. The shuttle was heading down and in toward the daylight side of the planet, but a crescent of night gobbled up a big portion of it. The lighted side had a spiky, angular quality to it, with towers rising up and Grand Canyon sinking down through a khaki and gray landscape. Skyhooks, massive stone islands flecked with green and purple gardens, floated lazily over the ferrocrete terrain. Corin could see nothing natural on that side of the world, just the rough scars of humanity's manufacture and constant reconstruction of the planet. The night side, by way of contrast, sparkled and shimmered with a full spectrum of colors that flowed through invisible channels. Millions of lights marked towers he could not see, and each light on them corresponded to 1 or 2 or 4 or a dozen people living in its proximity. Deep down at the base of the towers, winking in and out of life as buildings eclipsed his view, muted lights played out like those in ocean depths, hinting at life unseen and likely unknowable. Approaching the line that marked the end of day and the beginning of the night, Corin saw a building that could only be the Imperial Palace. An arrogant edifice, it rivaled and mocked the Monorai Mountains to the south. Towers rose from it like coral spires from a reef, and their sharp, angular construction made them seem as dangerous to Corin as the coral they reminded him of. Those towers, that artificial mountain, housed the bureaucracy and officials that could destroy planets with a rounding error in the budget. "It is a hive of evil," he shivered. "No one will ever be safe until it has been purged." Impressive, isn't it? Corin looked up and found the shuttle's pilot standing in the hatchway. "Shouldn't you be flying this thing?" "We're on instrument approach to the Hotel Imperial. My droid co-pilot can handle it." She gestured at the vision of the planet. "You're lucky. It's a clear night. If there were storms, I'd be at the helm dodging lightning and skyhooks, and you'd not see much." Arisi lifted her chin. "My Telbun and I..." You want the Emperor's suite. Someone else has a previous reservation. Corin spoke slowly and carefully. We thought it was arranged. It can be. Arissi's eyes narrowed. Will 1,000 credits suffice? As a down payment, yes. Corin smiled. You're our contact? The pilot nodded, and Corin took a good look at her for the first time. He found her pretty, and her dark eyes were full of fire, but there was another quality about her that he couldn't place at first. He thought it had to do with her mood, and how quickly she had shifted from being just an anonymous pilot to their contact. But he recognized that mutability of personality as a mark of an excellent undercover operative. Ayala could change like that, affect a mood, and suddenly she was someone else. As the woman drew closer, he nailed it. Though her hair was white and gathered at the back of her head, he realized she reminded him very strongly of Princess Leia Organa. He'd not made the connection when she was the pilot. He knew he'd not really paid that much attention to her. It was obvious to him that she was not Leia Organa, but because of the resemblance, he would have been willing to bet she came from Alderaan. The pilot sat down in the chair in front of Corin and swiveled it around to face them both. We've not much time here, but the cabin is clean so we can talk briefly. I already know who you are. Here I'm known by the code name Targeter, though as the pilot I go by Rima Borealis. That will do as a call name for now. We'll get you into the hotel and book you into a suite, but you'll live out of other rooms we have secured for you. New identities and identification cards will be supplied there. Arissi nodded slowly. We're not it, are we? She pointed toward the palace as their ship descended. Just the two of us gathering the information needed to bring that down? That's a lot of pressure. Rima shrugged. I don't know, and I couldn't tell you if I did. Sorry. She patted Arissi on the knee. I wouldn't worry, though. From what I understand, you rogues are a thorn in the Emperor's flesh. Now's the chance we have to shove it deeper and twist it a bit. Nice analogy, Corin smiled. I like it. I thought you would. Rima returned his smile. Nothing on this mission two rogues can't handle, even if, she added with a shrug, getting into Coruscant is likely the easiest part of the whole thing. 16. Gavin Darklighter said nothing as the pulsar skate reverted to normal space. His silence did not result from previously warbled warnings by Liet Save, nor was it born of the need for operational security that General Kraken's people had drilled into him. And it was not the result of his having his eyes closed so he couldn't see anything. He could see. What he saw was Coruscant, and that vision took his breath away. Mirax turned in her seat. Impressive, eh, kid? Gavin knew he'd not seen as much of the galaxy as some folks, all of Rogue Squadron included, and the crew of the Skate as well. But he didn't think of himself as a total nullwit or nerf-herder. He wasn't one of the Sand People, for example, and he knew plenty about sophisticated things, like flying an X-Wing or slicing code in a computer. He might have grown up on a farm outside Anchorhead, but he'd been to town at least once a month, and his family was always invited over to the big house by his uncle for family celebrations. He'd even been to Mos Eisley once, but he'd never seen anything like Coruscant. It's just a city. The whole thing. One big, huge, really big city. Gavin spread his arms wide for emphasis, but hit hull before he thought he'd gotten the gesture right. It's all city. Pole to pole, horizon to horizon, more or less. Mirax smiled. There are spots on the glacier where things haven't been built over, but the only reason that's true is because the poles are frozen reservoirs. If you drink water down there, it was pole frozen or shipped in from outside. A light came to life on the console. The Solistan pilot chittered at Mirax, causing her to turn around and hit 3 buttons. Maracy Hope here. Coruscant Space Traffic Coordination on link here. Our files show you're transporting exotics. Our scan shows you have 8 individuals on board. Affirmative. 3 humans, 5 exotics. I copy. You are cleared on Vector 34293AFX. Liet gave Mirax a nod, so she spoke into the comm unit again. We copy. Thank you, Coordinator. Gavin saw her shut the comm unit off, then raised an eyebrow. That seemed too easy. Suspicion is a good thing, just so long as you don't go overboard with it. Sounds like something Corin might say. Mirax glanced back at Gavin, but he couldn't read the expression on her face. He might say such a thing, indeed. And he'd be thinking our entry was too easy, too. The trick of it is that certain members of Coruscant's Space Traffic Coordination Office had been bought and paid for. When the entry monitor satellites beamed an inquiry to the skate, they got a transponder message that told them we were the Maracy Hope. That ship is a known slave runner for one of the brothels on the edge of Invisec. Invisec? Mirax frowned. I thought they briefed you before this run. Well, yes, they did, but I don't remember Invisec being mentioned before. Gavin shrugged helplessly. What is it? A chunk of the Imperial City that is popularly known as the Invisible Sector. Primarily because most people don't want to admit it exists. It's large enough to swallow up 3 or 4 of the largest metropolitan areas from elsewhere in the galaxy, but here it's just one precinct out of many. Invisec is a contraction of the name, and is used by folks who frequent it to refer to the area. You mean the Alien Protection Zone? Right, sure, if you want the imp-speak designation, but only the military uses that. Citizens don't talk about it, or call it there, or refer to it as invisible or unseen, or the witty ones confess slumming down there by saying they disappeared for a while. Invisec is largely made up of the APZ, but it extends around it and has little satellite sectors elsewhere in the city. Think of it like Mos Eisley, but uglier, nastier, and less hospitable. Worse than Mos Eisley? Gavin blinked. Is that possible? That's the thing about evil, Gavin. It doesn't diminish when you spread it over a larger area. It's rumored Vader built a palace near Invisec because, for him, it was as attractive as a seashore sunset is to most folks. The black market thrives down there. Aliens who have work permits can leave Invisec and work in other locations. Those who don't are forced into working at the factories that have been built on the edges of Invisec. Looking past Mirax and out through the cockpit view screen, Gavin saw the dark city below rise up toward the ship. It seemed as if towers lunged to impale the skate, but the Solistan pilot deftly steered the ship around them. Down and down the ship glided, flitting between towers and around through canyons, pushing lower and lower through layers of light and shadow until they reached a point where Liet had to turn on the ship's running lights or be left without a means for orienting the ship. The Solistan slowed the ship and brought it down below the overhanging edge of a building. Dark fungi and white lime stained the walls. Gavin couldn't identify the stone used to construct the building, but it seemed to be ancient and covered with odd, twisty runes like nothing he'd ever seen before. "What does the writing say?" Mirax laughed. "That's not writing, Gavin. Those are the trails of granite slugs. Hawkbats tend not to get down this deep." "Granite slugs and hawkbats?" "Hawkbats look good riding the thermals, just as long as you don't suck one into an engine. They prey on granite slugs and get the occasional borat. Borats get as big as 2 meters long. Sounds like womp rats from back home." "Sure, except these things have tusks, spines, armored flesh, and claws that can dig through ferrocrete. The only good thing about them is that they tend to be solitary." Mirax flipped some switches overhead. "And there are all sorts of extraterrestrial beasties that someone brought to Coruscant and let loose. Most are benign, but—" Gavin shivered. "And why was it I agreed to this duty?" The skate slowly began an ascent, which Gavin thought would bump them against the bottom floor of the building above, but he discovered they were rising through an open hatchway in the overhang. "This is convenient." "A lot of transport of goods goes on at the lower levels in the city. It keeps traffic lighter up above. This building used to be outside Invisec, but as the construction droids slice a piece off one side of Invisec, the unhomed push out and take over new areas of the city. It's a slow migration, and Invisec generally gains 2 kilometers for every 1 it loses." The pulsar skate drifted forward and put down its landing gear. It came to rest in the large, dark basement of the building, squeezed in between trash middens, hydro-reclamation processors, and the heart of the building's heating and cooling facilities. Liet killed the repulsor lift drives, but left the external lights on, providing the only strong illumination in the facility. Mirax unstrapped herself from the command chair and punched a button. Gavin heard a whooshing hiss, followed by the sound of servo motors, lowering the access hatch. It touched down with a metallic thump. "Come on, kid. Let's see what they have set up for you." Gavin unfastened his restraining belts and followed her down the ramp and out into the building. The musty air filled his nose and dried it out. It reminded Gavin of how the air smelled just before a Tatooine dust storm hit with its full fury. He found the scent familiar enough to be reassuring. Mirax preceded him down the ramp and crossed over to one of the trash middens. Dropping to one knee, she waved him over. "Grab this end of the crate and pull." Gavin grabbed one of the handles on the Duraplast box and slid it from beneath the trash. Mirax got the handle on the other end of the 2-meter-long case, and between them they lugged the heavy rectangular box over to a spot beneath one of the skate's lights. The rest of the rogues descended the ramp and joined them. Noara Ven's black cape pooled around him as he knelt at the lock pad on the box. He studied it for a moment, then looked up at Mirax. "This looks to be what we were told to find here. It should have gear and identification cards in it. Should you be here when we open it?" She shrugged. "You're probably right. I shouldn't be. But I've got 2 standard hours before the clearances for my exit identity become live." Gavin frowned at Noara. "We can trust her, you know." The Twi'lek held a hand up. "I do not doubt her honesty, Gavin. But the less she knows, the better for her. In the same way, our not knowing the particulars of her escape vector and identity means we cannot reveal it if we run into complications." Mirax patted Gavin on the shoulder. "Not to worry, Gavin. I've got navigational calculations to do. May the Force be with you all." She retreated up the ramp. Then it ascended after her. Nawara punched a combination into the lock pad. The lock clicked, and the Twi'lek slid the cover off. The gear inside had been packed into numbered boxes that Nawara pulled from the case and handed to the appropriate individuals. Gavin accepted box 1 and wandered away from the others to open it. Inside he found a folded change of clothes, a small satchel in which they could be carried, 100 credits in various forms, a small holdout blaster, and a packet filled with identification cards. He tore the packet open and poured its contents into his hand. He had a draw card in his alias, so he could pull money from a transaction account as needed. A basic medical record card containing a medical history that would allow doctors to treat him without knowing who he really was, and his new identification card. His cover identity was that of Vin Liger, a young man from a rim world who had gotten into trouble. He'd hooked up with a Shistavanen, conveniently played by Riv Shiel, and had left home. The two of them had scraped by on a number of worlds by using Vin's apparent innocence to trick locals into trying to take him for all he was worth. Shiel, who would go by the name Shalir Resh, would rob the con men targeting Vin, then they would move on. A chill ran down Gavin's spine as he ran through all the details of his new identity. Vin Liger, he realized, had a more complete history than he did himself. It struck Gavin that it was utterly absurd for him to be trying to pass as an outlaw from another world. It was even more absurd for him to be a member of an elite rebel squadron on a spy mission to the Imperial homeworld. How can I be here? He remembered standing on the edge of the pit where his family lived, looking out at the wastes of Tatooine, wondering if Luke Skywalker had ever stood where he stood, and had seen what he'd seen. It was quite a contrast to the scene below, where his mother and siblings cleared away the debris from his 16th birthday celebration. Security, warmth, love, all existed down in the hole, while everything outside it was hostile, inhospitable, and unforgiving. His father had come up and had stood there with him. You've got the Darklighter look on your face, and at your age, too. His father sighed. I knew this day would come, just not this soon. Gavin had looked down at his father. What do you mean? Us Darklighters have a point in our lives when we look outside ourselves. We look outside our lives. Some of us, like my father, never do it until the end, and then they regret all the things they didn't do. Your Uncle Huff looked outside once upon a time and chose to ignore what he saw. That's why he's become a food magnate here. By building up his little empire here, he's too busy to see what's out there. Gavin could once again feel his father's rough hand on the back of his neck. Your cousin Biggs had the look at your age. He was determined to go to the academy and become a hero with his name written big in the stars. He succeeded, better than he ever imagined, I suspect, though I'd have settled for a bit less success and a bit more life for him. And now you, Gavin, my eldest, you have the look. There's something out there for me, Father. Gavin had shrugged. Maybe I'm dreaming, but it feels like my destiny is out there. There's only one way for you to find out. His father's reply had surprised him. Do you mean you would let me go off and join the rebellion? The elder Darklighter sighed heavily. I couldn't stop you any more than Huff could stop Biggs. But Huff tried. When he saw he couldn't win, he secured Biggs an appointment to the academy. That way, he was in control of his son's fate. Biggs went, of course, because that's what he had to do, but he resented his father's meddling. There was a rift there, and that eats at Huff every day of his life. Well, I'm not going to stand in your way. You're welcome back here whenever you want to come. And no matter what you do or don't do or run from, you'll always be welcome here. You're a Darklighter. Going out there is what you must do, so go with my fondest wishes that the Force will keep you safe and whole. Gavin had smiled and continued to stare out into the distance. I feel as if the whole universe is opening up to me, and that all I have to do is step forward, and I can make a difference. The feeling is powerful and exhilarating. Is that how you felt when you looked, Father? I never looked until now, Gavin. I was always too afraid. And what I see now is a lot of pain and hurt. He smiled up at his son. And regret I won't be out there with you. Whatever you do, remember who you are, what you are. A Darklighter's destiny is waiting for you out there. This rebellion, it's been without a Darklighter for too long. It's time that problem was solved. So now I'm with the rebellion, on a dangerous mission to find the weaknesses of a fortress planet. Whose vision was more accurate, Father? Mine of destiny, or yours of pain and regret? He shook his head. At least back there with you, I have a safe haven. This mission is part of seeing to it that everyone has a safe haven, and the freedom to discover their own destiny. I think you'd probably tell me that with a Darklighter involved, we'll succeed. I hope you're right. Shiel's hand landed heavily on Gavin's shoulder. Time to move, Gavin. I don't know any Gavin, Shalir. Gavin stuffed his clothes into his satchel, tucked the blaster into his belt, and pocketed the identification cards and money. The name's Vin Liger, and I'm here to find out what makes this world spin, and then find a way to make it stop. 17. Wedge Antilles realized that the mission he and Pash Kraken had been given was the most difficult of all to complete. He suspected the other members of Rogue Squadron had been assigned tasks like mapping out power grids or locating shield generation stations. Pinpointing those locations would be vital if any invasion was to succeed, but that data would be useless unless he and Pash succeeded and came away with a positive report. They had been charged with the duty of assessing the loyalty of the populace on the planet. Ayala Wasiri had been able to provide them with her impressions of the general mood of the world's population, but she freely acknowledged she was more pessimistic than another might be. Paranoia has a way of coloring your thoughts about the world. Wedge smiled as they moved out of the Galactic Museum's Sith artifact room. Paranoia may be an effect of the things in that room. Ghastly stuff. But seductively powerful. Ayala glanced down wistfully. Not as crude as a cubic meter of credits, but those things appeal to something even more base than greed. My thoughts exactly. Because of his mission parameters, Wedge had decided touring the various Imperial facilities open to the public should form the basis of their survey. And in the week since his arrival, they had covered a lot of ground. He had expected the Empire to put its best face forward and display things that would denigrate and demean the rebellion, and he'd not been disappointed. By learning what it was the Empire wanted its citizens to believe about the rebellion, he could then assess whether or not the Imperial propaganda efforts were successful. The museum had proved very instructive in this regard. The bottom two floors provided extensive displays of the flora, fauna, and mineral treasures from throughout the empire. Several displays did provide notations that this plant or that animal had been made extinct on their native worlds by outlaws and malcontents, and included among such beasts were Ewoks, and Imperial taxidermists had taken great pains to make them seem helpless and even more cute than they were in real life. However, despite such propagandistic comments, the displays were impressive and reminded Wedge there was much more to the Empire than he'd consciously acknowledged before. The first two floors were clearly designed to impress and overwhelm visitors with their magnificence, so the next 4 floors had been put together to capitalize on the favorable impressions made below. Those floors covered the cultural and social developments of the empire. One whole floor had been given over to the emperor and his life. Holograms of people who had known him served as tour guides at each display, while droids admonished the people to keep moving on. All the displays, from items shown to the descriptions that accompanied them, were slanted toward making the viewers believe everything the emperor had done had been for their specific good. The final tableau presented on that floor made this point abundantly clear. It showed the emperor lying in state upon a bier in a dark room. He looked far younger and more handsome than Luke had described him, as if the moral rot and evil in him had never been able to ooze out and reveal itself. The emperor appeared just to be sleeping, ready to rise up if the empire needed him again. A holographic image of Darth Vader sizzled to life when Wedge had approached. "Behold my master and weep. He has been stolen from us by those who embrace hatred." The Emperor learned that the rebels had stolen plans for an Imperial planetary ore extractor, and intended to use the one they were fabricating at Endor on inhabited planets. He assembled his fleet, and heedless of personal danger, he had me take him to Endor. He infiltrated the half-completed extractor, offering these rebels his forgiveness and a hand in friendship. They rejected him and attacked his fleet. My master had no alternative but to destroy this Death Star himself, perishing in the process so his citizens could live on. I was slain with him, but my death did not distress me, for it came in service to my master. As Vader spoke, a fanciful holographic simulation of the battle at Endor played itself out against the backdrop of the chamber. An outnumbered and outgunned Imperial fleet drove a dagger into the heart of the rebel formation. The pinpoint accuracy of Imperial gunners laid waste to the rebels. As that war raged outside, the Emperor appeared looking beatific as he pleaded with an unseen rebel host. His expression melted into sorrow and pain. Then his eyes blazed and his fists nodded. Suddenly his image exploded, taking the Death Star with it. The explosion tore into the rebel fleet, leaving only small, weak ships to flee. The whole presentation had sent a shiver through Wedge. He had been at Endor. He had fired the shot that helped destroy the Death Star. Yet this telling of the story felt as compelling to him as the true history of what had happened. It suggested a benign purpose for the Death Stars, and made the rebels out to be monsters for thinking to use one on an inhabited planet. By doing so, and by suggesting the Emperor had gone there to prevent that sort of perversion, the fear that lingered in everyone's heart concerning the destruction of Alderaan was shifted into fear directed at the rebellion. The Emperor had sacrificed himself to save everyone else, so only the most boorish of louts would not show gratitude of some sort toward him. As he moved on to the Hall of Justice with Aella, he found himself amazed at how easily the Empire had been able to warp the truth into a story that sustained the realm. The people who create these exhibits are very good at what they do. That was never more evident as it is with this area concerning the Jedi. Aella linked her arm through Wedge's as they strolled on. Were it not for the Emperor, we would be slaves to a tyrannical Jedi state. The history of the Jedi Knights was presented in a linear fashion, moving from right to left around the room. The 1,000-generation saga had been condensed such that it gave emphasis to the legendary Jedi Masters of old, then suggested a gradual deviation from that noble tradition as the knighthood grew. The corruption had begun, Wedge gathered by implication, when human Jedi Masters had taken on non-human disciples. The Jedi Knights went from being the guardians of the old Republic to the secret masters of its future. They used their powers to manipulate and direct the Republic's leaders. After the resolution of the Clone Wars, the Jedi began to move toward an open grab for power. Senator Palpatine circumvented them and deposed their puppet. In overthrowing the corrupt Old Republic, the Emperor stripped from the Jedi their political power and laid their evil bare for all to see. The Jedi denied the truth he revealed, all except one of their number. His fellows tried to murder him, but he survived their treachery and rose to assist the Emperor in rooting out the evil that had ruined the knighthood. He was Darth Vader, and, said the display, never had there been a greater champion for the high ideals of the Empire than he. Wedge smiled. At least that last bit is true. Vader was Imperial through and through. Notice how they have the true line of Jedi Knights dying with Vader at Endor? No mention of Luke Skywalker, but the implication is that he is heir to the corrupt tradition. She shook her head. I wonder if that is too subtle. Appeals that play to fear can be subtle and still very effective. Wedge turned and looked back toward the far corner of the room. It looks to me as if this chamber once opened onto another one, but the entrance has been sealed up. I've seen an old version of a holographic museum tour. We have people who archive those sorts of things just to see what's been changed. Once upon a time, back in the days of the Old Republic, there were 3 more chambers that extended back there with mementos of famous Jedi Knights and their exploits. Aella shrugged. It's been sealed up for over 30 standard years. Rumor has it that most of the things in there now are memento mori, and the descriptions of some are enough to make the Sith artifacts look absolutely benign. Pash Kraken met them outside the Jedi exhibit carrying a small sack. Are you two interested in getting out of here? Wedge didn't answer immediately because his attention was drawn to something beyond Pash. The museum had been constructed in such a way that the circular foyer rose all the way up to the roof, giving each floor a crescent-shaped opening onto it. The northern wall, through which the public entered the building, had been constructed of transparasteel, providing a commanding view of the Imperial Palace and the walkway that linked the museum with the Imperial Justice Court. A vicious, dark, roiling cloud was coalescing in the kilometer or so between the museum and the palace. Golden lightning shot through it, then arced up into the air. A brilliant energy thread linked the cloud with the lowest of the planetary shields. Then seconds later, an explosive rumble of thunder sent a tremor through the building. More lightning flashed at the heart of the cloud's dark depths, and the cloud began to drift toward them. Wedge looked over at Ayala. "That's a nasty-looking storm. Are we safe here?" "Sure," she said, taking her hands off the steel railing. "A compressor probably blew in one of the buildings down there. Water vapor escapes into the air, condenses, and starts spitting energy. There's lightning rods all over the place on these towers and skyhooks, so we should be safe. You'll know it's a really bad storm when the skyhooks detach their tethers and move off." Down below, Wedge saw all sorts of people streaming into the foyer as the storm approached. Beneath the dark cloud, he saw a shimmering sheet of rain scourging the buildings. Such quickly developing storms must make weather prediction here very tough. I've heard it said that any meteorologist who is right 30% of the time here on Coruscant is barred from shipping on the submarine gambling vessel Coral Vanda or any other casino because she's just too lucky. In reality, though, no one has any reason to actually go outside, so the weather matters little. A bolt of lightning struck very near the museum, and the lights dimmed for a moment. Pash smiled. That could be an inconvenience. True. Wedge pointed at the sack Pash had in his left hand. "I take it you found something interesting in the museum's souvenir mart?" "I have here the most popular items, as indicated by a very friendly sales clerk." Pash peered down into the bag. "I have a statue of the Emperor made from cold-cast Carusa stone resin. If you project a laser through the base, it will give you a series of pictures of the Emperor displayed on your wall. I promised my father I'd bring him something, and that's it." Wedge nodded solemnly. "He'll love that." "I hope so. I also got 2 holopad display discs that will project the 2 most popular segments of the Emperor's life story, the Clone Wars and the one titled Sacrifice at Endor. I was assured they were the hottest sellers, and especially popular with tourists who would be heading back into the outlier worlds." Interesting. In their early discussions of how best to accomplish their mission, Pash had suggested to Wedge that one way to determine the beliefs held by others was to watch what they spent money on. The popularity of the statue suggested that a good number of people did revere the Emperor, though the image of Pash's father displaying it like a trophy in his office suggested that even the Emperor's detractors would find a use for such a thing. The holopad discs, on the other hand, suggested an interest in the events that happened before and around the founding of the Empire, and the events that marked its decline. The Sacrifice at Endor piece was significant in that it confirmed the Emperor's death, and could be brought to distant worlds to lay any doubts to rest. The fact that it showed the rebel fleet as having been broken and suggested evil motives on the part of the rebels themselves was not that great a concern to Wedge. While imperialists could use the program to show how the Emperor cared for his people, the chances of it convincing anyone that the rebellion had died at Endor with it were slim indeed. Well, this is a start. It would seem that people are beginning to come to grips with the fact that the Emperor is dead. However he died, by his own hand or through Luke's intervention, the fact is that the rebellion was sufficiently strong to put him in mortal danger. To a greater or lesser extent, everyone on this planet must wonder how much of the rebellion has survived and how it will come to affect their lives. Wedge smiled. I think those will do just fine. Everyone will be happy with them. I hope so. Pash jerked his head back toward the building's central core and the lift tubes. The storm will be past shortly. Shall we head down and out? Wedge nodded and started toward the lifts, when a woman grabbed his elbow. He turned with a polite smile on his face, and she launched herself into his arms. "Darling!" she shouted, then kissed him full on the lips. "I'm so glad I caught up with you." Wedge got his hands on her shoulders and pried himself loose of her embrace. He started to sputter. Then he saw who she was, and a chunk of Hoth settled itself in his guts. Mirax. Yes, love. We were just getting ready to look for you. Where have you been? I missed some connections and couldn't get out when I wanted to. Mirax forced a light laugh and smiled at Pash and Ayala. You know me. I always push my luck with my travel plans. Things just fell apart this time, and I don't have a clue as to what I shall do now. Perhaps, my dear, you do. 18. Though the week he'd already spent wandering through the upper precincts of Coruscant had allowed him to become accustomed to constant observation, Corrin could not shake the background sense of being watched. Of course, there were reasons for people to watch him. He sat at a tap-calf table on the edge of a promenade at the Imperial Palace's grand corridor, accompanied by two strikingly beautiful women. Arissi with her short black hair and Rima with her longer white hair proved enough of a contrast to each other that eyes were naturally drawn to them. That he, a lone man, should be blessed with their company made him the object of a certain amount of envy, as did the apparent leisure with which all three of them sat at the table and chatted away idly. Corrin and Arissi had been given 2 areas to study in their survey of Coruscant. They were to cover basic security and peacekeeping, as well as medical services and facilities. Having been a security officer, Corrin knew what to look for by way of force allocation, morale, discipline, response times, and tactics. Much of the week had already been spent in passive observation of the Coruscant constabulary and the stormtrooper contingents that worked with them. Coming to the palace's grand corridor had been the final and crowning expedition in their survey of the upper, most public levels of Coruscant. At first, Corrin had absolutely balked at taking such a risk because he felt security there, in the heart of the building from which the government was run, had to be maintained at the highest level. The chance of detection there was greatest, yet the need for study there was equally great. He knew that any attempt to take Coruscant might well end up with a running light fight through the halls and corridors of the palace, so any information about its security would clearly save lives. And in this place, Rogue Squadron could have dogfights with a whole wing of ties. The grand corridor had immediately impressed him with its scope and size. The corridor itself ran on for kilometers, and the open areas at the floor level could easily have accommodated a star destroyer. Banners of all colors and designs hung from balustrades and arches. Each one represented a world in the Empire, and there were more of them than Corrin figured he could count in a lifetime. Purple and green chahala trees lined the main floor and each of the upper levels. Their bark reacted to vibrations and sounds, sparking displays of color that splashed an ever-changing, opalescent mosaic on the gray granite walls and pillars. Corrin had overheard from the numerous tour guide droids that chahala trees had been a favorite of the Emperor's and placed here at his specific request. Though he hated everything the emperor had stood for, Corrin had to admit that the Chahala trees were what truly made this place grand. The necessities of modern life did not intrude and spoil the majesty of the hall. Reader strips, like those scrolling out the latest news stories everywhere else on Coruscant, had been shielded so that anyone wanting to read their messages had to stand at a specific point on the floor to actually see the scarlet letters rolling by. Information kiosks were warded by Chahala trees. Small alcoves scooped from the walls at regular intervals provided people a modicum of privacy for using the HoloLink stations built therein. Security appeared to be lax, but Corrin picked up on things that Arissi clearly missed. Stormtrooper squads did patrol the main floor and passed certain checkpoints at fairly precise intervals. They appeared to be most concerned with breaking up or moving along knots of non-humans. Those with legitimate reasons to be in the building were urged to be on their way, while those gawking at the magnificence of the palace were directed to join escorted tours or to leave. The upper galleries of the Grand Corridor appeared to be alien-free, yet the mechanism for maintaining them that way was remarkably unobtrusive. Side passages leading to stairs or lifts narrowed considerably, forcing individuals to move through them no more than 2 or 3 abreast. Guards wearing a more stylized and aesthetically pleasing form of stormtrooper armor maintained posts at these passages and gently redirected anyone who appeared to be lost. They did respond to questions, but only with the directions to the nearest visitor and information kiosks, where the questions could be asked again. The stairs themselves doubled back twice. This meant anyone who got past the guards on the lower level could be isolated on the middle staircase and dealt with. The landings on either side of the staircase appeared normal, but Corrin knew of a dozen ways anyone traversing them could be trapped or, with a laser cannon emerging from behind a hidden panel, cut down with little or no risk to Imperial personnel. While quite fantastic in its design and execution, the Grand Corridor had not been created without an eye toward security. Corrin made some quick assumptions about other precautions that had to have been set up. He suspected that in the narrow corridors below, there were weapons detectors. The technology for locating an inorganic object next to the flesh of or within the body of a living creature was old and unobtrusive. By detecting the disturbance a weapon made in the creature's bioelectric field or the planet's own magnetic field, a computer could comlink to the guards the identity of the person carrying the weapon, its location on his body, and even the type of weapon he was carrying. Other passive monitoring devices could be used to locate things like gas canisters or bombs by picking up on molecular traces coming off them. For all Corrin knew, the Chahala trees could have been genetically altered to make them into botanical sniffers. The patterns of light flashing across their bark could have some sort of significance, alerting Imperial officials to danger without anyone in the Grand Corridor being the wiser. "You're definitely thinking too hard about this, Corrin." He smiled and looked over at Rima. He caught her staring at him for a moment, but her eyes had enough of a soft focus that he knew she'd not been seeing or thinking about him. Imperial Center to Rima. "Hello?" She blinked, then grinned sheepishly. "Sorry, I was thinking." That was apparent. "What about?" Rima hesitated, and that caught Corrin's full attention. Throughout the time he had spent with her, he'd come to realize 2 things. She was incredibly observant, and she seemed to forget little or nothing of what went on around her. Actually, Corin couldn't remember having caught her out at having missed a detail about something, and he'd frequently been corrected by her. The only times she had previously hitched before answering a question were times when the answer had the potential of violating the security envelope surrounding the mission. Rima's expression softened somewhat, and Corin sensed she was about to open up a bit about herself. I was thinking that we might actually have a friend in common. He was from back home, though I did not know him there. I was wondering how he was. Corin smiled and picked up his cold cup of Espcaf. He'd assumed all along she was from Alderaan. She'd never confirmed this, nor had she denied it. He couldn't remember having said anything to her that told her his assumption, but from the look in her eyes he had no doubt that he had said something, allowing her to phrase her question in such an oblique manner. He lowered his cup and kept his voice neutral. "Do you mean Sel?" He abbreviated Tycho's last name, assuming that even if the conversation were being overheard, the intelligence value of one syllable was tiny. "Yes, I was thinking of him." Arissi smiled. "He is doing well. He recently got me out of a very tight spot. Quite a treasure." "Really? That's good." Corin caught a flicker of surprise and hurt in Rima's eyes. She covered it quickly, but he thought he recognized jealousy in her reaction to Arissi's flirtatious response to the question. She and Tycho must have some history. "I guess you know him better than either one of us. We're really just casual acquaintances of his." Rima's eyes sharpened slightly. "Only casual acquaintances? I would have thought you two would have been fast friends." "We could have been, but the man has secrets." Corin shifted his shoulders uneasily. Despite his original resolve to trust Tycho, reality had slowly impinged on him. The preparation for the mission to Coruscant had stressed trust and sharpened his sense of paranoia. At the core of the Tycho problem was the fact that no one, save Isan Isard, knew if Tycho was her puppet or not. Corin had emotionally begun to insulate himself from Tycho, but until now had not realized how far along that unconscious process had gotten. Secrets establish a distance and undercut trust. Hurt returned to Rima's eyes. "He's had a hard life." "So haven't we all." Rima's head came up. "You don't understand. His family died." "I do understand." Corin kept the volume of his voice down, but let the emotions bubbling up in him pour straight through into his words. "I have no family either, and do you know what? I saw my father get shot up, murdered, and I couldn't do anything about it. I was 100 meters away, watching him by remote, backing him up, when a bounty hunter walked into the cantina and lit up the booth where he was sitting with 2 other people. Killed them all, and I couldn't do anything about it. I got there and held my father in my arms, but it was too late. You want a hard life? There's a hard life for you." Corin's hands contracted into fists, and Arissi leaned over to hug him. He stared openly at Rima, daring her to deny his pain. He wanted her to break, to lose that look of superiority she wore. He wanted her to admit that nothing Tycho had been through, even the destruction of his homeworld or his imperial captivity, could have measured up to what Corin had endured. Even as Arissi whispered, "I'm so sorry," in his ear, Corin knew he had overreacted, and overreacted badly. What's gotten into me? He searched his mind for an answer, tracing back fleeting thoughts, and slowly came to a realization that surprised with its simplicity and amazed him with its power. Tycho, in saving his life and in shepherding him through his introduction to Rogue Squadron, had moved into an august company in Corrin's mind. Corrin's father, his Corsec supervisor, Gilbastra, and Wedge Antilles were the only other people that Corrin saw in the guardian and mentor roles in his life. With his father and Gil both dead, Corrin realized he had begun to rely on Wedge and Tycho to serve as touchstones and moral compasses for him. The fact that Tycho could not be fully trusted had gone to war with the esteem in which Corrin had held him. As he had mentally distanced himself from Tycho, he began to feel that Tycho had somehow betrayed him. The anger he felt toward Tycho, the anger that had triggered his outburst, had come from this sense of betrayal and Corrin's guilt at having elevated someone so untrustworthy to a rank equal to that of his father. This is crazy. I have to sort all of this out. Tycho has not betrayed me or anyone else. I need to apologize to him and to Rima. Before he could say anything, Rima began speaking in low, even tones. I do not doubt the sincerity of the anguish you feel, and I am most sorry for you. As tragic as is your story, though, I think Sel's story can be considered of equal weight. Corrin wanted to tell her she need say nothing more. She need not explain, but the solemnity of her tone froze his words in his throat. He had graduated from the academy and was assigned to a star destroyer, the Accuser. On the occasion of his birthday, something most TIE pilots celebrate because of their rarity, he was engaged in a real-time holonet connection to our home. His family was there. Father, mother, brother, sisters, grandparents, and his fiancée. He was speaking to them when the transmission was cut off. That sort of thing was not unusual, and he planned to chide his father about it, since his father ran Novacom, the largest holonet provider on the world. The fact was that Sel never got a chance to do that because, as he discovered shortly thereafter, his family had died in a monumental catastrophe. Corrin's stomach collapsed in on itself like a neutron star. Tycho was speaking to his family when Alderaan was destroyed. I saw my father die, but he saw everyone die. I was able to hold my father and give him a funeral. I was able to comfort his friends and be comforted by them. My father may have died alone, but I didn't have to endure his death alone. My life's as soft as a hut's underbelly by comparison. He heard Arissi stifle a sob and felt a tear moisten the side of his neck. He turned to face her, then saw a vision from the past that sent a chill straight through him. His hands came up to cup Arissi's face, tipping her chin upward. Then he pulled her to him and kissed her fiercely. He felt her start to pull away, but he restrained her gently, and she flowed into his arms to return the kiss with a passion that all but melted what he felt inside. Part of him wanted the kiss to end and wanted him to escape her arms. Corrin resisted the idea of escape because he couldn't be certain of how he would spend his freedom. What he really wanted to do was insane on an imperial scale. It would compromise the mission. It had the potential to delay or prevent the New Republic from taking Coruscant and finishing the Empire. It ran the risk of destroying everything the rebellion had worked for. But it would feel very, very good. Over Arissi's shoulder, Corrin had seen Curtin Lure. The tall, slender body, the crisp gait, and the head held imperiously high were unmistakable. He'd memorized all those things about Curtin Lure months before his father's death. Subsequent to it, He had reveled in the fury and contempt they had spawned when he saw the man. What Corin wanted to do at that moment, more than anything else in the galaxy, was to walk over, grab Lure, and pitch him from the promenade. He would have preferred being on a higher level to do so, a much higher level, but that problem could not be helped. He hoped the fall would kill the man, though from a mere 10 meters up, the chances were it would only break a few limbs and possibly rupture some internal organs. Corin felt someone tap him on the shoulder, and for the barest of moments thought Lure had spotted him. About the time he realized that hadn't happened, the fact that no stormtroopers were closing in and no alarms were going off, cinching it for him, Rima said, "The danger is past. He's gone up another level." Corin pulled back and gave Arissi a quick kiss on the nose, then looked over at Rima. "How'd you know?" "Corton Lure's presence on Coruscant has not gone unreported. Correlating things I know about him and you were not difficult." Arissi blinked her big blue eyes a couple of times, then looked from Corin to Rima and back again. "What was all that about?" "You saved my life," he smiled at her. "Forgive the liberty I took, but..." She caught her breath, then returned the smile. "I understand. If you ever need your life saved again, I'll be honored to be of service to you." He patted her on the knee. "Thanks. I'll remember that." He turned back toward Rima. "I'm not afraid of him." "I didn't think you were." "I want to kill him." Corin reached out and tapped her lightly on the temple. "Do you know why?" "I know many things, but not all things." "I caught the Trandoshan who killed my father, but Lure let him go." Corin took in a deep breath and let it out. "He'll pay for that one day." "Sooner than later, I hope, but don't worry. I have my priorities straight. His date with justice can wait. Wait until we bring down the government that gives people like him the power to perpetrate evil on more worlds than we can count." 19. It occurred to Gavin that if his father had any idea he'd end up sitting in the Azure Dianoga cantina, he'd never have let him leave the farm. If Mos Eisley was considered the armpit of the galaxy, this part of Coruscant could be considered anatomically lower and decidedly less hygienic. In the dim distance, in an alcove between the bar and the doors, Gavin could see a Kubaz quartet playing trunk flutes and percussion, but the din caused by hundreds of aliens speaking all at once walled away the sound of their music. Acrid green smoke drifted through the cantina's atmosphere, stinging Gavin's eyes and painting another layer of grime across his face. Down in the lower reaches of Invisec, he'd taken to wearing all of his clothes in layers, rotating the inners to outers, and had been at it for the week since they'd landed. He felt he smelled like a dewback with bloat, but the worse his scent became, fewer were the complaints from the various aliens with whom they dealt. The mission given to their team had been quite broad. The top two items on the agenda were to determine the level of control the Empire exerted over the lower reaches of the city, and the general mood of the alien population on the world, and to find out if the lower levels of the infrastructure would provide avenues of attack against the government. That seemed logical to Gavin, because if Coruscant were built on a foundation the government didn't control, bringing it down would be just a little bit easier. Since their cover story had Gavin and Shiel working as partners, they had traveled independently from the others and had spent a great deal of time exploring the tunnels and ruins at the bottom of the world. The Shistavanan Wolfman had suggested they begin their exploration near the Invisec border, because if there was no way to leave Invisec and penetrate the newer sections of the city, any invasion force that made planetfall in Invasec would be bottled up. The border proved fascinating because of the mélange of building materials and architectural styles all jammed into a very small area. Where the huge construction droids had carved a swath that nibbled away at Invasec, the walls were formed of sheer ferrocrete with no pre-constructed access ports to the other side. No matter how new these walls looked, all of them had been covered with colorful writing, most of it being anti-imperial invective, or had been gouged by sharp claws, or nibbled by sharper teeth. Borats appeared to be the pioneers that opened holes in these solid walls. The holes appeared to be about twice the size of a pilot's helmet, with claw marks that striated a cone shape going in and coming out on the other side. Clearly, sapient beings had expanded on some of these holes, enlarging them to permit easy passage for most creatures. Some of the holes had been resealed, but the ferrocrete patches could be removed if they were chipped away at the edges, and in at least one case, a plug had been hinged so it looked normal from the far side and could provide easy access to areas outside Invasec. The perimeter of Invasec, where the residents were moving out and taking over buildings previously outside their sector, was known in local parlance as the Outer Rim. There the holes through the ferrocrete walls were numerous and large enough to permit all sorts of commerce. Where the Imperials made an effort to stop the migration of aliens, all windows and doors had been sealed with ferrocrete plugs. Messages splashed on walls indicated points where people suspected the imps had set up booby traps. Arcane sigils and graffiti in more languages than Gavin knew existed marked the sites of fights where imps had killed people to prevent the sullying of new territory. The Outer Rim clearly provided more opportunities for an invading force to push into the city proper, primarily because the walls there were not as strong as the barriers on the other side of Invasec. That fact, however, would be the only bright spot in an otherwise very gloomy report. After days of wandering through the dark and twisted alleys and byways of Invasec, the vast scale of the invasion needed to wrest the planet from the Empire began to press in on Gavin. The planet had billions upon billions of people. The force needed to pacify the population and maintain order while fighting against Imperial stormtroopers would have to be incredibly huge. It would take more troops than the rebellion has under arms. The shields make this place a tough nut to crack, but chewing up the meat isn't going to be any easier. Gavin hunched forward on the table in the corner booth and gripped his mug of Loman ale with both hands. Prospects don't look so good, do they? Shield lowered a mug from his muzzle and wiped excess ale off on his sleeve. If there's no prey, there's no reason to hunt. Nawara Ven and Risati Anir cut through the smoke and slid into the booth, forcing Gavin to slide around toward the center of the semicircle. The Twi'lek's clothes were worn in only one layer, were more conservatively cut, and decidedly cleaner than the ragged things Gavin and Shield wore. Risati wore a skin-tight, dark blue body stocking, supplemented with knee-high boots, belts, chains, and other strap-like accessories that accented her already considerable charms. Gavin forced himself to meet her stare, then blushed when she winked at him. Nawara raised a hand and waved a serving droid over. "Sherbin brandy for me, or the closest synthesis you can manage. She will have a Dern fire, light on the phosphorescent agent." He settled a brain tail over Risati's shoulders as the droid scuttled off, then nodded to Ural and Errol Nunb as they joined the group. "All alive and well, I see." Ural tapped himself on the chest. Gand has traveled extensively and has found much exotica. Items are available from throughout the galaxy, at prices that reflect the distance they have been shipped, not any restriction on supply. Noir rhythmically tapped his fingernails against the scarred and stained tabletop. Estimates on how long those goods would last? Errol cocked her head. A month, perhaps more, provided Imperial interests did not stage raids. The imps appear to monitor trading. Everyone seems to pay protection to the imps, to Black Sun, and to local Invisec factions. If things were to get tight, some of the things here would be pulled outside. Gavin exchanged a glance with Shiel. The Wolfman had said that he would have opted to starve the imps out by blockading the planet. He estimated it could survive for 2 or 3 months. Errol's estimation of the supplies in Invisec meant that the alien population of Coruscant would be hurt worse by a blockade than the imps would. Given the anti-alien bias the Empire had, that sort of result wasn't surprising. If Isan Isard was smart, she'd ransom the Invisec population for supplies, or she'd just have them killed and take their supplies for the humans. The general din of the cantina faded and died as Imperial stormtroopers came through the doors. They wore the standard white armor seen across the galaxy, though they did have small pinpoint spotlights clipped to their right shoulders. 2 soldiers remained at the doorway. They were armed with heavy blaster rifles, while the rest of the squad broke down into a pair of 3-man groups that began to work their way around the dark oval room. Back through the doorway, Gavin thought he saw more troopers and a large vehicle, but the swirling smoke and general gloom made a positive identification impossible. Errol kept her voice low. Another sweep? Nawara nodded but remained silent. The various alien denizens of the bar shifted around anxiously. The Gotal, seated back to back with Nawara in the next booth over, ducked his head, giving Gavin a clear view of the stormtroopers, centered between the Gotal's horns. Gavin killed a smile as he recalled stories about Gotals being able to read minds. It would be very interesting to be able to know what's going on inside those helmets, if anything at all is. I wonder what they're after. The knot of stormtroopers nearest the rogues stopped at a table where 2 squid-headed Quarren sat conversing with a tall Duros. The leader of the stormtroopers demanded identification cards. He ran them one at a time through a slot on the datapad attached to the armor on his right thigh, then returned 1 card to the Duros. You 2 will have to come with us. The stormtroopers behind him brought their blaster carbines up to cover the Quarren. What have we done? Routine inquiries. You have nothing to fear if you have done nothing wrong. The Quarren, pulling their robes tightly around them, rose from their stools and scurried out. No one stared at them, but everyone seemed to be watching them go. Gavin could feel resentment rising in the room as it rose in him. The second trio of stormtroopers found no one interesting to harass, so they backed to the door while the first set of troopers approached the rogues' table. The leader demanded Gavin's identification with an outstretched hand. Far from home,